What day is it?
Friday.
It's Friday.
It's Friday.
NFT Day.
It is NFT Day 2020, officially on August the 28th in the year of 2020. And don't forget to always write out 2020 if you still use those archaic checks.
What are checks?
Pay for stuff. I'm Joel Comm.
I'm Travis Wright.
I'm Jeremy Born.
2 out of 3 of us are from the Bad Crypto podcast, but today we have an honorary member of Bad Crypto, Mr. Jeremy Born of CoinGenius. How does it feel to be bad, Jeremy?
You know, it feels pretty good. I've been on the podcast a few times, so you know, you showed me the ropes. So this should be a natural transition for me.
We need those ropes back, though.
Okay.
If you don't mind. It is NFT, guys, NFT Day, and gals. Oh, you know, we are non-discriminatory towards any gender of peopleages that are into NFTs, because this is the future of digital collectibles.
And this show will be safe for work, even if you are confused by the name. It's not NFT Day. It is going to be completely safe for work. There'll be no T days at all anywhere in this episode.
It's a big day. This is the first official NFT day. You know, NFTs have been around for a number of years, guys, and we have pulled together an amazing roster of speakers and luminaries in the NFT space, and it's going to be nonstop from now until tonight. And many of you are watching for free right now. And we're going to want to encourage you to upgrade your ticket. Jeremy, tell them why.
So really excited because, you know, some of the people that we've had join us and some of our sponsors, you know, from WAX to Dapper Labs to Nifty Gateway combined have donated over $10,000 in NFTs. You heard it right, $10,000. So if you have a free ticket, that's great. You guys can watch and you guys are going to see some of the incredible content, but we have raffle tickets, only $10 each. You can enter for some incredible prizes. The grand finale and the grand prize we'll announce a little bit later. I mean, it's basically the pack master, right? It's every big mega pack from every release from WAX since inception, starting with GPK Series 1. It's over $1,000 in value. So there's some incredible stuff there. The VIP networking party is a little bit later tonight, so you get to network with some of the best in the industry. William Quigley from WAX and Evan and Duncan from Nifty Gateway. So if you love NFTs, you want to be in this space, this is the place to be, and the VIP networking party is probably where you want to be next.
That's awesome. Wait a second. So that GPK Series 1 Mega Pack, like that alone is almost $1,000, isn't it?
It's about $750. Yeah, on I think $700, $800 on eBay right now.
It's so wild how they started out at $25 for that pack, and now that pack is worth $780. So basically, if you had to put all your money into GPK Series 1, you could have bought a Lambo.
Yeah, that's actually not too far from the truth there. At least the low end Lambo would have been nice. So those of you that are watching, you know, you're going to want to let all the various NFT communities know that we're here. So, you know, especially if you're Telegram or Discord active, you know, let the GPK community know that Tobin Lent from, you know, Tops is going to be here today, and that there's going to be mega pack giveaway. So, you know, send them to NFTday.com. Let the William Shatner NFT group know that you're here. Let the Blockchain Heroes group know that, well, you guys are already here because you're all heroes. Let the Open Sea open before you and say, see, NFT Day.
Yeah, the SuperRare people. And you know what? NFTs, we're talking about people on Ethereum, you know, Engine Coin, Phantasma Chain, WAX, whatever, whichever you are on doing NFTs, we are very all open and inclusive, and we love you all. So we're going to be covering.
And let the Cred people know too, because Jody Rich from Cred is going to be here today. William Quigley, the co-founder of WAX, is going to be here. Tobin Lent, the VP of Tops Digital. Duncan Foster, the co-founder of Nifty Gateway. Jody Rich from Cred. Devin Finzer, the CEO of OpenSea, and more are going to be here today. And guys, I thought we might start with, for those that are new to the NFT space, maybe it would be a good idea to kind of give an overview and a history of NFTs. What do you think?
I think that's a great idea.
You do?
Way
Okay.
back in 2018.
Well, it just so happens I have a presentation that we can share here.
So handy. Hey, I see my
this.
face and my body.
Yeah.
And yours.
All of you, all of
words.
us. So Travis, why don't you kind of kick us off here and talk a little bit about the terms so that people understand the difference between fungible and non-fungible.
Yeah, that's one of the things that people go, what does that even mean? NFT, non-fungible token, what is that? Well, to really understand that, I guess you need to understand what fungible is. So actually right now, I am currently in Albania on vacation and going to be here all day with us. But I want to show you this. This right here is a 100 lei token here from Albania. And this is also a 100 lei token. And guess what? They're interchangeable. They're the same, right? So it's like if somebody gives me this one, I can give them this one. It's the same. They're interchangeable. Somebody hands me a $5 bill and I hand somebody else a different $5 bill. That's okay. They're interchangeable.
What is that called? What's that called? It's a lei?
Yeah, it's an L-E-K, but they say lei.
So you got laid.
I don't want to get. I'm not going to leck it, but it's an L-E-K. Yeah, it's Albania. They are their dollars are very interesting as well. So say for example, here's a 5,000 won, and here's also 5,000 won. They are interchangeable because they are valued exactly the same. But digital collectibles might not be valued the same. They might be worth different.
So those are fungible, but what we're talking about when we're talking about, so a dollar is a dollar, and all Ethereum is the same. One Ethereum is the same as another Ethereum, and one Bitcoin is the same as another Bitcoin. It doesn't matter when that Bitcoin was mined. The first Bitcoin to be mined is the same as the 18 millionth Bitcoin to be mined.
That's true. And one Doge is equal to one Doge.
Always.
I'll put that in there.
Now, but a non-fungible token, this is a scarce digital asset that's on a distributed ledger, and they are not the same. Every NFT is unique and provides real world proof of ownership of virtual goods, and not just virtual goods, also can be used for real goods.
They can. Yeah, so look at this. So there's some of the crypto kitties up at the very top. Those came out, 2017, 2018. Those are not the same. They're not equal. Think about tickets. You get a front row ticket. That's a little bit different than a back row ticket, right? Those are worth different. Same things with homes. And those things are non-fungible, things that are not valued equally.
They're different, yo. So when we I like to make some comparisons between systems and technology we've seen before and kind of correlating it to a new technology so you can kind of understand where we are. So back in 2003, we saw the launch of real social media with MySpace, and everybody was Tom's friend, and you were Tom's friend. Tom took the money and ran as quick as he could. And it's probably,
Tom, you know what I like about Tom? Tom never stole our data.
Tom never stole our data.
Yeah, I love Tom. He kept our stuff private.
So the MySpace moment was that it was the cornerstone, the beginning of social media, and the NFT MySpace moment took place in 2017 when Dapper Labs launched CryptoKitties. And well, I mean, you and I went down the CryptoKitty rabbit hole right away.
Well, we did because we kind of thought it was a joke. Like we made it like a big joke. We just kept meowing and laughing about it. And, you took it more serious than I did because you actually kept your private keys to I literally had just gotten my MetaMask set up and then my computer crashed. And so we had a bunch of like really early Genesis level CryptoKitties, and you still have yours, and mine are all abandoned, lost on the blockchain because I lost the keys on that thing.
Yeah, you're a bad CryptoKitty owner. Your kitties, they're out there, they're looking for their daddy, and you're never
coming. Litter box. So hopefully they're using that, not on the couch or something.
Well, it was a heck of a moment. CryptoKitties made quite a splash, and they're still going today. And Dapper is really innovating. You know, we covered on Bad Crypto not too long ago that they now have the rights to the Dr. Seuss properties, and they're going to be rolling those out here sometime in the future.
Doing some NBA Top Shot stuff. And I believe they're going to be with us later on talking about that. And there's going to be some giveaways with that maybe later on, right?
I believe you're correct. Look at this one right here. This one with the guitar. I mean, they went from simple breeding of kitties to, you know, they've got props in there now and all kinds of different looks and poses. So they've come a long way. Now, many of you are familiar, you know, having been a child at some point with the Topps brand and the Garbage Pail Kids. These were a big hit in 1985 and going forward, and these physical cards are still being produced today. Well, if CryptoKitties was the MySpace moment, what's the Facebook moment? The Facebook moment is that moment in social media where the earth shook, where a site launched and very few people paid attention in 2004 or even knew about the Facebook at that point as it launched on a college campus. But this site, when it launched, would forever change the face of social media. Well, in the NFT world, that happened with Garbage Pail Kids.
Yeah, it was a very exciting moment. So, you know, as Joel mentioned, Facebook, when it first started, you know, it slowly took off, and then it hit like a fire, and then it just went boom. And that's kind of really where I think we are now with this. And so what happened was Topps partnered with WAX, and they released Garbage Pail Kids on the blockchain for the very first time. And you know what? That very first release, Mr. Joel Comm, they started selling them. They sold out their mega packs in about 7 hours, and then over the next day or so, they sold out all the rest of their packs, and they sold out about 110,000 cards. Took them about 27 hours to sell out of the complete set.
Yeah, now these packs, I mean, they've been sold out, and the value of these first edition packs, it has been as high as what, 20x or so. Like a 5-pack from Series 1 retailed for $4.99, and now you can't get one for what, under $175.
Yeah, I know the mega packs, they started out as $25, and Jeremy was talking about earlier how they are now over $750. So that's what, about a 30x increase in price, it would seem to me.
Yeah, so in there's going to be a giveaway of one of those mega packs today. But this was a moment that, you know, I would say fewer than 1,000 people participated in the sale, but the ground did shake. And this is forever the landmark moment in NFTs where a existing intellectual property entered the space so quickly and so easily, and built community. In fact, it's one of the things that that inspired us to. Oh, do we actually have a pack opening here? We do. You know what? I'm going to let this play.
In both packs today, we've had worse luck than both yesterday
and the day
there
before.
We go. You should be able to hear it now.
So let's see. This might be the last pack if we don't get something good.
I forgot I had a
Here it
pack
goes.
opening in here.
Let's get a money pack. Come on, give us something.
Something good.
Okay. Yeah! Yes!
Yeah.
Oh! We got one! Oh, sorry for yelling. Oh my God. Oh my God.
That's the best one.
Super rare. We just hit a super rare TV Stevie Collector's Edition card. Oh, man.
I love when we pick up on these things on live streams. You know, we had this happen with Blockchain Heroes, a couple weeks ago, that we were doing live streaming, and we do our community unpackings several times a week. And somebody opened up a 1-of-1 secret smoke card during one of the streams, and it was epic. It's just one of those moments.
Mm-hmm. That was one of the things that was fun about that. We'll talk about that later. Is, you know, having digital scarcity is what makes these digital collectibles so valuable. And there's different, you know, components to that. The mint number, and when those were opened, and a lot of different things that can make those cards a little more rare. And when there's only one in the whole complete collection, people get really excited. Now, this right here was also a one of one. This is the Koshkat, and Koshka is actually Russian for cat, and Koshkat is a Momo Wang project that they created. And this right here went for auction on Nifty Gateway and sold for $10,500, yo. $10,500 for that one crypto kit.
You know, and just it was just a few weeks ago on Nifty Gateway, they had their biggest ever auction that's happened since this. It was, I can't remember the name of it, but it featured a buffalo on it and the artwork. It was moving, and it sold. The highest bid was, get this, $55,555.55.
That's somebody who really likes fives. I bet they love Subway $5 footlongs too.
Well, we'll probably hear this from Duncan Cock-Foster later, but they now sell displays, full-size LED monitors that are designed to showcase your art. So people spending money on these animated tokenized art pieces can display them on their walls just like you would display any art, only it's cooler because it's moving.
Yeah, if you get tired of it, you just flip the switch and then a new one pops up.
Change the channel. Yeah, niftygateway.com, they release a couple, they do 2 drops every week now from different artists, and these here, they're actually animated. This is just a screenshot of it, but they sell out so quickly. I actually bought one this week, Travis.
You did?
I bought, yeah, in fact, let me see if I can find it for you. It's a boom
one of the
box.
Animated ones?
One of the animated ones. Yeah, it's a boom box.
Oh, nice.
From the artists. I got to log in here with my MetaMask, and I figure I'll show this off. Yeah, there's my profile.
Now, what's on the screen right now? The dude with the eyeballs right there. That's got that one right there is really kind of gruesome. His eyeballs sort of pop out of his face, and then he grows new eyeballs, and then they fall out of his face. There's new ones.
And new ones come back. So this is the one that I bought from Lyle Owerko.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So what they did is they did packs. So you would pay for the Nifty, and then you randomly would get one of the series.
Dude, you got an awesome one.
So actually mine was not very rare. Here they are. This is the most rare one right here, 0.36% chance. Then the gold ones, then the silver ones. I got this one right here. This is the most common. I got this one.
But dude, those are still badass. Those are like, it's a sweet ass boombox.
Look at that with flames. This one's got lightning. Man. Boom. So, you know, this is this one here might have audio with it. I can't tell from this or not. But anyway, they're doing some cool stuff.
There's a lot of great stuff that's happening here in the NFT space. And that's why we're so excited about NFT Day. Is actually, speaking of which, SuperRare, we're going to have a panel here coming up in a few with one of the founders of SuperRare, I believe. Yeah, so this is Ethereum based, and you could see that people are buying, selling, and trading these pieces of art. And I love the fact that digital ownership is a real thing, right? So this piece of art that somebody owns doesn't degrade over time. The only way you can, you know, your mom would throw out your trading cards is if you give her your keys, right? Then she, you know, so mom, stay away from keys because you already threw out 2 bags of baseball cards when I was little. That would be incredibly valuable right now. I'm not bitter. I'm not bitter.
But you know, as long as you keep your keys, these are yours, and you have proof.
Yep. And you know what, like with trading cards over time, like, oh, damn, I accidentally dented the corner. Oh, these always stay mint. These are perfect shaped cards, you know, digital collectibles. And guess what? Now notice this, a lot of these digital collectibles still are squares or rectangles, and they don't have to be. Like that boombox you just showed us, that is an animated animated GIF, whichever you like. That's transparent background. You can think outside of the rectangle, folks, when it comes to NFTs.
You know, that's totter. Think outside the rectangle, totter.
Okay, great.
Now we know. Now we're going beyond tokenizing artwork and, you know, and trading cards. Now we're seeing games being tokenized. Now, Gods Unchained is one of the more popular card-based tokenized games. So if you're familiar with games like Magic the Gathering, you know, in real world, or if you're familiar with Hearthstone, digital trading card game that's not blockchain based by the world infamous Blizzard Entertainment, Gods Unchained takes that concept to the blockchain, where your cards have real ownership on the Ethereum blockchain, and you can play them in the game, but you can buy, sell, and trade them as well for Ethereum.
Yeah, and a lot of times those cards can grow substantially in value over time. The more rare they are, the more digitally scarce they are, the harder they are to get. Well, then other people may want to have those. And so that's what's really fun about this, is that some of those cards have unique powers. They have their own value. Everyone is worth a little bit different because all the cards are different and do different things, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And here's another one. In fact, this is currently the top DApp that's being tracked on dappradar.com, Splinterlands, a different type of trading card collectible game. And you and I have played, I've played quite a bit. You've played a little bit. You're not a big gamer, but you're hodling packs of cards, and they've done some really innovative stuff. They have a great community of people that are playing and collecting, and every day they sell packs, and people, you know, are playing this game and earning rewards.
Yep, every single day. And I think I've gone in there and opened up the packs, and it's really fun. You know, it's like, you don't know if you're going to get a legendary one. And whenever you do a pack opening on Splinterlands, like the rare cards do their own little thing, has a different sound. The epic ones have their own different thing. Legendaries have their own different look and feel. So it creates this dopamine that people who are fans of that game play, and just, man, I want to have more packs. I want to open them. I want to get that experience and feel that again. So
yeah, and also people are tokenizing real world assets. So this is interesting. In fact, I'm going to take you directly to my BullionX display case here, because what's fun about this is you can actually play with your NFTs. So I have purchased these coins. They look gold. They're actually backed by real gold. If I wanted to sell these, they have the value. For example, this one is a 1 of 5, and it is backed by a 0.5 gram of gold. This is 1 of 25, and it's backed by 1 gram. And if I click this, it'll give you a little description about what this token is. And check this out. I can, ooh.
That was awesome.
Oh, that's
before we
sexy.
move on, you're on the page right now.
I am.
Click back to the previous page, if you could. Look at your logo there. That is awesome. So I don't know, a lot of you guys may not know this or not, but back in the day, Mr. Joel Comm, back in, I believe, 96, created a thing called Classic Games, which was, you know, all the different card games and blackjack and whatnot, all these fun games that you could play. And then Yahoo bought it, and bought his game, and that was his avatar. That was Mr. Joel Comm back in 1996.
That is true. I wore a yellow cap with the Yahoo logo and had a goatee. No goatee anymore, just like full grunge is what I have now. Thank you, Mr. Travis Wright, for pointing that out. And I want to point out here, the face on this coin is not Travis Wright at any point. But Tom Badley created this. Oh, he's bad, like us. So I purchased this coin, and Mr. Travis Wright, I've been actually having conversations with the gentleman from BullionX, and there is talks about perhaps us doing a limited edition Blockchain Heroes BullionX coin.
That could be really fun. We could put some characters and stuff on. You know what? We do have some really amazing badges.
Badges. You need badges.
Okay,
so let's move on from that to tokenizing virtual real estate. Yes. What does that look like? Well, there's a number of different platforms that people are doing this on. One of the better known ones is Decentraland.
Yeah, it's kind of like, remember Second Life, right?
I do.
It was sort of like that. In the Second Life, and you could buy places and build. I don't even know if Second Life's still around.
It is.
This is a crypto version of that. You buy a plot of land. It's sort of like Second Life meets Minecraft. And if you could go in and build your own little areas and fun areas, people can come and visit. You can sell your property. You can buy property. You can earn crypto along the way. And there are several of these sites that are gaining a lot of steam, some of which have completely sold out of a lot of their land.
It's like Second Life.
Third Life.
Third Life. So, you know, during the day today, in between speakers and during, for some of them, we're going to demonstrate some of these. So, you know, we'll find a time to pull up. I'll open up Decentraland and we'll actually walk into it. Another one that will be, oh, check this out. This guy, this is back in 2018 when Decentraland hadn't built anything yet. They just were pre-selling, and somebody bought a 126 piece of land for $215,000. Now it's launched. Yeah, now it's launched. Now it's new. Here's another one, Crypto Voxels, where you buy a piece of land and then you're able to, very Minecraft style, build a virtual property that you can walk through, that you could put artwork up on the walls, that you can invite your friends to. In fact, we have a Republic of Bad Cryptopia that was built in Crypto Voxels. And Travis, this land here right now with the names on it, it's all sold out. There is, like, you can get properties on the secondary market, but everything is full now.
Yeah, I think they're like opening up now, like islands around
the
mainland. So the mainland,
it's kind of like Dubai, right? They're building, they're pulling all the land up there. What do they call that when they?
I don't know. They're building their own islands and stuff.
Yeah, they're building these islands, but they're dredging.
They're landsmithing.
Yeah, and so that's what's happening in Crypto Voxels now. Later today,
hey, watch out for the bouncer on the left. He does not play.
He's bad.
Somebody took his hat and he's pissed.
This is funny because we and John McAfee and Brock Pierce and Crystal Rose, and it looks like others soon, were included in this Chain Clash game where you own a digital version, a representation of a character that is a fighter in this game. And apparently we look pretty bad. We look badasser there than we are in real.
Actually, ours, our Bad Crypto clan, or whatever they call us in this game, we are the #1 most badass, or at least we were for the longest time. I think it's mostly because I look like I'm straight out of Alabama. Right there.
That's what your T-shirt should say: straight out of Alabama, straight out of Bama.
I got myself some tobacco. And I don't know. Yeah, but we kick people's asses. And so bring it on.
So funny.
Bring it on.
You can see the creativity here of the different things that people are doing in the space. You know, Major League Baseball has the Champions game that allows you to purchase NFT cards and then insert your players into the real world. How does that work, Travis? How do you play the game?
Basically, how this game works is whenever there is baseball being played, which some days there's not, I guess, but very small season this year. But what happens on this is you pick which players you want, and if they play that day and they do well, then you earn these things called hats or caps, I believe, and you're able to use these caps to then buy more packs to open up new players and level up players and stuff. And this was really the very first mainstream giveaway. See at the top it says Dodgers crypto token.
Mm-hmm.
What they did at the Dodgers game was they gave everybody who came through a card with a QR code on it, I believe. They would scan it and were able to set up their own wallet and get their very first digital collectible on the Ethereum blockchain. So I know I have a few of these. You have a few of them. They're kind of interesting to see where they're going to take those.
Yeah, and of course, you know, Topps was the one that broke ground on WAX as a collectibles platform. Another one that's out there that we've used to mint some things is the Engine Coin system. It's actually based on Ethereum, the Engine Coin is, but really easy to mint NFTs and create collectibles that are designed to be used in games.
Yeah, and what's interesting about the Engine token is they partnered with Samsung. And they have Samsung has a blockchain wallet built into their Galaxy Note 10 or 72. I don't know which one number they're up to now, but they have a blockchain wallet built in where you can store your Engine tokens within the phone.
And there will be more phones like that. Of course, our friends at NFT.cred are doing all kinds of innovative things to allow people to make different kinds of NFTs and really for different uses, you know, that for people that want to build their brand, for creating engagement, for events, for enterprise. In fact, those of you who have signed up for paid tickets, you're going to get a Cred NFT goodie bag as part of your purchase. And that's going to include NFTs that are going to be available on the Ethereum blockchain. So another good reason for you to upgrade your ticket right now, if you're watching for free. We're glad you're here wherever you're watching, by the way. We're being broadcast to multiple YouTube channels, multiple Twitter and Periscope channels, multiple Facebook pages and groups. We're on theta.tv in DLive, both decentralized video streaming, and also on Twitch. We're everywhere. Like, even if you try to turn it off, we're going to show up in your brains.
It is. So. But think about this. So NFTs are not just digital collectibles. You could use them as business cards. I think the very first time that we ever saw that was Ken Bosak sent over his business card. I believe that was connected on Engine, I think, and you could burn it. You've set some up as well. You can have, there's drink coupons. Imagine you go to an event and you have your NFT coupon that will allow you to get your drinks. Maybe it'll allow you to get into the special VIP club, coupons, all kinds of different things could be NFTs. And so if you're a marketer, if you're thinking about things from a marketing perspective, NFTs can be a really cool tool in your tool set.
I want to get into the club. Let me stop sharing this for a moment, and I'm going to turn off my super sexy background just so I can actually show you something, and you'll see it on my phone. But this is in the Engine wallet, and you can see what I did here is I created Joel Comm business cards, and I handed these out at events. So if I encounter somebody, say, hey, can I send you my card? They would give me their wallet, and then I would just scan it and boom, send the card to them right away. We now take you back to somewhere other than my office.
Wow. So there was a time where we used to meet people in person?
It seems like a long time ago, but yes, that actually,
wow.
That actually,
that's what they're going to say in the future. They're like, whoa, you used to go places?
That did happen. Mintable.app is another place that you can create NFTs. There's a number of places that you can create them.
Mintbase.io is another one.
Yep. And, we're also seeing people take digital assets and make physical representations of them. This is created by our friend Oliver at cryptokaiju.io. He's created these vinyl toys that are backed by blockchain. On the bottom of this crypto kitty toy, you can scan an NFC and verify ownership of this, and the corresponding NFT, as you can see on the right, shows up in your wallet. So this is a really cool way. Travis, you and I are doing this with Blockchain Heroes physical decks of cards. We pre-sold an NFT that was a representation of the deck, and we're going to be shipping physical decks of cards to people in the not too distant future.
Yeah, it was sort of like a Nifty starter. It was like a Kickstarter. I don't know that anybody else has done anything like that before, but it was cool to basically say, hey, we're thinking about, it was all community driven too. We said, hey, we're thinking about printing out some decks for ourselves. Who else would like some? And then like 90% of the audience was like, we want one. And we said, okay, well, we'll create some. And then we put that together, and those things sold out in 42 hours.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. So we're going to run up on time here in a little bit, Travis, but real briefly, I want to talk about how we started going down the NFT rabbit hole for ourselves. 2 years after CryptoKitties, we began producing NFTs that we handed out to people who met us at live events. And earlier this year, there were 2 live events that we created these NFTs for. And so a limited number of people have this collectible for being at these events. But then we thought, wouldn't it be cool to develop POL, proof of listening, that if you're listening to our podcast, when that show drops, we tell you, you have 72 hours to go to a website and put in your Ethereum wallet address, and then we send you an NFT.
Yeah, and we had a lot of fun. Originally, we did those on the Ethereum blockchain. And but right now, Ethereum has got such high gas fees that it's almost cost prohibitive. So we've actually not done any proof of listening on Ethereum for a while. We moved over to Wax.
Yeah, it's like Ethereum is eating beans all day. So much gas. It's ridiculous. The bad dad jokes are going to keep coming, gang. Just so you know now, be forewarned. They don't stop here. So, you know, when we saw what was possible on Wax, that's when we came up with the Blockchain Heroes concept. And now here we are, almost 3 weeks post sale of the cards. They sold out collectively in less than 20 minutes. All packs. We've got a great community at t.me/BC Heroes. And we're always innovating and exploring. We'll do a couple opens of packs today so you can see how it works if you haven't done it yet.
That'll be fun. Now, also, another thing is talking about NFTs and why they're becoming more and more important. Look what's happening here in the culture. William Shatner, he tokenized his favorite things, his favorite photos, put it on the Wax blockchain, and he did this thing called shards, where you would open up a pack, and when it would open, you would get like a third of a card. And once you had all 3 of those, then you could then merge them together, and it would do a little, and then it would turn into this. So
cards like this. This is actually part of my collection here. You can see these are shimmery, shiny cards. These are your common cards. Here's one with a missing shard.
It's nice. He looks pissed off right there. Beware of dog.
Yeah, don't mess with his dog. So these are fun because you can zoom it, click it, and you can look at the back to see, oh, what's this about? Behind the scenes of Weird or What. You'll never know where you'll find a friend. This is number 26 of 50 in this collection.
Yeah, and they sold out what, 9 minutes?
Yeah, something like 9 minutes.
Absolutely. It was so hard to get those because it was like, man, everybody all at once was like, let's go.
And the guys at Cogs are bringing Pogs, the milk cap bottle, the milk caps tops that were collected in the 90s, in the 50s, and then again in the 90s. They've created a digital version of it, and they also had an incredible sale. Sold out everything. Packs are now going at a premium for those who missed it, and we're just getting started with all these, gang. We're just getting started with NFTs. You are here at the very beginning of this. Those that are creating NFTs right now, and those of you that are consuming them, we're all pioneers together. We're all building this community and this industry together. And you know, you're gonna look back and you'll have your grandchild on your knee and be, hey, those collectibles I remember when we was little, we collected them there garbage pail kids on the blockchain in Shatner shards. Way back in the day. Get off my damn lawn. Yeah. Hey, Jeremy, come on back here and join us, brother, when you can. I want to. What do you think, Jeremy? What is your big vision for the future of NFTs?
Well, I think the sky's the limit, and I'm gonna quote William Quigley here in a second because he's definitely a forward-thinking guy, CEO of WAX. And he said one thing on a podcast that you guys did as an interview with him. And he said, you have to look at these things like they're mini supercomputers. They can literally do anything, just in the same way that cryptocurrency is programmable money. These are programmable collectibles and digital assets. So you can do anything. So you can program it to say on the 100th time that it trades on the secondary market, it morphs into something, it changes, it does something new, right? If you're a corporation, you can create an NFT that's a collectible, but then when somebody goes into the location at point of sale, maybe it turns into a 50% off discount. I mean, there's so many different ways that you can interact with these things and create unique experiences that never existed before. Mm-hmm. And if you're an artist or you're an athlete, this creates a new revenue stream that never existed in history, right? Something to where if you, in the back in the day, if you sold a $10,000 painting, you get $10,000, you get whatever percentage of that fee. But if you became a famous artist and 5 years later, that same painting sold for $1 million, you get nothing of that secondary sale. NFTs flip that on its head. And I might have said NFTs, but I meant
NFTs. Somebody can make that. NFTs.
NFTs.com. Get it now.
I love that.
But now these artists, if it sells for $1 million, they get a piece of that sale. And no matter how many times it sells in the future, they get a piece of that. So you're creating this built-in royalty structure for NFTs and new revenue streams for yourself. And I think
well,
that's very exciting.
Speaking of NFTs, make sure you guys purchase raffle tickets for nftday.com so you can enter to have a chance to win some of the prizes in NFTs from a lot of different companies. Jeremy, just because we want to get things moving really quickly, just shoot off a bunch of the sponsors who are giving away prizes.
Yeah, sure. So we have stuff coming from Wax, GPK, Tops, OpenSea's giving stuff, Nifty Gateway, SuperRare, Dapper Labs, Cred, The Sandbox, Upland, Known Origins, Mintable, Phantasma Chain, Godii Entertainment, and the list goes on. So you guys stay tuned. There's going to be a lot of incredible giveaways. Like I said, over $10,000 worth of NFTs being given away. So make sure you sign up for either a raffle ticket or one of the paid sections there.
Are all of these, I'm going to show the sponsor sites and some of those that are giving away NFTs here on the screen. Are these all linked on the nftday.com site?
The actual items, they are not. We'll be showing those
just
as we do
our sponsors, all of these that are contributing.
Yeah, they are. Yep,
okay,
they're
great.
on nftday.com.
You know, concurrently right now, Tops is having their Digicast, and I believe we're going to be in store for a big announcement from Tops today. You know, here's OpenSea. Look at that guy. He's Egrito. Crypto stamps. How fun. Nifty Gateway. Let's see what this dude's doing right here. Look at that. That's cool. There's only one of these. This one is being auctioned off.
That is wild. Look at
Data's
a face starts turning. If something happens to a face, what's going on?
Ooh. It's like it's all coming together.
What is it? Data guy. Right.
I am data guy.
I am the guy of the data.
SuperRare.
You know what's really cool is Duncan Cockfoster, which is one of the founders of Nifty Gateway, is actually donating some NFTs from his personal collection as well that you can win.
Nice. SuperRare is donating. You know, we mentioned that Dapper is going to be here today. They're the inventor of Crypto Kitties and soon to Top Shot and soon to be Dr. Seuss. Oh, look at this. Cheese Wizards. Didn't we talk about NFTs?
You did just talk about NFTs.
Apparently it's a thing.
Yeah. NFTs. Battle Royale with some brie versus feta cheese, a little bit of American and some cheddar.
Oh my gosh. I have to see this. Like what is this?
The tournament has ended, Mr. Joker.
NFTs.
Cheese Wizards.
Jeez.
Oh, that's fantastic. Cred is going to be providing.
Wait a second, is those cow udders? Those look like cow
I think
udders.
so.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's funny.
Something otherworldly. I don't know. The Sandbox, which is like Decentraland and Crypto Voxels, but their own community-driven real estate game. Upland.me just opened up in Manhattan, by the way. Known Origin, discover and collect rare digital artwork. Mintable.app, reference them already. Easy to mint NFTs on Ethereum. We've got Phantasma.io. Nice. I'm not familiar with this. I need to be though, so I will get more familiar with that.
Hey, we're gonna have him. We're gonna have Lee K. Lee from
Lee Kai. Yeah, they're doing some really incredible stuff. It's gonna blow your mind. And I will say, out of all the people that tweeted, they had some of the highest engagement of people that were pumped about NFT Day and the giveaways of their NFT. So if that says something, yeah.
Well, speaking of Lee, Mr. Travis Wright, you're going to be moderating a panel for us right now that is titled Entering the World of NFTs. So Mr. Jeremy Born and I are going to take the back seat while you welcome your guests and take it away.
And speaking of entering, they are entering the room as we speak. Great stuff. All right, so this is the first panel of the day. This is called Entering the World of NFTs, and we just talked real briefly about the sort of an overview of NFTs. And so with us on this panel right here, we have the co-founder of Phantasma Chain that we just talked about, Lee K. Lee. Are you here? Let's see, you get your mic on, all that good stuff. Go ahead and turn your cameras on if you can. Perfect, perfect, there you go. Excellent. And we have John Crane, who is the CEO of SuperRare. John, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Right on. And then we have Cameron Bale, who is the Director of Marketing and Product Management over at Cred. Cameron, welcome.
Good to see you, Travis.
Great. So welcome to NFT Day.
Awesome.
Woo.
This is good stuff. So first of all, maybe give a quick introduction about yourself and what the project that you're working on and what its mission is real quick. Let's maybe start with Lee.
Okay. Hey, everyone. Thank you for having me. Very excited and thankful to be here. So my name is Lee Kai, and I'm the co-founder of Phantasma Chain. So a short introduction of Phantasma. Phantasma is a blockchain designed for content distribution. So think about decentralized email, decentralized chat, social media, and storage, and more. But our focus is gaming and NFTs, because we believe that the gaming industry is one of the first use cases for blockchain which will reach mass adoption. So our ecosystem is geared up for gaming right now with our cross-chain NFT marketplace and the gaming hub Pavilion. So yeah, we're providing a low entry barrier for regular gamers and consumers by removing the front-end blockchain. So people who are on the Phantasma's blockchain, they don't need a private key to play games. They can just log in with the Steam account. And yeah, so basically removing the entry barrier and making it as low as possible.
That's awesome. Well, great to have you here, Lee Kai. John, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself? Good sir.
Sure, thanks. Hey, everybody. My name is John Crane. I'm the CEO of SuperRare, and SuperRare is inventing the future of digital art collecting. So we have NFT marketplace, artists issue NFTs that are digital art, and then we have a whole ecosystem of collectors and patrons who collect the art.
Right on. And you were one of the first sort of NFT markets, right? You and OpenSea, I believe, were one of the first.
Yeah. So yes, we went on mainnet April 2018. So yeah, we were pretty early.
SuperRare, super early.
That's it.
That's great. All right, Cameron, tell us about yourself. Hey. What's going on over there at Cred?
Sure. So I look after marketing and product development at Cred. For those that don't know, Cred has been around for many years, serving up products for for influencers and brands, basically help people take control of their social footprint and increase engagement with their communities. And so our sort of role in the NFT space has been that we realize that this new medium, which are NFTs, have these great properties which can serve to benefit brands. We've seen lots of use cases now for brands using NFTs. And so we've been really focused on how we can help, our community, the several 100,000 people that have found their Cred score over the years, to start using NFTs and follow these, focused experiences, whether it's art or gaming or coupons or whatever it is, to actually start using NFTs and get value out of this technology.
That's great. Yeah. So art, gaming, digital collectibles, coupons, a lot of stuff is going on here in the space. And so this panel is called "Entering the World of NFTs." So maybe let's give a primer to some folks about NFTs and where you think they are and where do we think that NFTs are heading. Lee Kai, where do you think this whole space is going? I've heard some people say this is a future $1 trillion industry. What do you think about NFTs and what most excites you about this space?
I kind of agree with that, that it might be a multi-trillion industry, because we're pretty early in this space right now, especially with NFTs. And we haven't touched the sky yet. I don't think there's even a ceiling for the possibilities that you can have with NFTs. So I think the most important part of NFTs is having the actual ownership of the asset, like whether if it is a financial asset or a physical asset or a gaming asset, art, whatever. you can just name it, but you own the asset by itself. So there's nobody else who can just control it, take it back, So yeah, I think that's one of the biggest use cases for NFTs, one of the most key components.
Ownership, very, very, very true. Actually, we're having a conversation with we had a live a hero report with Ken Bosak was on. We had him on as a guest, and he was talking about like movies, for example. Like back in the day, they had that the DCRM or whatever that for ownership, and now you could literally make a movie as an NFT, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and then you can monetize it yourself as well. But you don't have to be a big party to distribute and sell it. You can just go on a marketplace or on you can just sell the NFT, which represents the movie or whatever. Mm-hmm. So it's also a pretty low entry barrier for the developers as well as for the consumers.
Yeah, he made a great point. He said, yeah, why would I want to give my movie to someone, because I don't want to give them access to my private keys. So it's a really good use case, I think, for that. Cameron, John, what do you think about the future of this whole space?
Well, yeah, I think it's going to be huge too. Like we're starting to see more mainstream adoption. So obviously, like we see NFTs as a medium. We see that they're a vehicle for storing value, and they've got some really interesting characteristics that, provided by blockchain. So it's a solution that can, or the only solution that can provide those characteristics, like tradability, the interoperability, provenance, and immutability. And those different characteristics are being used by a lot of, small companies doing really interesting things, like we're one of them, SuperRare is one of them, Phantasma is one of them. And for the industry to really grow, we really need adoption from mainstream brands, because we need normal people to sort of have, NFTs as part of their day-to-day life. And we host an event, as you know, in February called NFT NYC. And one of the most exciting things, I think, for me was that Ecomi, who was one of our speaking or participating brands, have just released a new brand called VV, and they've engaged a brand lead for VV called Alfred Kahn. And this guy is amazing because he's the guy that's responsible for merchandising Pokemon and Cabbage Patch Kids and Mutant Ninja Turtles. And he's responsible for $30 billion of revenue from merchandising those brands. And now he's in the NFT space. And I think that's a huge sign that, like brands are starting to move towards this. We're seeing what Dapper's doing with Dr. Zeus and the NBA. And once we can get that mainstream adoption from brands, I think that, it's going to take off like a J curve.
Mm.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's like NFTs are a pretty low level, like standards component. There's almost too many possibilities, right? There's people working on, ticketing, gaming, like all sorts of different things. But one of the most exciting use cases for me personally, obviously I'm biased, so it's SuperRare, but is just digital art, right? You have, a market that's traditionally been pretty small as part of the contemporary art market. But at the same time, a lot of new art that's being produced today is natively digital, right? You have kids, building super elaborate sculptures, like with tilt brush, like, how do you sell a tilt brush VR sculpture? And so I think, like Cameron mentioned, thinking about NFTs as a way to, sort of like capture value. You can have artists mint these certificates of authenticity in the case of SuperRare that represents a one-of-a-kind, unique, virtual object. And I think we're just scratching the surface. There's so many different use cases. But I think art's one that, people already understand, right? Like art's already sort of a global, art collecting is kind of a global game that the whole world, people in every country already play. And we're sort of just porting that into a digital environment, and NFTs are helping to facilitate that. So I think it's super exciting.
Can I ask, are you referring to like digital art or also physical art? Like a physical painting, like?
So we're exclusively focused on digital, because I think that's the most exciting space. But other people are issuing NFTs to represent physical pieces as well.
Yeah, because I was thinking, like, if you have like an heritage and you get like a painting, but you, as a family, you don't want to sell it, but how are you going to split it? You can just tokenize it and then give everyone a part of the NFT, and then everyone else, like as a whole group, you represent the whole painting, and then you can decide to sell it or not, right? So you only own like a part of it. That's pretty cool.
I want to ask you guys this. So we all we love these digital collectibles. We think they're cool. We're the choir, right?
Sure.
Some people will say this. So why do I need to buy this whenever I can just look at it on a screen? Like, what is that psychology behind this? Because I noticed I was that way at first. I was like, why do I need to buy it? I can see it on the screen, and then all of a sudden you're like, no, I gotta own that. Like, what is that?
It's a super good question. It comes up all the time with SuperRare, right? Like, I think, especially for like something like a JPEG, we have types of art that are, more complicated experiences where it's like a VR object. So that's harder to just take a screenshot and, but I think if you dig into the psychology, at least around collecting, like you're kind of becoming part of the history of that object. It's like there is, even though other people could see it, they don't get recorded. They're not part of the story. And I think that's one thing that's pretty exciting. Like if you buy an Andy Warhol that, somebody else famous owned, part of the story of what you're buying is that this Andy Warhol was owned by somebody else who, you might think is cool. And so that's a lot more exciting than like, I had this reproduction. I took a screenshot of this thing. Nobody else on the internet knows that I love it, but I did, so it's like for personal display, people could do that, but you're not part of the story. And I think that's really, for me anyway,
there's definitely a sense of pride among collectors, I think. And like, I was excited when I learned about Phantasma, and that, like Lee Kai said, that they're a blockchain that's focused on content distribution, because with Cred, what we think about is like how we can use this technology to improve someone's digital identity and their entire social footprint. And so one of the ways that we do that is through like the .cred domain. And so when you register a .cred domain, it's sort of like .eth, where you get a domain token and you can actually hold that token in your wallet. But on that domain, on your profile, you can actually show, I have this many NFTs in this wallet. And there's that sense of pride among collectors to actually show like, I'm actually a big time collector. I'm not someone that just takes screenshots of things.
Yeah, but now we have discussed the fact why you should buy it in like arts NFTs, right? But if you refer to gaming NFTs, like why shouldn't you? Like right now, you're as a kid, you're playing a lot of games, you're spending a lot of hours into the game, right? You're farming, you're getting items. It takes a lot of time, and then like when you get older, you don't play the game anymore. You play much less than you're used to. Then you have this account with all the legendary equipment, epic equipment. And then what can you do with it? You cannot sell it to other players, right? Because it's bound to your account usually. And if those are tokenized, you can just sell it to someone else, like on the marketplace, on an NFT marketplace, which is verified, like on chain. So it's transparent and safe. So yeah.
You mean so when your parents tell you that you need to grow up and start playing video games, you can sell your account?
Yeah, exactly. like all the time you spend into the game, it's not like you don't gain anything from it, because you can resell everything. And with NFTs, you don't need to visit a black marketplace or like eBay or something, and then you have to sell it, and you have to trust the other party that they send you the money after you sent the item, for example, or vice versa. Like you don't need to trust the other party if the NFTs are on chain and you do the trade on chain.
And something just to add to that, you mentioned marketplaces, and I know that Phantasma has a marketplace, but little shout out to OpenSea. OpenSea, has been around for a while, and separate to, or the point of difference to Phantasma and SuperRare is that OpenSea is really leaning on these shared protocols of NFTs, and anyone that is using the ERC 721 standard or another standard that's supported by OpenSea can get their items sold on this platform, which is essentially like an eBay for digital assets. And they got lots of categories on there now. And I think to Travis's first point about where the space is going, I think that's a real nice sign or a nice signal that OpenSea has now expanded just from being digital collectibles to being domain names So there's, you can buy .eth names, you can buy .cred names on there, to being in-game items, to being artwork. Like you can actually buy some super rare artworks on there. It's growing, which is really cool for everyone, I think.
That's great. That brings me to my next point. My next question on that was going to be, so I know SuperRare, you're mostly Ethereum or only Ethereum 721 right now, currently, right?
Currently, that's yep.
Yeah, and Cred, that's Ethereum only, and then Phantasma, that's your own chain. Yep. Now, what's happening is that you got Wax over here, and you got Engine over here, and you got some of these other ones. And so, is there in development that you've heard or know of any sort of chain link that can company that can connect these NFTs? So like if I want to trade something that I have over here on Wax over to something that somebody else has over there on Ethereum, like that right now is a problem, because people are like, no, it's only Ethereum NFTs over, and it's sort of provincial, and people are doing these territorial pissings a bit, like, oh,
I agree with you, and I want to bring up that with Phantasma, we already have the token bridge with Neo's ecosystem, and very soon we're in the final phase of testing to open the bridge to Ethereum. So we will have a token swap with Ethereum, so you can bring Ethereum tokens to Phantasma and vice versa. And later down the line, we will also add NFT support, so you will be able to convert a Phantasma NFT to Ethereum NFT and Ethereum NFT to Phantasma NFT. So what you were referring to, that is basically what we are going to solve.
Well, that's very helpful. That's needed for sure.
Yeah.
I think that's been a problem for a long time, Travis. Like when John said that SuperRare first came out, that's sort of, I think, when a lot of people were starting to take notice of NFTs, and CryptoKitties was the big thing. And we all saw what happened when CryptoKitties took off and Ethereum became very, very slow and very, very expensive to use. And that's happening again now. And for projects like John's, like with SuperRare, where you're trading a low volume but really high value assets, people are willing to pay for the gas. But when we're trying to, increase adoption and reach broader audiences, we need to have solutions like with lower costs and like higher transaction speeds. And a little correction before is that Cred's not exclusively on Ethereum either. We really try to be chain agnostic, and so similar to Lee Kai, like what we did was build bridges from Stellar to Ethereum mainnet and from Ethereum side chains to Ethereum mainnet. So essentially, when we mint tokens, we can mint really large volumes at very low cost. And so we can create different sorts of experiences using NFTs, sort of like what we do for events, where we distribute, like the NFT digital swag bag that everyone's getting today.
Oh, that's excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think there's like Lee was mentioning, once you have these bridges, it'll be seamless and underneath the hood. And so as far as the user is concerned, I mean, I think we're probably still a few years out from that happening, but it's definitely the direction it's going.
And that's going to be cool too, because you'll be like, look, I got the only one of this particular over here on this chain because I used the bridge, and now it's the only one over here. And, so that right there, I think, is one of the things that that will certainly help out. And Cameron, you were talking about some brands and some things that are, you're starting to see some things that some different use cases of brands coming into NFTs, and maybe some marketing things. And maybe I'll open up to all three of you. What are some, we're still really early in this space, but aside from Tops or some of the other ones that we've seen, what are some cool use cases that some brands or marketers have used NFTs for?
That's a really good question. I don't know. I think
maybe it's time for them to get on board.
Like we've seen sort of the obvious things like digital collectibles, branded digital collectibles. Like some examples would be like what Tops has done with GPK, which is awesome. It's super exciting that a big brand is adopting this tech. But like what I'm really excited about is how they can incorporate it into sort of different experiences where it's not so targeted at the NFT or the crypto savvy people. Like I think for adoption, like what we really need to do is see this technology that we all get excited about called NFTs. We need to see that get hidden, under the hood, and it not to be sort of a, a selling point in the tech. It shouldn't be about selling a blockchain product. It should be about selling a great experience, and it can only happen because of NFTs being used under the hood.
I would completely agree, because for one, you're like, oh, I need an NFT. So what's your Ethereum wallet? And they're like, what?
Yeah.
How do I do that? And you're like, oh, it's even one of the cases with, which one of the reasons we used WAX, because for one, the gas fees were getting so high, and the speeds on WAX are so quick, and it's relatively easy to set up an account, right? And I think that's what's important, is the ease. If people don't even realize they're on blockchain and they can just sign up, and with WAX, you could literally sign up with your Facebook or your Gmail, and it sets it up on the back end for you. That's so freaking easy for people.
Yeah, that's why the technology is ready for adoption. When people don't even realize they are using blockchain technology.
Yeah, totally agree with that. Something that you guys may or may not know, but at the start of this year, Nike submitted their NFT patent, and it was for something called crypto kicks. And something that's sort of interesting, I was having a conversation with a guy that worked at Nike about a year ago, and he was explaining that in the Nike collectible sneaker market, something like 90% of the sneakers that they produce, which are collectible, like Jordans and so on, are never worn, and most of them are never taken out of the box.
Wow! And 90%?
Some incredible amount. Wow. And so Nike's really interested in this because one of the reasons is that they can actually tokenize these collectible sneakers without manufacturing them, and they reduce their manufacturing costs and distribute the tokens, which are just as rare as the sneakers are, and they only get manufactured when the owner of that token actually requests that it gets manufactured. And so you can imagine it reduces their manufacturing costs, but it creates this new market for collecting sneakers, which I just think an awesome use case for a brand.
Right. You don't even need a closet anymore.
Is it actual market right now?
No, it's not live now. No, okay, but this is an idea that someone was talking about who was working at Nike, and then they recently came out with this patent. And so it's interesting to see whether this actually eventuates or if it turns into something slightly different.
Okay, so I could because
go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay, but there are also like gold-backed tokens, right? But they are fungible. But so you buy the token and then you basically own the gold, which is stored in the bank or something. But you can request to the gold to have sent to your home if you send them the token. So I guess you could send the non-fungible token of Nike and get the shoe in return, right?
Exactly.
I would assume. Yeah, and then
one of the
for one, think about all the fake shoes that are out there.
Yeah, right? The authenticity
that's the biggest problem. I got a pair of Jordans, but I don't know if they're legit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another thing that we've seen some brands do also is tokenizing gift cards, which I think is cool because it creates a marketplace for gift cards. So one example is that actually during today, for NFT Day, in the NFT swag bag, there's some Postmates gift cards so people can order pizza or whatever while they're enjoying the show. And basically what that is it's simply a token that can be redeemed for credit on your Postmates account. But the fact that it's an NFT means that if you're, maybe you live in Canada and Postmates doesn't serve there, and so you want to sell that token to someone that lives in the US, it creates this sort of like marketplace for unused gift cards, which I think is really interesting too.
Huge.
Oh wow! And then if the gift card is spent, then you just burn the token.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty handy. I mean, seriously, that is one of those markets. I've worked with a company that did a bunch of stuff with some gift cards, and actually, Vinny Lingham, the founder of which one does he have? Civic, yeah. He actually owned a company called, I believe, Gift, or he had some gift card business that he had sold previously to getting into crypto. It was maybe GYFT is like Lyft, but like with a Y.
Yeah.
He sold that for millions. And there's so much money in unspent gift cards that right there is a very good use case. Is there a marketplace for that? Where is that located at? Where are those crypto gift cards being exchanged now?
Well, they have secondary markets for physical gift cards. Like you can send it in and they'll kind of credit your account. Well, also what's interesting is I don't think brands actually want this because they count on a certain percentage of gift cards to be unspent. Yeah. And so it's an interesting situation where like, it would be awesome for the consumers, but Starbucks is basically bankrolling whatever, 20% of all the gift cards because they know, well, people aren't actually going to spend this. So we can sort of like sell these out and know we're going to keep 20 cents. So it'd be interesting to see like, from the business's perspective, they actually don't want you to be able to do that.
Yeah,
that's so true. All right, so we have about 5 minutes left here. I know Joel will be popping on. They'll be like, "We got clock times." So maybe tell us. Let's start here with John, and we'll go to Lee Kai and then Cameron. Tell us more about SuperRare. What you guys are going to be working on over here in the next, what your big plans are for the rest of the year, maybe, and what can we expect to see out of your guys' product in about 90 seconds or so.
Sure. So yeah, I think we're building the digital art collecting platform of the future. Sometimes I like to think about it like, Instagram meets Sotheby's, or like, something like if Spotify was all about visual art. So there's one part social network, the other part's, collecting digital art. And, we have a huge focus on just kind of like growing the community around digital art. So we do a lot of education, teaching people about how it works. And upcoming this year, you're going to see some interesting stuff around display solutions. So a lot of people want to bring art into their homes. It's a pretty fragmented ecosystem. So we're going to be helping a lot with the UX there. And then also just, making it easier. So it's, kind of like we were talking about abstracting some of those crypto components to bring on, more of the mainstream users. We think art's one of the best use cases. And so, yeah, I think we're just going to see a lot more adoption and the ecosystem growing.
Yeah, a lot of people want to show off their cool stuff, and they
exactly
need options for real. That's one of the things that I think is like, check out my NFT wallet. That none of the gifts work. None of the awesome.
Yeah.
Lee Kai, what you got working on, sir?
So the goal of Phantasma at the start of the creation of Phantasma was to have a decentralized workforce. So in the next year, we are looking to grow our community and attract third-party developers to build applications and games on Phantasma. We currently see a great movement already because multiple game studios already have engaged with us and are planning to build our games on Phantasma. There are currently more than 4 third-party games already being developed, and there's more to come.
That's awesome.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
And your token is, you have 2 tokens. You have Soul, and you have another one.
We have Soul and KCal. So KCal is like the token you generate by staking Soul. It's being used to pay for the gas fees. So instead of paying the gas with Soul, the main currency, you just generate KCal with staking Soul, and you can spend that on transactions.
I love it. I got Soul. Look at how much Soul I have. I'm a Soul whale. Got my Soul. All right, Cameron.
Yeah, cool. So like I said, Cred's been really focused on helping events and brands develop NFTs that can be used to increase engagement. So an example is today, the NFT swag bag that we're doing for NFT Day. We've been doing that for CoinDesk Consensus. We did it for Virtual Blockchain Week. Helping people understand that they can use these tokens as a vehicle for transferring value. So that's really our big focus. So if anyone's organizing any events, check out nft.cred. And second to that is our Cred domains. So Cred domains are a traditional top-level domain, just like .com. So you can link it to your website, but it's also on ENS, like .eth. So you can essentially be Cameron.cred like me, and Cameron.cred in a browser goes and shows you my entire social footprint with everything that we know normally from Cred, like social accounts and things like that. But if you actually go to MetaMask or your wallet, you can actually send tokens straight through to Cameron.cred as well. So yeah, we're really focused on how we can use NFTs and the .cred domain to really encapsulate someone's social footprint and sort of share it with the world.
Awesome. Well, John, Lee Kai, and Cameron, thank you so much for coming on here. This would be where the audience would applaud if we were at a real event.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you, thanks, Travis.
In your head. So,
thanks, guys.
Thank you for having us.
Guys.
Yeah,
thanks, Joel.
Take care.
Yeah.
Bye.
Some excellent
Bye-bye.
moderation there, Mr. Travis Wright.
Hey, thank you. I tried to harness my inner Joel Comm.
Give you major props on your moderation skills. Hello, Mr. Jeremy.
Hello, Mr. Joel.
We have.
Are you ready?
I am so ready. We have a gentleman up next who is a noteworthy artist. I've known this guy here for a couple of years. His artwork is amazing. He's an international mixed media artist. He's a speaker. He's a writer. He's looking to make impact on the crypto community. And his name is Veza. And Veza, welcome to NFT Day.
Joel, pleasure as always. Good to see you, and good to see you too, Jeremy. I'm so psyched to be a part of this event. So,
yeah, we met. Boy, has it been 2 years ago now that we had you on the Bad Crypto podcast because we saw some of the cool crypto and blockchain related artwork that you were doing, and we had you on the show, and you were inspired to do something.
Yeah, it's called Blood on the Podcast Floor, and it's now crypto lore. It's captured lightning in a bottle. It's I don't know. It's about 60 major influencer signatures thus far for an art piece that is a physical one-off as well as the digital that are combined together. And we're hoping to get over $1 million for it, sent to a charity called Hawk, which is a women's center in Houston that's been, I think, running for about 40 years, battling the domestic violence towards women and children. So it's quite a thing altogether, and we're continuing until it pops.
Are we gonna, when we go to your gallery, are you gonna have that to show today?
I can dig it up. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because I want to make sure people know what we're talking about.
That's great. Well, Veza, I know we met quite a few years ago as well, just doing the conference circuit. And you just struck us as somebody who's not only extremely artistic and talented, but somebody who really is a proponent of crypto and blockchain. And you're really here for the right reasons, and you really want to see the space grow. And you're a guiding light for others that are artists in the space to help them understand why NFTs can help them unlock new revenue streams that didn't exist before, as I had mentioned earlier. You did a piece for us as well at World CryptoCon last year, CoinGenius and Veza collaboration. And what you did this year was you actually, for this event especially, you made this into an NFT, animated it, and we're going to be doing some giveaways of that today. So hopefully you can show that to the audience here coming up.
Yeah, I'll talk about the whole story about it behind it, and it's such a pleasure to be among rock stars, as you guys are as well. It was such a cool thing to see what you guys did in Vegas and what you pulled off. So it's such a great thing to be a part of the ride.
It's the Mutual Admiration Society. Well,
this is how it works. Yes.
You are a unique specimen in the art world, because a lot of the art world, there is a type of group think in
very
the
much
art
so
world. Talk about that and maybe your evaluation of how you look at that.
Well, I think the long part of the story is that I 12 years ago, I started doing digital high resolution museum grade art pieces, but no one really cared about the digital originals because we didn't have any blockchain solutions. So this is why NFT is such a huge thing for me, because I've got a portfolio of about 350 of these pieces that are ready to go, essentially, and evolve and do this stuff. But I think most importantly to the space is that I started talking about the monetary system and posting things on Facebook and these documentaries in 2006 already about the central banking system, how it was a little funky, and as you know, the majority of the artists are, and the far left has taken over the majority of that part in a certain kind of sense, and it's not as free of a space to explore and express yourself as many would maybe think. And I'm personally about balance, and these were interesting things to explore of what money is and how it works, and that's not something that the established art world usually endorses nor supports in many ways. And it's been an interesting journey altogether, becoming someone trying to make things happen at the legacy art world. Finally discovering crypto, and it was like a superhighway that opened. All of a sudden, it wasn't weird, and I found people who I resonated with and who started opening portals for me, like you guys, and it's been a very, very pleasurable ride. And but altogether, it's a strange thing, because we do need parts of the legacy system to come into the crypto art world, which is now pretty much reinventing the wheel in certain sense. But there's new opportunity that is happening there constantly. But the nightmare scenario is that we take the worst parts of the legacy art world, the corrupt part, and then we marry it together with ignorance of the crypto art part. So what I'm trying to push here with love and care is to adopt the best parts of the legacy system and then utilize this beautiful technology and these portals together, so that it truly becomes the liberation of a whole creative class, like I've said before a few times.
That's really incredible. I kind of see the same thing happening with the traditional financial markets, right? It has to come and marry in such a way to where we're taking bits and pieces of the old world into the new decentralized digital world. So I love it.
For sure. So
Yeah.
we're all riding shotgun, I guess.
That's great. So Veza, I mean, how do you see this industry really playing out, right? You know, you've obviously dove in, you've created a number of different NFTs. We're going to show them off here, but how do you see this evolving as an artist coming into the space and this creating these new opportunities? I mean, how can, you know, what type of advice would you give the average person and somebody who's creating digital artwork or even physical paintings, and how they can get in and why there's maybe a lower barrier to entry than they think?
Where would I start? It depends on where you, because right now, crypto art, you have illustrators and 3D animators, you have more sort of traditional artists, you have just about everything in there, and it's all in this sort of huddled up thing. And even now, NFT collectibles, and there's not much of a how do you say that? Distinguishing something of a mechanism in between them, so they're all a little muddled up together. But as this space grows, they will have better definitions, I suppose. And it's just something that if it calls you, there's nothing that will hold you back, because if you see it as the future and you know your career and your finances and your everything is tied up to this whole thing, and that's what the cool kids are all about, you will just start to do your own research like you do in crypto. And if as a collector you get into artists, I mean, there's now sort of these sugar high drops that are happening in a certain kind of sense. It's very quick and in and out and type of thing. But much like in crypto, if you start to do your own research, it's a little bit about what has this artist done before? What kind of a track record do they have? Who's collected them before? How are they integrated into the ecosystem? And how do they get the space really? And those kinds of things. And for artists, it's I suppose whether you have physical pieces or did you already create digitally, and all of these different platforms have different facilitations. Like SuperRare is only digital and only one-offs, and and then you have some of them, like Blockchain Art Exchange is one where Sasha comes from the traditional art space, the CEO of that platform. So he's been curating artists already for 10 years. So he has some strengths that maybe some of the other platforms don't have in terms of integrating and guiding people into the space. And it took me 3 years to become comfortable. I'd say I'm fairly comfortable now, and I entered just about 3 years ago exactly. But you'll get it, and if the gravity pulls you into the vortex of it, like it did me, you might lose some sleep. So get prepared for that. That's what I'll have to say about that.
Well, man, we want to take a few minutes and see some of what you've created here. I know that some of the prizes that are going to be given away are your creation, but if you want to go ahead and share your screen, take maybe 5 minutes here to kind of give everybody a walkthrough. We'll disappear into the wallpaper here and let you take the stage.
Fantastic. Thanks. Here's the piece that we now made into a motion version with CoinGenius. Can I make it full screen? Okay, cool. So this one is the super special edition of the very first art piece that I created for my platform, artforcrypto.com, when I started 3 years ago. And as mentioned before, I came into this space. The majority of the thing towards money or markets or whatever was sort of anti them, because it was all about the fiat system and learning how it works. And it was a very desolate time also, about 10 years trying to figure out, where do I fit into this? I'm an entrepreneurial spirit, but at the same time want to critique money and those kinds of things. And all of a sudden crypto just switched it all around, and all of a sudden fiscal responsibility, like assuming responsibility for money, saving, understanding the markets, how does Bitcoin work, all of these types of things reversed their direction entirely. And that's what's so cool about the whole thing, is that you don't really have any pro Wall Street artists. but you don't have any anti-Bitcoin artists. So it's unprecedented in an art movement that this kind of a thing would happen, that there's a whole movement of creative people who are jumping behind and helping a whole space grow. So it's a little bit, I would say, counterintuitive, because art and especially art pieces and artists who have held their value or have truly become of an asset to some movement, really, they have had an element of danger. They don't necessarily speak for the commercial interests. They don't speak for the maybe control issues of that time or governments and things like that. They tend to be independent people in a certain kind of sense, and that element of danger is uncomfortable for those interests. And it's that push and pull of those two, is that when you have that element of danger a little bit, and I'm not saying to go into extremes in any way of that, but those tend to be the art pieces and the artists who hold their value over time. So I'd say one interesting thing about this, with all these platforms that are emerging, which I super support, it's such an amazing thing, and everyone in this space are pioneers. But what's so great about like this piece is the pushback element. It's not only the what CoinGenius represents in between the bull and the bear here and guiding people into the whole space, but it's also the commercial interests and the bull of the artists coming into this whole space. And as we all know, crypto is super volatile. So it's, you have to develop a lot of thick skin and kind of have your character with you when you're at a space like this. And of course, when people's money is at stake, it's quite something. So that's maybe something about pushback. And now, as far as I understand, people have a chance of winning this very, very limited edition. And I really wanted to, if we do a giveaway, to give something of true value to people. And the physical representations of this, which are repaints, and it's 3 only, their price is tied to Bitcoin. So these 3 in the physical form are 1 Bitcoin each. So that'll give you an idea of what maybe this will eventually become as a crypto collectible. And maybe I'll just shill this other piece that I just minted a while ago on SuperRare. And this, this is non-origin. And it's called Hybrid. And maybe it resonates with some of you. I'll just read the description of it, and I'll press it on, because it has this matrix type of code that this monk that is meditating and sitting made in this artistic way here is doing. And
it still looks like you're showing the other one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you can update. There we go.
Okay, let's do it here. Is it better now?
There you go.
Okay, great. So the text of it goes like this. Perhaps you don't anymore identify with nation states, dogmatic religions, or the political system. You might look for peace of mind in meditation or plant teachers, and the new language you want to learn is code. The fact that you love your laptop doesn't mean that you don't like wandering in the forest any less. Travel is no longer restricted to going places physically, and long-form podcasts are your news source. The blockchain and crypto offer you hope of fulfilling the kinds of dreams that weren't taught to you on TV or in school. The films are yet to catch up with this new class of humans, a hybrid really, because you exist in 2 systems paradoxically at the same time. And you're not someone who has completely forgotten the past nor its relevance, and you appreciate it, but you already feel like you're living in the brighter future that the rest are only hearing about. And Elon Musk nailed it by saying, I don't want to save the world, but I just want to think about the future and not feel sad. And this is what this hybrid piece is all about. And of course, you can make your own version about it, and that's what I wrote when I first made it. And
that's really incredible. I love that piece.
Cool.
And you're a talented guy, and you're a talented guy, and I have to say, you know, Veza is one of many artists, but he's a very special artist in this space in creating these unique NFTs. There's a lot of other people out there that are incredible artists that are in the NFT space that are putting their stuff on SuperRare and OpenSea, Nifty Gateway. So I challenge all of you, especially if you're not in the space, to go explore some of those platforms and see what kind of talent is really pouring in.
You have been challenged.
Thank you.
Take the challenge. Thanks, Veza. Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you so much, Joel. Always good to be around you guys.
And good luck to those of you in the raffle. May you win a Veza limited edition piece, 50 of one, 10 of the other. I want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, a service that I have used multiple times, Cryptocurrency Wire. They're a wire news and content distribution syndicate that provides access to a network of wire services that reach all target markets, industries, and demographics, excuse me, in the most effective manner possible. Their services work. We recommend that you go check out Cryptocurrency Wire. Lots of people watching out there in the internets, Mr. Jeremy Born.
Yes, sir. They are. Well, that was incredible by Veza, and we have some really great stuff coming up. The last thing I'll mention, Veza is also doing some cool collaborations with us. I'm going to share this for like 2 seconds before we start our panel. We have an NFT project coming out called Bitcoin Origins, and it's recreating the most important moments in the history of Bitcoin. And our first series, which is 5 different moments, Veza is actually taking on and taking his artistic take on the 5th moment. So really excited. We're actually going to be giving away some of these to you guys as well. It'll be random drops, so make sure to check your wallet. A lot of these will not be announced, so you might just get a happy surprise. And we're going to do the artist renditions, the early artwork and sketches of these things. So it should be pretty fun.
Nice. A happy surprise. That's better than an unhappy surprise.
Exactly.
We don't like those unhappy ones. I've got some breaking news from the NFT world, Mr. Travis Wright and Mr. Jeremy Born.
That sounds exciting.
So concurrently over 4 days, starting yesterday and going through Sunday, Topps is doing their big Digicon. It's a live event where they talk all things Topps and Topps Digital. And while you were on that panel, Tobin Lent, who will be with us shortly, the VP of Digital at Topps, and Jonah, who is one of the principals at Atomic Hub, they made an announcement that they have a special Digicon Garbage Pail Kids release, a new Garbage Pail Kids limited set for the Crash Gordon series. And for a limited time, they gave away 500 packs. I just looked, the packs are gone. They're claimed. However, at 3 p.m. Eastern, which is about an hour and a half from now, they will actually be having a sale on gpk.atomichub.io for a certain number. I think there's 5,000 packs total. And they're going to be releasing, I believe, 3,000 or so during that time. Those will sell out really quickly. And then I was informed that while Tobin and Mark Seal from Topps are with us, they're going to release, after the interview that we have with them, the remainder of those packs.
Nice.
Wow.
That's great. I'm looking here right now on Atomic Assets, atomichub.io, and there's already people who are selling some packs for probably, well, $12, which I guess there was probably $5 originally. There they are, selling them for 2.5x already.
I'm not a GPK advisor by trade, but don't pay those prices. They're going to be retail at 3 Eastern, and it's going to be a feeding frenzy, I'm sure, for the GPK community. I know I want some packs, but don't pay, exorbitant prices yet.
Well, so they released they released only 500 packs.
They gave away.
How many are they going to release now?
They gave away 500. There's 5,000 total. So you were able to claim 1 pack per wallet. And so, yes, I did claim one while you were talking. I was like, oh, I'm in. Because I went in the other room and I watched. I'm like, wait, Tobin and Jonah are on now. And so they announced it there. But you can't actually open them until 3 o'clock Eastern when the sale happens. So that's breaking news. Beep, 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 beep,
Very cool.
beep, 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 beep.
So convenient that I was talking and did not get to claim a pack.
Way to go, Mr. Travis Wright. Well, I can neither confirm nor deny that I may have logged into your account and claimed one for you.
You did not. You can't do that.
You're welcome.
You did?
I did.
You have no my private keys, my friend.
No. Remember, I have that account that's been sitting for you.
Right.
TW.cards. So I was thinking of you.
You're the bestest. Thank you.
I am the bestest. All right. Well, let's move on to our next
Speaking
segment.
of the bestest, we have a new guestest.
with the mostest. Jeremy, we'll see you in a little bit. We have with us right now the co-founder and CEO of OpenSea.io, Mr. Devin Finzer. Devin, welcome to NFT Day.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Yeah, this has got to be exciting for you, right? Because you've been down this NFT rabbit hole now for a couple of years or 3 years or so since you launched OpenSea?
Yeah, since late 2017. Yeah.
And so, seeing this come about, where do you think we are? If you were going to say, all right, in World Wide Web years, because the web started in 93, but really didn't get traction to the first .com boom, and then the bust, and then the second revival, starting with Google in 2004, and it's been nonstop since then. Where are we in the NFT timeline?
Yeah, it's a tough question. I would say definitely very early. There's no doubt about that. I think what's interesting is that NFTs are very kind of intertwined with the rest of the crypto and DeFi space. So if you kind of zoom out a little bit and say, like, where are we, in crypto and DeFi and all these things, I would definitely say, like, really just at the beginning. If you look at sort of like the adoption of NFTs, the adoption of crypto and DeFi and all of these things, we're still sort of in the maybe hundreds of thousands of users, right? So if you kind of look at it from an adoption perspective, I think we're in super early days. Now, what's interesting about NFTs and crypto is with the World Wide Web, there was a lot of kind of hardware and infrastructure, like physical stuff that had to be built out for it to spread fully, right? And people had to get onto the internet and get connected. And there was, it wasn't just software, whereas with crypto and NFTs, we're just talking about bits and software. So I think that, despite us being kind of early in sort of the evolution of all of this, we could see things move faster than they did with the internet, because all of the software is out there, all of the we're building on top of the internet architecture. So I think once these things start, the flywheel really starts going, I think it could accelerate a lot more quickly than what you saw with the internet, even though the internet accelerated really quickly as well.
So maybe if that's the case, if we only have a couple 100,000 users or so, then we're talking about still dialing into BBS. We're talking about slow ass modems where you can, like, all right, I'm going to get online here in about 30 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and get the process started. So
yeah, I think there's a lot of like analogies to that, right? I think, despite some newer blockchains coming in and being higher throughput and easier to onboard into, it's still pretty hard to get crypto, right? It's for someone who's going from zero to buying an NFT. There are certain sites that allow you to onboard more quickly, but like to really have the full NFT experience of being able to buy, sell, trade, send, you kind of have to have crypto, which requires typically going to an exchange, typically doing KYC, like, sort of those friction steps that are very analogous to dialing onto the internet way back in the day.
That's true. I want to ask about this because we talked about it briefly in my panel earlier. It's around this, cross blockchain scenario that we're having. And I know that you're doing some really interesting stuff where you're not just doing Ethereum, but you're also doing, or NFTs based on Ethereum. You're also doing, domain names and some other stuff, I believe, right? So what about, all these, there's like several different blockchains that are doing NFTs now, but there's no marketplace that will service all of those different NFTs right now. Is that something that OpenSea is looking to do down the road?
Yeah, in fact, not too far down the road. Like we're actively working on sort of decoupling ourselves from just the Ethereum ecosystem. The domains that you mentioned, those are built on top of Ethereum. So currently OpenSea is just serving NFTs on the Ethereum network. But ultimately we don't aim to be just a marketplace specifically for Ethereum-based NFTs. We want to be on any blockchain that has significant traction in the NFT space is exciting to us.
Well, gas fees are just strangling Ethereum right now. It's crazy.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think it's basically led all of the activity in the Ethereum network to be higher ticket items, right? So, super rare art that sells for, tens of thousands or thousands of dollars. We just had a .crypto name sell this morning for 90K. So, if you're paying 100 or, if you're paying $30 to $40 in gas, that's less of a percentage of, a higher ticket item. But if you're trying to buy something for a couple bucks, it just, often doesn't make sense.
Right. So, as Travis is asking about going, cross-platform, I begin thinking about how we created our initial NFTs on Ethereum. Now, it's one thing to create an exchange that allows you to do trades with Ethereum or with WAX, but are you looking at bridging the two so that I can actually take one of these NFTs that were created on Ethereum and move them into the WAX ecosystem?
So we have not explored that in depth, but I don't think it would be super hard to do. It could be a project that we pursue or a project that another team pursues. There are a couple bridges in the works, and I think some of them are live in some capacity for Matic, which is sort of a side chain for Ethereum, where you can basically move your asset from Ethereum onto the Matic network. And
you could see right here, these are two NFTs that were issued by Bag Crypto. That's if these got into the WAX ecosystem as well, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea and definitely something that we're excited
Look at all the activity though, in spite of the gas fees, right? There's so much going on. This is what I'm scrolling here is just in the last minute, right? Boom.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Joel, you were talking about this the other day where you had bought a $1 NFT and then it cost you $5 to send it.
Right. Yeah. Well, I didn't. It wasn't worth it. I'm like, you know what? I'll just hodl this until Ethereum settles down because it's too much.
Yeah. It's definitely it's definitely an issue, and it's really impacting users.
Now it seems to me that Ethereum is maybe, they started off with, they had the 721s and people were using those crypto kitties, and there's people who are still using Ethereum. But according to DApp Radar, WAX has now have bypassed Ethereum in total transactions and volume. And I think it's probably because of the speed and, or it's the costs and the speed. It was interesting. And because the other day we had we were doing a pack opening and somebody won a pack and we sent it to them and they had it within 2 seconds, and then they opened it. It was unbelievable how fast WAX is compared to Ethereum. Now, do we think Ethereum maybe is going to evolve into mostly DeFi and decentralized finance, and maybe NFTs are going to move off to WAX and Phantasma and some of these other ones that are maybe more quick and more suited for NFTs?
Yeah. I mean, I think I definitely think that Ethereum has found very exciting product market fit with DeFi specifically, and that's sort of a ecosystem that, at least for some products, can withstand these sorts of scenarios where there's really high gas fees. But I think DeFi will also be challenged by high gas fees. And I do think, I agree with you. I think NFTs will likely, especially, I think Ethereum could continue to work well with really high value art where you care about, a high security network and you're less concerned about speed of transactions. But I think for things like games, especially in, trading cards and all of that, it's going to have to happen on other chains.
Well, we will be watching out for it. Your marketplace is really cool. I've bought many items there. I think I bought some Decentraland goods there. I probably bought my plot of land there as well, which I have not built upon. And I bought my crypto voxels plot there, which I didn't do the building, but somebody way more talented than me did. And we've got a cool bad crypto property in crypto voxels. And nice. I love seeing the list of projects grow there on the side.
Yeah.
I remember when it was just like that many, and now it's like you got to scroll because there's so much going on.
Yeah. Well, it at one point in time it was just CryptoKitties. So it's gone from it's gone from one to now I think there's 700 or so. I mean, some of them are smaller, some of them are bigger. But yeah, over 700 different projects on a platform, which is really exciting.
That's awesome. I noticed that I created some illustrations of photos that I've taken in different places on Mintbase, and me just creating it on Mintbase, it was already automatically on OpenSea. So are you partnering with some of those different creation places so that those show up, or you just have an NFT in your wallet where you can see it in OpenSea?
Yeah, well, that's one of the cool things is while we do like work closely with Mintbase, we don't really have to like officially partner with them, since they comply with the generic NFT standard the moment that NFT is minted, and as long as they implement all of the different parts of the standard, which they do, it automatically shows up in your wallet and can be sellable. And we even have now we have some tooling where the moment you deploy a new NFT contract, your storefront will like automatically show up on OpenSea. So if you like deploy a contract on Mintbase or Rarible or any of these platforms, it automatically picks it up, and you don't really have to do any like special work to get it to show up nicely.
Nice. OpenSea.io, one-stop shop, Ethereum, NFT gateway. Devin Finzer, thanks, dude, for joining us today. I look forward to watching things continue to unfold here in this nascent marketplace.
Thanks so much for having me.
Awesome. Mr. Travis Wright, you're going to be, you and Vez are going to be hosting a panel soon. I think Vez is going to be on the panel along with Tobin, Lent, and Evan Vandenberg. But maybe you want to talk a little bit about Topps Digital and their sponsorship of NFT Day?
Yeah, for sure. Topps is a brand that I have loved, I believe, since I was about 4. I think I remember opening my very first pack that I ever opened was a Star Wars pack way back in the day of those trading cards. So Topps has been one of those brands that I've loved ever since I was a kid. And starting in 2012, Topps, they launched their own digital group, and they have several apps that they launched for baseball and football and other of these different products that they have. And since then, it has grown into a portfolio of apps to expand across sports and entertainment, providing users with fun and interactive experience that marries the thrill of collecting and trading with the instant gratification of digital collectibles. And I actually utilize one of these, which is called MLB Bunt. I will use this regularly. I'm always opening up packs on there. I like baseball. I've always been a fan of baseball. But since those early beginnings, Topps has added some more notable and entertainment properties in the world, including Star Wars. They have Marvel. They have a wrestling app, WWE. So they're doing all kinds of stuff. They continue to innovate and evolve what it means to be a collector in the digital age. And the apps are really cool, man. It's like if you ever, and you can actually participate on the digital apps for free. And they're not blockchain on here, but you can see where they're going to be headed. And the apps showcase all kinds of digital collectibles. They have original artwork, digitized classic Topps designs. So if you see the baseball stuff, they'll bring back old school, baseball designs from, maybe cards they had in the 1970s, and they're going to add new players to that, do some other stuff. Really cool. They also have digital autographs, video cards, unique animations, and more. So big thanks to Topps Digital for sponsoring this particular event. So with that, let's go ahead and admit our, 3 of my favorite people. We got Vesa again. Nice to see you, Vesa. We have Evan Vandenberg. Evan Vandenberg, he is the Director of Business Development at WAX. He has been instrumental in helping Joel and I with Blockchain Heroes and working with the whole WAX ecosystem. Evan, welcome.
Thank you, sir. Good to see you again.
Nice to see you. And also we have with us the one and only VP of Global General Manager of Topps Digital, the one and only Mr. Tobin Lent.
How's it going, everybody? Hi, Travis. Great to be here.
Very nice. That's where the applause would be, but we don't have applause here. This is virtual.
I know. I'm practicing.
Great stuff. And Vesa, how are you doing?
Hey, Travis. Good to see you, bro.
Good to see you as well. Okay, so this panel right here, for those who are paying attention, is unlocking alternative revenue streams for artists, musicians, and athletes. So before we get into that, maybe give a quick intro, both you guys, Evan and Tobin, about what it is that you do, where you're with, and let the folks get to know you a little bit.
I'll let you start, Tobin.
Well, sounds great. So Tobin Lent, and you know, basically I run the digital group at Topps, and that means that I'm overseeing our portfolio of mobile apps that include, on the entertainment side, Star Wars, Disney, Marvel, WWE, and The Walking Dead. On the sports side, we've got MLB, NHL, and a bunch of big soccer properties, Bundesliga, UEFA, MLS. And it also means I'm exploring new digital platforms, of which blockchain is a big focus. We're very excited about the space. So I'm really happy to be here.
Oh, glad to have you.
Awesome.
Evan.
Yeah, so I'm Evan Vandenberg. I've actually had the pleasure of working very closely with Tobin for the last, year plus at least. I run business development at WAX, so my main responsibility is trying to bring on, new dApps, new IP, and new ideas to the WAX ecosystem.
Great stuff. So it is interesting. So we're talking about additional revenue streams, and maybe let's start with you, Tobin, because you've taken one of your properties, which is beloved by so many, and it's actually the 35th anniversary of Garbage Pail Kids. And so you've actually taken this property and brought it to blockchain, and it's created some additional revenue and created a whole new bunch of new friendly faces that you now know and love, right?
Absolutely.
So how's this process? How'd
Especially
that process
yours, Travis.
begin? Thank you. Thank you. That was nice.
So, we've been looking at blockchain for a couple of years, actually. And we wanted to get started in a way where we could make a pretty good bet, but a small bet, just because we didn't know a lot about it. We did a lot of searching around for the best platforms, the best teams. And of course, we can say this with Evan here, we landed on WAX because we liked the team. We liked the direction their technology was going. And we really liked the fact that they had experience running digital items marketplaces. They had done that for some of the biggest video games very successfully and had a great user experience. And so we then had to figure out, we wanted to work with WAX, and we then had to figure out which property. And it was pretty obvious to choose Garbage Pail Kids because a lot of people don't know this, but it's a Topps owned property. It's our property. So we had a lot of creative control over it and could do things quickly. And also it was, as you said, the 35th anniversary. And so we're really leaning in across the board on our physical business and several of our marketing channels. So it seemed like a logical place to start. And we leaned in with what we felt was not a very big initial release, but we were delightfully surprised with how well it did. And it, I think, surprised all of us when it sold out in 24 hours. And I think even Evan, you were a little bit surprised about that as well.
Yeah, I mean, now in retrospect, it's like, oh, of course. But, I think people forget that like Topps' GPK release, in my mind was really this kind of like beginning of a renaissance and really a moment for NFTs and really kind of, in my mind, taking it past, let's call it the CryptoKitty space to this whole new kind of echelon. We've had a bunch of people follow up on Topps, and Topps has done multiple releases. Everything we've done so far is sold out. Joel and Travis, for instance, I mean, you guys, to their credit, I mean, came up with an incredible IP, built this awesome brand around it. We're able to, create an incredibly engaged community. And you guys sold out, I mean, even with technical hiccups and other things in minutes, right? I mean, it was incredible demand. And I think, just going back to Tobin's point that was really the starting point. Like, now we take, to some degree, probably take it for granted that like there is all this demand, but at that time, nobody really knew, right? This was our first really big NFT launch. And, we're just talking about this backstage is how incredibly valuable these assets still remain, right? They're holding their value. I mean, just 2 packs, I mean, they're 100x, what you're paying in the primary market in some cases, which is incredible. So I think, it's ushered in a really interesting era, and we're still really at the precipice of it all. But I think Topps has been the forefront of that.
That's one of the things that I've always loved about this is the fact that, and I use this example all the time, is like back in the day, 1952, Topps sells some Mickey Mantle rookies, and they sell them for 5 cents in a pack or whatever the pack was at the time. And now that Mickey Mantle rookie can sell for $30,000, and Topps makes zero from that. So maybe Tobin, talk about the mechanism that happens when you add smart contracts, because I think this is one of the things that everybody who's paying attention right now, and you're thinking about how can my brand or how can my creativity that I'm doing, how can this, why would I care about NFTs? I think it's the secondary market mechanism where every time this thing gets sold, Topps will get a piece of that. So maybe talk about that secondary thing and how that played into your mind, because you guys have a lot of that in your digital, on your apps here, and things are going and selling on eBay and stuff, but you guys weren't making any of that. So maybe talk about that whole thought within that whole process.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when I first joined Topps, that was one of the areas that got me most excited about blockchain is the secondary market and those downstream revenue opportunities. And, we saw something with our mobile digital apps where we don't enable in-game, we allow trading, but not in-game purchasing of items on the secondary market. So what people were doing is they were going out to eBay and conducting the transaction on eBay, which is totally risky. There's no guarantee that either party is going to honor the deal, but they were doing that. They'd do the financial transaction on eBay, then go back into the app and do a trade. And it was on the order of, millions of dollars. It was pretty shocking. Well, the secondary market in blockchain could be really fascinating, and we can actually participate in the revenue stream there, which we are. It's written into the smart contract. And what's even more exciting about it is, after our first release or initial Series 1 GPK release, the secondary market, the volume of transactions in the secondary market was 6 times the initial release amount after just a couple. And so we were incredibly excited about that. And, whole ecosystem grew up literally in days. We saw new marketplaces pop up to enable the trading. We saw all kinds of activity. There were people opening packs on YouTube and Twitch. I mean, it was really extraordinary and fun to see. And, again, I think that's where all those opportunities are downstream. And it's not just the secondary trading. It is all the other activities that you can enable on the blockchain, like, games and those kinds of things. So we're pretty excited about that more than probably anything in terms of business model.
6 times as much in the secondary market. And as Evan was talking about, some of those packs, the one went for $25. Now today they're going for $750, those mega packs. And then every time Topps is getting a percentage of that, that can get to the point where it's probably already been to the point where you've earned more money on the secondary market than you did on the original launch.
Yep, and it keeps going.
We just talked about it. I think OS1 in particular, even OS2 and as they begin, right? These guys led the kind of we really did this kind of kicked off together in April or May. I mean, the long tail effect of these early packs is going to be insane. I mean, they're just going to become more and more and more rare because the market's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and people are going to want to be a part of that. So it's an incredibly powerful revenue stream. And I think, the end consumer, right, has been relatively happy with the experience, right? I mean, at the end of the day, this is somebody else's property, right? Like there is upkeep, there is marketing, there's a lot of things that go into it. And this allows, Topps to go off and fund other things and do more things in the space. And for Wax as well, right? I mean, it's a really engaging tool for getting new and awesome IP on the platform, which, we've announced a ton of different, projects. Joel and Travis, you're clearly one of them. And I think it's given people a really new, interesting revenue stream that wasn't maybe available 3 years ago.
Right on. Vesa, you're here as well with us. What are some of your thoughts on how artists can use NFTs to create new revenue streams?
Yeah, just maybe say a couple of words if someone didn't hear my presentation before. Hi, I'm Vesa. I'm doing crypto art full-time for 3 years and digital art for 12 years altogether already. And basically one of the things maybe that contributes to the conversation from before is this whole exciting thing that I call the flippening. In this case, the sense that I think this prediction will hold very well, is that we still have physical art pieces that sell for hundreds of millions and more. And basically, we will probably in our lifetime see a digital art piece go for more than the physical counterparts do go in the legacy art world. And this is because of the traceability of these digital art pieces, and why they're so exciting is that a little less known sort of industry, almost open secret, is that even the Christie's and Sotheby's catalogs, who have the biggest muscle to make sure that the physical art pieces that you're buying are authentic. And like, for example, the guy who authenticates Jackson Pollock's refuses to authenticate anymore because there's simply too many fakes, and there's sort of these art render farms in China, and it's a big mess. And you can have up to 50% that are fakes in a Christie's catalog. So that gives you a little bit of a sense of how important it is to know the source of the collectible that you're buying. And this time when you go into crypto, you get 100% sure that it's authentic, especially if the artist themselves have authenticated it on a platform, so you know that it's absolutely that person. And it's absolutely the future, because there's the one thing that often comes up is that, why would I buy a digital collectible? And it's psychology. And the psychology is that right now you have these worlds like crypto voxels that are emerging, where people have their own avatars, and there's already digital sneakers that their avatars are having in their feet that go for more than the physical already expensive sneakers go for in a Nike store. So that's an incredible thing, is that people are gonna, the psychology of showing off and having your rare collectibles and having your own space in the virtual world is already transferring one-to-one, if not worse in a sense, into the digital one, because you can have a floating super yacht in the sky if you want, and you can have your collectibles over there, and you can invite whoever you want to impress on deck of that floating super yacht to showcase your art collection. So all of those things are going to go on steroids with all the cool things that we already see in the physical world. So
super yachts in the sky.
Cool. Well, I mean, it's like right now, right? What a pressing time for this exact issue, right? And Tobin probably sees this all the time on Topps Digital, is people are spending more and more time in these virtual worlds, right? And the ability to flex and status symbols and even just to do cool things. I think we're just really at the beginning of this, right? I think people are there's going to be avatars where you have $10,000, $100,000 worth of clothes on your avatar. And it's simply, a way of doing the exact same thing people do in real life, but in this other world that they actually spend more time in than, we'll call it their socialite, once a week outings in the real world.
Yeah, for sure. And we always see from our perspective that people collect for different reasons and different motivations. Some people are collecting because they really love the fandom and they love a particular piece of content like they would a piece of art, Vesa. In other cases, they're really more about value. They do love the fandom, but they're really looking for a special card that maybe they can keep and sell someday. And we see a little bit more of that, I think, in blockchain now. But to your point, both of your points, I'm excited to see how this space evolves when you get people coming in collecting and for a variety of different reasons. It could be aesthetics, it could be value, it could be completionism, who knows? But then, things will really start to take off.
No, that's great. I want to talk to you about, so Topps has so many great physical products already. Like, they're primarily physical over 40 plus years of it, 50 plus years of it existed. What, 1947 when you started or something?
Yeah, 50.
What are some of the tie-ins that you guys are doing now with digital plus physical? Is that some things that you're going to start connecting blockchain things? That's some things you guys are thinking about?
Absolutely. And my counterpart, David, who runs our physical business, is very, innovative, entrepreneurial. So we're always, we sync up every week and talk about these opportunities. And it's pretty easy for us to be able to, for example, drop in a card that into one of his existing sets that would unlock a blockchain collectible. And so, we're talking about those things and have some interesting ideas and plans, especially as we start to lean into some other initiatives. So absolutely possible. I think it's extremely interesting, and it could go also the other way from digital to physical.
There you go. That is exciting. I think there's a lot of cool stuff that can be done with that for sure. And that's, the more that you can tie in physical with with digital, that people get excited about that, because you can actually show them, you can show people out in the real world, here's my physical thing, and then there's a digital counterpart that even unlocks additional stuff. And you start getting them in this whole ecosystem of consuming over here, consuming over there. And I think, and as Evan mentioned, here we are, and in some cases we're being forced into these virtual worlds because of craziness that's going on in the world. So here we are in a new digital world with crazy stuff going on with the pandemic, and people are having fun, and it's very engaging. The community seem to be really excited about this, and they're ravenous. Like, Evan, talk about some of these launches you guys have had on Wax. And it's almost like every time you do a new launch, it's like less and less time it takes for them to be sold out. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I'll run through some highlights really quick for you, but I think, it's been a really big transition, and there's been a flipping in my mind, right? And it's always been my goal since starting at Wax was to see us surpass Ethereum on NFT trading, right? Because everyone's been doing this on Ethereum, and it's nothing, dude. Ethereum is an incredible platform with all sorts of utility, right? I mean, the DeFi stuff going on there today, whatever you think of it or not, incredibly powerful and an incredibly great mechanism. But we purpose-built this blockchain, right, for NFTs, and I think that's something I did want to kind of make clear, that this is instant transactions. You don't have to do all this other crazy stuff. There's no gas fees of $7. But yeah, to get back to your original point, I mean, I'm just looking through the numbers here. Everything we've done with Tops is sold out. That was 110,000 packs in 24 hours for the first release. We did over $200,000 in, I don't remember the exact time, Tobin, but like 27 minutes on the second release. And these are just primary market sales. And then the one that kind of blew me away too was the William Shatner cards. We did a card set, I think it was just about $110,000 worth of primary market sales. Sold out in 9 minutes. I mean, there was an insane amount of demand for that. And again, all these are holding really interesting and high values on the secondary market. And I'll throw you guys a shout out as well. I think we did your guys, and you can speak to the numbers there, but without technical difficulties, right? The demand was so high. I think they would have been gone in sub 2 minutes if everything was perfectly, executed. So I think, the general takeaway, and then Cogs, the last one was Cogs, which was a timed release. And that was an interesting kind of conversion, because everything we've done so far has been finite sets, here it is, sell out. And then with Cogs, they actually did a timed release. And I think there, there's another $165,000, $170,000 in a 3-hour window, which is incredible as well. And they're tying in a gameplay mechanic to the actual assets themselves. So every single step has been a really interesting kind of evolution of the concept and NFTs. And I think, again, like, we're exploring things with Tobin. I know, like, where we can do these things in different ways. It doesn't just have to be, how we've been doing it. What I care about is the fact that people are loving it, right? It's not, and I know that not just because the primary market sales, man, it's the secondary market that guarantees that, right? And it's the Telegram channels and the Twitter and the Discords that I'm watching your guys' show every week, right? I mean, people are ravenous about this, and that's kind of what I'm excited about. And I think we're truly, like, we're talking about 1,000, 2,000 people right now, realistically. And that's driving that type of demand. When we get into the 100,000, millions of people doing this, who knows what size this industry could be.
I have a prediction, if you guys don't mind, which is,
yeah, please.
From the artistic side, it just sets everyone so free, is that the mixture of, let's say, something that is a movie, an art piece, a musical, or whatever it is, and it can only last for 10 seconds. But I think as we grow with this space, also the demand of what the content is and what's going to be a valuable collectible is going to exponentially increase of what is expected to be delivered. And I think the prediction that I think is going to hold water again is that there's going to be render farms in a similar way as you now have Bitcoin farms. You will have NFT farms with companies like you mentioned, Pixar, and those. They're going to get into this game, and I think we're going to see something quite insane when this thing really explodes, and what kind of creativity is going to come out of that. Obviously, it's exciting how much money is going to be made and whatever, but I can't imagine being a kid seeing what is being driven out of nothing into existence, of what kind of experiences everyone's going to be having all of a sudden, because the monetary function in order to create these things are going to just explode. And that's something that I want to be riding the shotgun wave with and making happen. And that's the most exciting part.
That's great. Tobin, I think that lends a question right to you, because you mentioned Pixar, and you work with Topps, and Topps works with Disney. Disney owns all kinds of amazing properties, including Pixar, right? And including Star Wars, and including Marvel, and all these other things aside from Garbage Pail Kids. So what is it going to take for Topps to say, you know what, or what is it going to take for Star Wars? What has to happen in the blockchain space for Star Wars or Marvel to say, okay, we're going to do a blockchain thing, now it's ready? When is the space going to be fully baked? Because I think when Star Wars or Marvel starts getting in here, the inrush of fans are going to be insane.
That's a great question. And I know it's on everybody's mind. And, really up until this point, I think most of the big brands, and we've talked to all of our partners about blockchain, it's been a little bit of intense curiosity and slight trepidation about the space. And I think the big question mark about it is really also where the biggest opportunity is okay, once we launch our property on the blockchain, they're kind of unencumbered, what happens? Because they're used to pretty good control over their IP. And so that's been the conversation that we've had so far. And, I think what's happening now is, quite frankly, coronavirus has helped us a little bit because now they're starting to look harder at new revenue opportunities. And I think more willing to take a chance. And so we're actually seeing some really good progress in some of the conversations we're having with our big partners. And, we'll hopefully start doing some things very soon here. But, it is an educational process and it's going to take some time. But, the good news is there's a lot of interest. And I think, these partners will want to start taking some chances and do some things in this space.
That's great. Not a lot of people going to Disneyland and Disney World right now, and not a lot of people going to movies, right? I mean, we're kind of in this isolated scenario, and so I think, yeah, it seems to me that movie studios and TV studios and some of those people with some of these really cool IPs are looking to do things. And guess what? We all have a smartphone, right? Everybody's consumer. And if you like a brand, as was evident with Garbage Pail Kids, if you knew about it and you got in on it and you can figure out the process, then those fans are completely excited about it. And so I can't even imagine how it will be when you can buy a movie clip from Star Wars. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, your only hope. And I own that movie clip. That's mine. That's what? Like, people like, and then that you could resell it, and they're making. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, and really, in order to grow this space, Travis, I mean, we need those big properties to move that momentum, into blockchain and draw people there, create a really easy on-ramp, and then have something really fantastic for them to go to. So I think it's a big part of really taking this industry to the next level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, creating an experience. It's got to be like an experience platform of some sort, right? It's like that's scalable, that we know that it's tried and true, and we've gone through all these sales with no hiccups, because we know there's been some technical hiccups in some of them, but it seems it's always a different technical hiccup, right? And that's what's interesting about that, Evan, is that, it's like there's different pieces that this one didn't work. Oh, but now that's fixed. And now, but it's like, I think that's part of the process of scaling, is figuring out what works, what doesn't work. And you guys have been on the ball. I mean, the technical team you guys have at WAX, I've been nothing but impressed with. And especially when we had our launch, like, we knew that the wallet, we were the first one to do an only crypto sale. We sold only in WAX. And then there was a little bit of a funnel issue, too much stuff trying to go through the wallet at one time. So tell us about the scaling and what that long-term sort of plan is, Evan, because more and more projects are going to be launching, more and more things, and we fixed things along the way. What does that roadmap look like to scale to a point where a Star Wars could launch on WAX?
Yeah, so I think, look, we'll point out the good and the bad. I think the positive of any sort of technical issues we've had is none of them are the WAX blockchain, if that makes sense, right? Mm-hmm. The things that have messed up have either been payment provider, third-party solutions, our own wallet, which I think we've sorted that scaling issue out. But you got to remember, the nice thing is, it's like, when people say Bitcoin got hacked, it's like, no, they didn't. Twitter got hacked, right? Bitcoin didn't get hacked. And in this case, it's like the scaling, kind of the same kind of analogy there, right? And of course, our team's all over it now. And our technical team is excellent. There's just, sometimes there's unforeseeable, issues and bottlenecks that I think, we're working through, and hopefully we don't have any more of them. I think we've identified a lot of paths forward to make sure that it's a seamless transition. So I think that, scaling out to hundreds of thousands or millions of people, it's the same stuff we're talking about now. So the fact that we're solving these now, it's a matter of like putting money towards a problem and getting more servers on the problem. It's not like, on Ethereum, for instance, and I'm not trying to just bag on that platform, but proof of work in general is just tough, right? It's a costly mechanism to get that done, and scaling just simply can't happen to that type of scale. Whereas, we can comfortably do 3,000 transactions a second, or a millisecond, I guess, right, is the block completion time. So it's that part I'm very confident we can scale up, and getting all the products and the microservices, all of those things scaled up. Again, it's really coming back to more traditional internet questions. So my inclination is the scaling problems are going to be solved, and they're going to be solved rapidly. One, because they need to be, and two, because the financial demand is so high that there is a lot of motivation to solve those things instantly. And there's a lot of smart people working on it. Our team has got a lot of people way smarter than me doing this stuff.
Yeah, I love your team. I think it's great. You guys got some more, I tell you what, if you're a developer out there who has some, insights into blockchain, I would say, maybe hook up with the WAX folks, because you guys are growing like crazy, and you guys are working with a lot of amazing stuff. I want to ask about your advisory group, because you've got a lot of amazing people popping on this advisory group from all types of crazy IPs. I think it's very impressive.
Yeah, the advisory council is going to be a tremendous asset going forward. We've got people from Google, Microsoft, Marvel Games, Atari, Exploding Kitten founder, Atari CEO. I guess we already mentioned that one.
Capcom,
Unity, Magic Leap. So yeah, Capcom. All these people. So the key there, right, is if we, like Tobin's talking about, right, getting all of these big players to the space and getting them comfortable with this. It's like this, like he said, I think it was immense curiosity with this really kind of like level of skepticism that you have to solve. And it's a big educational process. And I think being able to have all these people in a room or a virtual room for the foreseeable future, and being able to discuss the issues that are, keeping them up at night about blockchain, and even more so important, I guess more importantly to me, is like, how do we work together? How do we, cross collaborate and do something interesting in the space that works for us and, our companies, but as well as the general consumers, and bring really cool stuff.
So is it possible for artists just like myself to come on Wax and start minting my stuff? And do you accept video files, and what's the space limit for things?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. You could start tomorrow. You could literally go to Atomic Hub right now and create an NFT in less than 1 minute. I actually just saw the first music video launched on Wax, which I thought was a pretty cool moment. I think it was M Blue, Uplift Nation. Those guys put together a music video and an NFT. So again, I think people got to remember, these NFTs are computers, right? You are sending back and forth a computer. Today, we're sending basically envelopes with photos in them. But the future is going to be insanely bright for these things, right? You can do whatever you want. I think some of the limitations on the sizing stuff, we use IPFS, right? Which is really the only truly reasonable way to decentrally store things at this point in time. That probably needs to get solved before we do major video streaming, some of those sorts of things on chain, and some of those files. But mostly for right now, you could put your stuff up today.
Oh, very cool. Because there's one thing that I really want to ask from the art perspective of things, is because crypto art and the whole space is a little bit volatile, as we know. We've been in that whole thing, and especially in the art side, usually those things that have held value, as I mentioned before in my session, is that they've had an element of danger to them in the art world, and it's that congestion between the sort of control as well as commercial as well as the artistic side. And have you taken into consideration that once you start having artists, and they might all of a sudden be saying or doing things that are maybe a little iffy, or is this cool or is this not? Have you sort of preempted those things coming in, and is that has it been a concern?
I guess so just to repeat the question, so I just make sure I'm understanding, is it kind of like the censoring component of it? Like,
yeah, it's censoring, or you know, what's accepted or not accepted, and because the other platforms like SuperRare and I don't know if Nifty Gateway has had any issues like that, but I know that there's been a lot of talk in the community with SuperRare. Some people still have their works on the platform, but they got booted out and those kinds of things. Because the collectibles are easy, but art is a little bit of a trickier thing, I guess.
Yeah, I guess from my ethos, right, just in the company's ethos, is we want to keep this, you know, censor proof, right? I mean, as far as we can allow it to be censor proof. Of course, there are going to be limitations to that, but I think the limitations to that are going to be strictly things that are, I think, globally nefarious. You know, we're talking, I don't even want to say like some of the subject matter, but like child pornography, things like that. Like, there has to be a way, and there is a way on you know, our DPoS system to, you know, update those to no longer show the images or take them down. But generally, we're not going to, like, it's not going to be Facebook, you know, where we're saying, hey, you believe in this political belief, or you believe in this. That's not for us to determine. I think it's just within the very strict guidelines of the law. There's certain things we'd have to protect against.
That's one thing.
That's a really good point. Because, you know, sorry, Travis, it's a good point, because that's something that our partners are concerned about. You know, take Disney, for example. They have these beloved properties that they really take care of, and you have a Disney princess, and they're kind of questioning, is it possible that they show up to, against something that's not really good for that brand? And so it's one of the big concerns, besides the, you know, what's the business model that they all have, is, you know, is our brands going to be safe on this platform?
Well, that's
yeah,
a great,
I guess
point.
It's an incredibly important point. And I think, you know, and Tobin, you've probably seen this on your stuff. Anything associated with Tops only shows you Tops assets, right? Other than in the secondary market, there's a third-party site that could sell other things. I think one of the kind of gateways that we could have is with WAX Cloud Wallet and some of the things that we provide, right, as a service that plug into things, to be able to kind of gate content. You know, and I hate saying that because it's not the intent of it, but there is certain things we just can't have, right? And we can't be associated with that. We don't want to be associated with that. And we have to protect our IP partners like Tops. So there are things you can do, you know, so far, so good. But again, it's something that we certainly think about, and there are avenues to explore. But Veza, in terms of art, you totally bring up a good point, right? That's probably the most, like, hey, where do we land on this, right? Because we're always pushing the envelope as artists, or you guys are pushing the envelope as artists. And I think, you know, we'd err on the side of allowing people to live their lives, you know, openly. But that's, you know,
certain moderation is probably
it has to happen. And I think, yeah, it just, you know, none of us want to be a part of facilitating truly nefarious shit, right? I mean, it's just not going to happen. So.
Well, that's what Atomic Hub has done, like specifically for blockchain heroes, is they set up heroes.atomichub.io. They also have cogs.atomichub.io. And they also have a feature where it asks you, it's not safe for work content is not shown by default. It asks you, do you want to see not safe for work content? And I'm like, yeah, because I'm a creepy dude. No, but no, people don't want to see that, right? So that's where the content moderation comes in, is I think with those secondary markets. And I think if Disney were to do this, it would be something like Disney NFTs.io or whatever the brand property is. And there's got to be a point where the secondary market type of stuff can take place on that property. So once those, or somehow there's got to be something where those sales can happen. And I don't know if that's an SEC issue or what is it, but does that seem like that's a solution? Like why is it that Tops is not able at this point to have a secondary market on its own site? And why is Blockchain Heroes not allowed? Why do we have to have those secondary markets right now?
There's nothing stopping them. I think, in fact, Tobin, I'd let you speak on that subject from your perspective, and I can talk to yours, Travis and Joel, afterwards, but it's not us that's stopping people from doing it. The only thing is with credit card processing, okay? So one thing for people to know is you're gonna get credit card payments and somebody can buy something and immediately flip it on the same site. The level of fraud you're going to see on something like that is incredibly high. You're also just gonna get yanked. So part of it is that.
But what if it's crypto only?
if it's crypto only, it doesn't matter. That's the beauty of it, right? It literally doesn't matter, Travis. No such thing as a chargeback in crypto, for better or worse. And I think it's for the better. In large part, chargebacks are, generally it's a fraudulent activity. So that's a solution. We love the fact that secondary markets pop up. Tops came to us and wanted to build a secondary market with crypto in there. I mean, that's up to them. It's just the balance of that with credit card and fiat payments. There is something to consider there for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, from our perspective, we are in a position where we're trying to encourage that ecosystem to develop and watching and learning. I mean, I think that's our position at the moment. And there's one element of this too. There are the secondary markets, and we're excited to see those spring up. And there's also the element of collectible utility beyond that. Like for our Garbage Pail Kids property, we were, I think in a prior panel, we encouraged developers to develop games around the collectibles at this point, right? Because we think that that's just going to fuel interest in the secondary market. And in our property. So we're actually pretty supportive of those efforts. And so that kind of raises the question too, because I think that's where a lot of the long-term opportunities are in blockchain are, what can really creative developers do and build and create around collectibles within parameters of the smart contracts of the original collectibles. Mm-hmm. And that's probably my biggest question is, how can you write in the right approvals, but also protections into the smart contract where you can say, hey, look, we'd like to explore these business models down the road, downstream, but we also don't want to be in a position where things are happening that are not good for our property. So, that's what I'm excited to see develop, I think, in the next couple of years.
Well, that would be maybe the way that I would curtail any of the problems that maybe Disney might have, is that you have Disney.market and all those things are sold on that additional market, and people are going to sell some things on secondary markets. But guess what? If I take my little mermaid lunchbox and sell it on eBay, I can go do that. I can sell it at a garage sale. So it's no longer in their control once I own that physical good. But it could be because people are going to say, oh, I know I got to go to Disney.market to do it. This is where I bought my cards. This is where I can resell my cards. Then you just condition the consumers to, purchase where you want them to purchase. And then still they can be purchased in other places, just like anything can be purchased in another place. I could sell it on Craigslist, right? So maybe that's something that could help them.
I have a contribution to the gamifications that like both of you, Tobin and Evan, that I'd encourage you to check out what we did with this other crypto artist called Ogar. We built this digital pyramid that is in the same proportion as the Giza pyramid in mathematically in crypto voxels, and basically it doubles as my gallery, but it has a bunch of hidden things and features where you can go into and get my QR. If you find a QR code, you can get my hashtag VESA tokens, which buy you NFTs that are hidden inside in these secret rooms inside of this pyramid. And there's educational videos about not only the art, but Egypt itself, some of the esoteric knowledge that is embedded into that whole thing in the true spirit of what the pyramids represent. And because if you think of the gallery model, the traditional one is that you have this swanky place with white walls and intimidation and coldness. And then all of a sudden you get to go into an art gallery from the comfort of your own home, and the tokens as well as the gamification of that space encourages you to keep coming back and really make it an interaction so that the art comes alive and it truly becomes a part of your life. And it would be exciting to see in the collectibles as well on the NFT side that it would truly become a game other than the swaps, is that there would be a central hub of some sort where people could go to really do the interaction on a daily basis. I think that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, that's very creative, Vesa. I mean, basically building a, collecting game mechanic in exploration and education, and then have a really great kind of end product that's a collectible that you can use. And that sounds amazing.
Yeah, we need to talk about it. Those are some interesting ideas. I know Travis and Joel are full of them too, man. I get a call from Joel at least twice a week with new ideas and great stuff coming out, and Travis. So the limits here, I mean, we haven't even started pushing the limits. Like we are in the early days of what's possible here. And I think, you know, and to Tobin's credit, man, you got to give yourself a pat on the back in terms of major IP and big companies. Like, you are really one of the first people who took this dive. So that was,
he is the blockchain hero. We need to make
one. Seriously.
Does that mean I get my own card, Travis? That's exciting.
You know what we're going to be doing? We're going to be doing another thing someday. Maybe so. Who knows? I want to ask you about that. Speaking of which, so I mean, there's a big buzz going on right now. Like, you guys have just done a little secret drop something. You guys are having your Digicon right now, Tobin, and something just dropped. You want to tell the fine folks what just happened?
Absolutely. So I'm pretty excited. We decided, since, you know, there were no physical, you know, Comic Cons or, you know, these types of things, that we wanted to create our own digital FanFest conference throughout our apps and our Twitch channel. It's a great thing going on for the next few days, and we as part of that dropped a very special kind of surprise GPK Flash Gordon parody called Gordon.
Crash.
It's like somebody's taking control, and there it is.
There is Mr. Joe Comm is hidden, the wizard behind the curtain. Very cool. So you can claim
I believe there's 5 cards with the big characters from Flash Gordon, along with an A and B name. And then I believe we have 3 variants. And those, we had a free drop about an hour or so ago. And we're going to continue selling some packs this afternoon. So we're pretty excited about that. It was just something that we wanted to do for the fans. Not a big release. We have another big release coming up with Series 2, targeting the end of September. But this is something we just wanted to do for the fans. It was kind of fun.
Didn't even know it was going to happen. You just said, pow!
You said, we're going to do it.
Nice. Delivering delight. We love that. That's one of the things that is one of our guiding missions on this whole NFT thing. You make your you know, your fans happy. Man, there's so much sadness and grumpiness in the world right now anyway. So it's like, if you can deliver delight to people and make people feel good and excited about something, I think that's great. Where can people find those later on if they want to snag some?
They're all at the Atomic Hub.
Oh, only at Atomic Hub? That's the only place you can get them, not on top of
That's right. So we tried something a little bit different this time. Again, we're always experimenting to see what works, trying new things, and we decided to release there. And what's different between this release and the other ones is that this release was not for credit card payments, but it was just for WAX tokens. So you had WAX tokens, you could buy it or somehow acquire those. So it was a little bit different experiment this time around.
And they're going to go on sale when?
I believe it's
30 minutes
Eastern.
In 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Nice. So everybody in our listening to NFT Day is going to leave and go over to Atomic Hub and go snag themselves.
I'm going to snag.
Don't leave. Just open up another browser window. I mean, come on.
That's true. Why would they need to leave?
You'll miss something important if you leave.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of drops going on today. No reason to leave.
Thanks for pulling that up, though, Joel.
That's great.
I'm here for you. I am the man behind the curtain.
Great stuff. Any other things that folks might need to know right now before we got a couple minutes left in this here panel? Any things that heading out? You mentioned about Series 2 maybe happening, and maybe Evan and Vesa. Anything that we need to know that's going on right now, or where should people go find you?
Well, can I go first, or was it Evan?
Yeah, go for it, Vesa.
Go ahead, Vesa.
Cool. It's just I've minted very few NFTs thus far, and if you go to artforcrypto.com, you'll find it. But at Art by Vesa Twitter, you'll have all the links directly to bid or straight up acquire some of the NFTs, and I think they go from 2 Ethereum to about 30 in between those brackets. But there's only about 8 or 9 or 10 available altogether. But yeah, artforcrypto.com, and you'll find all of that stuff. So I appreciate the be able to plug. You guys go.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, and his art's awesome, guys. I wanted to buy a piece last time we were in Vegas, but there's people outbidding me. So and anyways, yeah, for us, I mean, you can go check out any of our dApps. I mean, if you go to Atomic Hub, you'll be able to see a lot of content. Wax.io. If you want to follow us on Twitter, it's at wax_io, and my personal one is at Evan_Vandenberg. So there you go.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you being here. Tobin, we'll see you a little bit later this evening, and we're going to go more in depth on all Top's goodness. And I understand you might have another surprise.
Ooh. Absolutely. I do.
Awesome.
Privilege hanging out with all of you pioneers.
Hey,
Thanks,
you as
Evan.
well.
Thanks, Veza.
Good to see you,
Thanks,
Tobin.
everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Jeremy.
Before we turn it over to Jeremy for a drawing, I just wanted to pull this up. This is the piece of art that Veza was referencing, Blood on the Podcast Floor. And if you look closely, you'll see there's signatures all over this digital canvas print. And these are just the names that are on it. And one day Veza will auction this off for $1 million and donate the proceeds to charity. And you can go to artforcrypto.com and just search for this item to see that.
It's available to be purchased, I think, $999,999 over there, but it actually, the sale price will have to be over $1 million. And I got my ass handed to me because there was a lady in the blockchain who said that this is far too many men in these signatures. And now with COVID, we started gathering blockchain-based digital signatures, and thus far we've gathered 7 or 8 more powerful blockchain ladies into those names already, and gathering more. So if notable people want to come and hang out with that project, hit me up on Twitter.
That's great. Thanks, Veza. All right, Jeremy, we're going to turn it over to you for some drawings.
Let's do it. All right, here we go. So this is what a lot of you guys have been waiting for. This is the first raffle giveaway of the day. Just pick some stuff here. So we're going to be giving away a Shatner Mega Pack, a GPK Goes Exotic Mega Pack, OpenSea Decentraland Wearables, the Veza CoinGenius collaboration piece, as well as SuperRare, a very special piece by one of the founders and CEO of their personal collection called 8 Meters. And I'll be showing all of these. So with that said, I'm going to be working with my team. I'm going to bring up right now a random number generator. Right now, there's about 583 people with raffle tickets. So we're going to do a random number generator. And on the back end, we're not showing your wallets or your names or anything like that. I'm going to send a random number here, and then we'll let you know what the name is, and we'll go ahead and send that via email for further instructions. All right, so this one is going to be for the Shatner Mega Pack. First number, 296. So if my team on the back end can give me an idea of who the winner is, that would be great. Might take a second. All right, D Cannon, you're the winner. So check your email for more information and make sure, if you haven't already, for everybody who's filled out a raffle ticket or bought a ticket, to fill out the form with both your Wax ID and ETH address with a proper wallet tied to that. So a Trust wallet, I know MetaMask, Coinbase wallet, all of those except collectibles as well on the ETH side. So please do so. The next one, GPK Goes Exotic Mega Pack. These bad boys right here. Tempted to open one actually. All right, the next one is 482. Let's see who it is. M Block, you are the winner. Check your email for more information around that. Perfect. All right, next we're going to the OpenSea Decentraland Wearables, which look a little bit like this. Am I sharing my screen here? I hope I am. Let's see here. And I'm not, so you guys can't even see what I'm sharing. Wonderful. Here we go. All right, so you should be able to see my screen now. That's not it. That's pretty cool as well. And here we go. That's known origins. Here we go. OpenSea soccer t-shirt from Decentraland. This is what this one is that you could win. And that is $493. S Bisson, BISSON, congratulations, you're the winner of that. Check your email for more information. Cool. Now this is the one I'm really excited about. This is the rare Veza CoinGenius collaboration piece. Looks something like this. Incredible NFT. This is actually not even the rare one. The rare one has more cool stuff in green in the background, but you can get a sense of how cool this NFT is. And keep in mind, this one is very special because he created this. This was a physical piece that he brought out last year and did for us at World CryptoCon, and then he turned this into an NFT. Okay. The next winner is number 30. And let's see what the name is here. And keep in mind, this is a 1 of 5 piece. There's only 5 of these in the world. So this is definitely a super rare piece. D Huot, Huot. You are the winner. Stay tuned for more information via email. Last but not least, the super rare 8 meters. This is from the personal collection of CEO of SuperRare, which is really exciting here. 1 second, pulling that up. This one's really cool. It's called 8 meters, Rhythm Seekers. In this picture, a sound file has been converted to a JPEG. The sound is recorded with a piezo microphone attached to the end of a stick. I pulled the stick behind me like a phonograph needle. The way I went was recorded, an analog process that has been converted to the digital world. The sound can be heard on his website. Really cool stuff. All right, last one. 111. Let's see the winner.
So many ones.
Right. Jay Larson, congratulations. That's a really cool piece. Stay tuned for more information. So that's that. That's the first raffle. We're going to have several more throughout the day. And the grand finale, don't miss this one. This is at the end of the day. It's basically the super mega pack extravaganza. Whoever wins that final one is going to get a mega pack from GPK Series 1, Exotic, Shatner, Blockchain Heroes Titan pack, Cogs mega pack. All of that you will receive.
Wow.
So it's going to be pretty exciting.
That's awesome. Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate
Absolutely.
it. Mr. Travis Wright, we have a friend that is coming in to the house with us right now.
I love friends.
I love my friends too. He is the one and only Jody Rich of Cred. And they are responsible for putting together the super cool goodie bags that you guys are going to be able to acquire for the paid tickets for NFT Day. Jody, great to see you.
Joel, lovely to see you.
You as well. Is it lovely to see Travis too?
No.
Hey, Travis. Lovely to see Travis.
Joel and his friend.
Jody, you are the founder and CEO of People Browser. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, and I've known you for 10 years or more.
I know, and I've been on Cred since your first iteration. You know, back in the day, there was a site called Clout that was your competitor for measuring social cachet. Well, they got bought and then went out of business. And you are the site now that is the official tracker of online credibility.
Yeah, can you believe it was 2011, almost 10 years ago, when we started scoring and keeping track of all of your social actions, so that we could rank people and run leaderboards, and we used to say, we still do, you know, everyone has influence somewhere. What absolutely completely amazed me the other day was during the Republican convention, Tiffany Trump gets up and starts talking about the evilness of social networks. And I thought, wow, haven't we come a long way? Social networks have become so important to our election process that we have these things being talked about during the elections. How amazing.
It is. The website home.cred, but you actually have multiple domains. And really what we want to talk about today is your place in the NFT space, which is nft.cred. So maybe give people a background of what that's about. And I'm going to actually pull up your website as you do.
Well, our mission for a very long time has been how do people control their own content? how do people control their own identity? And an NFT is an object that you can control. And so we have used NFTs to bring your content to life in a way that you can control. And the first step is domains. And so NFT cred and the domain token allow you to control a domain name. That's one example. Or NFT cred through a swag bag, which everyone has for this conference, allows you to get an offer or an hour of my time. And so we've used the blockchain and non-fungible tokens to allow people to create objects that give control to domains, redemption offers, and various things that you could really only do on the blockchain. And so when we created NFT Cred a couple of years ago, we had this vision that eventually NFTs would be these objects that gave you and other influencers and brands control over your social content and control over your domains and control over offers. And that's where we're going with it. And we're really excited and we're absolutely delighted to have created the swag bag that you're now showing on the screen.
I need to log in, but I wanted to turn off my screen so I can log in privately. It's none of your business what my logins are, people. Quit looking.
Yeah, so tell us more about the domain name. So I notice you have yours right above your head there, jodyrich.cred. And if one were to go to that, what kind of things are people going to see if they go to that URL?
Well, let's start with, what's a domain name? A domain name is a piece of intellectual property. It's a virtual digital thing that gives you ownership over a part of the internet. A domain name is a link with a tag that means something. In my case, it's my name. And when you enter that into a browser, it takes you to a place that gives people information about you or about whatever it is you've decided to put on that website. So that's what a domain name is. But domain names have been typically very difficult to transfer, and you require various third parties. And by baking a domain name into a token, what we're doing is actually giving you all the control on that token. You don't need a third party anymore to consent or control the transfer process. So it's called DNS. DNS is what people use to control a domain name on the World Wide Web. And then, of course, on the blockchain, we have ENS, which I believe Devin talked about. So if you take DNS, which controls information on the web, and ENS, which controls transactions on the Ethereum blockchain, and you bake that into one token, suddenly what I have is jodyrich.cred that is both my World Wide Web identity and can point at my Ethereum wallet for currency transactions and anything else that I choose to do on Ethereum. So now what we've got is a label, jodyrich.cred, that controls both money and information. And it's all on the blockchain. So it's decentralized and it's something that I feel like I control without a third party being involved. And that's incredibly powerful. And it's just the beginning, because what we can do next is we can bake other things into this token, other things, just like what was being talked about in Congress recently with the social network congressional hearings, and what politicians are talking about, which is how do people independently control their own content. And that's what I
want to bake a cake into my token. All this talk of baking is making me hungry, Jody.
Well, why not bake an Uber Eats token?
All right, talk about that, because now I'm not sure what you've got in this particular goodie bag. Is there some, tell me what's in there, and is there an Uber Eats type of token?
Just to finish what Travis was asking, what if you baked another token into your domain token? In this case, what if I said anyone who came to jodyrich.cred could get a Uber Eats token or a swag bag link for NFT day? So, suddenly what we can do with domain tokens, Travis, is we can make them more than just simply links and domain links. We can make them a link to really anything that you want people to get when they go to your domain. And that's really cool. That's the next generation.
You can add layers and add things on top of it and have it be a link pointing to someplace.
Absolutely. And what we're rolling out too is royalty. So if, for example, you're a domain investor and you get nftday.cred, and you think one day that will be worth a lot of money for someone, you can sell that token and they can sell that to someone, and they can then unsell that token, and you can get a royalty being the original creator of nftday.cred. And that's what the blockchain brings to this. So that's really important. And that can be applied to music and art as well, in that a token can actually carry a royalty for the original creator.
Veza, are you listening still, dude? Are you? Yeah, I like that. Well, sorry to push you along that line of thinking before you got done making your point. I think that's fantastic. So you mentioned Uber Eats, and I'm looking here at the NFT Day attendee pack, and I see something about Postmates in here. So tell me what we're looking at here.
Well, what you're looking at is a bundle of NFTs that have been put together just for the attendees of this conference. And our objective with NFT Cred is to allow any event organizer to go and create tokens for their audience. And it could be a discount. It could be a home delivery of a pizza. It could be the amazing blockchain hero collectible. And for us, we say that a token should be a lot more than just a collectible. It could be an offer, it could be a domain, it could be an hour of my time. And I think that's really important. And here we're looking at what were you just showing on the screen?
Oh, here, let me pull that back up again. I think your phone's lighting up. Somebody really wants to get hold of you.
Somebody wants an hour at a time.
Dinner is on us. Exactly. NFT Day, $25. How does this get acquired? This is in the pack?
Yeah, this is in the pack. We're using Postmates instead of Uber Eats here. We can also use Uber Eats. And Postmates are a food delivery app. So we just went in, got a token. We prepaid it, and anyone who has it now, anyone who owns this token can use it to get $25 worth of Postmates.
Baking cakes, delivering Postmates. So when I go to the page here, I see all these. So I click subscribe, and then when will they show up?
You get the link. When you click on subscribe, you get the link by email, and then you click on them, and off you go, and it drops it into your wallet.
Oh, well, I'm going to check my email because I just clicked that right there.
Excellent.
While Travis asks you a brilliant question, I'm going to look for it.
Go, Travis.
Go, Travis. My question on this, I think an issue that I've had is that somehow my wallet is connected to something that's not my email. So maybe it's connected to my Twitter or something, because I try to add things to my wallet and I only have one Ethereum wallet, and it says, nope, that wallet is already claimed by another wallet. So I think sometime whenever I first set it up, I set it up with my Twitter, and my Twitter is not connected to my email. And so I've had a problem trying to connect those and get those goodies, I've noticed. So,
well, this is early days, and there are some issues. One issue is that many of the wallets don't actually properly display NFTs. And that has to be sorted out. And then the other big issue, of course, is if you want it to be actually an Ethereum token as opposed to a sidechain token, then you have to pay enormous amounts of gas at the moment to move tokens around. And that can be sorted by actually minting. On our platform, you can choose what platform you want to what blockchain you want to actually mint on. And we're recommending people use a Ethereum sidechain at the moment because Ethereum is so expensive. I mean, that problem needs to be sorted out because Ethereum is too expensive right now for normal everyday transactions.
Yeah, can you sort that out, please, Jody?
Yeah. What sidechain are you recommending?
I'm on the case. I'm definitely on the case. I want to come back to something, Travis, which is, this is much bigger than just swag, and this is much bigger than just domains. NFTs for me are a place where you can actually represent who you are. In other words, the travis.cred domain can be much more than just your domain name and your website. It can be anything that you want to attach to that token and stored on the blockchain. And so, for example, Travis, you probably have, you have an Instagram, you have a Facebook, you have a Twitter, you have a LinkedIn, you have all sorts of social representations of who you are. And so what if travis.cred, the domain name, could actually be bringing all of your profiles, all of your virtual digital presence together into one domain that you own. And then when people go to it, they actually can then jump to all the different places that represent who you are. And you are represented by your profiles. You are represented by who your friends are. Oh, do I want to be friends with Travis because of his friends? So, can we bring your contacts from your other networks together?
You do not want to be friends with Travis because of his friends. He hangs out
with
some really shady people.
But he's a smart guy and he writes interesting posts. So what if we brought your posts together too? And so this is traveling in a direction that is much, much bigger than just a token or a domain name. What NFTs are doing is giving us a vehicle that allows you, and it gives you independence on how you represent yourself. And right now you're represented in all of these different silos, all these different social networks represent who you are, but you don't control them. You don't control your newsfeed.
Well, I was like one of those sites back in the day, FriendFeed, that I really loved. FriendFeed I thought was an awesome tool. About.me was an awesome tool. I don't even know if that still exists, but taking those and then adding crypto to that and NFTs and then that becomes sort of the super information highway of you.
Exactly, spot on. Right? And think of it as an about me that you control on a domain that you control, that brings together all your different content, posts, and profiles from different networks.
There's a quote there. Say that again, Travis. It's the super. What did you say?
It's like the super information highway of you.
Of you, yeah.
I like that.
Super trademark Travis Wright. You should buy that from him, Jody, or just use it and don't tell him.
Yeah.
Well, we're a team. Absolutely. Totally.
So how do, anybody that's operating on Ethereum right now is handicapped, right? Because of the gas fees. You've got to be going down the rabbit hole and looking at what the solutions are and who's working on that. We've got just a couple minutes left, but if you have any ideas of where that's going and how this can be fixed, we'd like to know.
Well, you might remember that when NFTs were sort of first invented by the ER721 standard, CryptoKitties actually brought Ethereum to a standstill. And that wasn't gas costs that brought it to a standstill. It was just simply the time it took to run a transaction. And we were right in the middle of building NFT cred at that time. And we decided actually to build NFT cred on both the Stellar blockchain and the Ethereum blockchain. So the way we solve the problem is we give you the option when you're actually creating an NFT to decide whether you want to run on Stellar, which is very fast and inexpensive, or whether you want to run on the ubiquitous standard Ethereum or an Ethereum sidechain. And so that's how we've solved the problem, by actually giving our users the opportunity to mint on a different platform. I can't tell you for sure that Ethereum are ever going to solve this problem. We don't know, but we do know there are hundreds of thousands of people who are working on the problem. Yeah. For you as a user and an event organizer, you can mint on a sidechain that doesn't have congestion and is super cheap.
Yeah, that's fascinating. And I think I posed this question to Cameron and the rest of the panel earlier. it seems like there needs to be a chain link of NFTs, because you got some on Engine, you got some on Wax, some on Ethereum, some on these Phantasma, some of these other ones. Bridges.
Yeah, bridges. Yeah, so we've built bridges between Stellar and Ethereum, and we built bridges between Ethereum and POA and Ethereum and Loom for exactly that reason. You're spot on, because if you mean on one, you want to move it.
And that's
I
harmony.
would love a wax bridge, but not
That's
a
peace.
real made of real wax, because it would melt in the sun.
We
Jody,
don't have a
where would
wax.
you like people to go to learn more about cred?
They go to nft.cred.
Perfect. My friend, thank you. Always great to see you. And I'm sure it won't be long before we speak again.
Yeah, bye-bye from the jungle. I'm in the middle of the jungle
we see
today.
that.
Remote
jungle. Awesome. Well, Jeremy, why don't you go ahead and give us a quick wrap up of what's going on and what's coming?
Yeah, sure. This has been an incredible day thus far. Thank you, everybody who has joined us, people who are watching on the stream, those who have registered, bought raffle tickets. This has really been an incredible day. The idea originally when I approached Joel Travis and said, hey, let's throw a day about NFTs, it's to empower all of us to learn more, because I'm learning every single day. Travis, I know you are. You guys are really into the thick of things. We're going to cover this in a second about your journey into the world of NFTs and creating blockchain heroes, another massive success. But getting people together, the brightest minds in the space that are really defining what is the future of NFTs is really great. I think we might have to, and this is something people have already asked us, Travis, in terms of doing another NFT day. So maybe this is something we do twice a year, because the space is evolving so quickly. So that's kind of where we're at. So, for those of you who are just joining us, we did some really incredible things in the beginning, which is Travis and Joel kind of dove deep into the world of NFTs. And keep in mind, this will be on YouTube afterwards. So if you want to rewatch this, and it'll be restreamed across multiple networks as well. So if you missed it, go back and rewatch some of these panels. We did dive into entering into the world of NFTs. We had Lee Kai from Phantasma Chain. We had John Crane, the CEO of SuperRare, Cameron Bale, the director of marketing of Cred, which you just saw as well. And then we also did an art showcase with Veza, and Veza is one of these great artists in the blockchain space, and showing how he's creating unique NFTs. And one of those, as we mentioned, is one of our giveaways that we're doing called Pushback, and that's a really cool piece that somebody just won. And then we just did, an interview with Veza about how to really get into the space as an artist and how to create new revenue streams through the utilization of these NFTs and this whole blockchain movement. This doesn't just apply to artists. This applies to athletes. We saw the use case with William Shatner. William Shatner has an incredible user base and fan base out there. He just took a photo album or a few from his home that no one's ever seen, put them into digital trading cards, and they sold out in 9 minutes. And those are like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of cards, over 10,000 different packs. So there's a demand here. And every single release we see, this is increasing. And every single one of them tends to sell out. With the latest one being Cogs. And I know there's been some really good announcements about IP coming into the space, from, I think they did a release on Capcom. So I think Street Fighter and that IP is coming into the space at some point. I'm hearing inklings of a lot of huge brands that everybody knows that are coming into the space and creating unique NFTs. And I think we heard a little bit about foreshadowing of the future, right? What an NFT can be. And I think if you really think about it, the first ever music video came out, which is just an animated music video, but the music video is the NFT, and that really blew my mind. And I think that's what we're all in the space trying to figure out, is what's the next evolution. That it's about content. How can you put content in an NFT that's collectible, that's tradable? This is really game changing for, like I said, public figures, organizations, athletes, and people that want to unlock revenue opportunities. It's a big deal. And then we moved on to our interview with OpenSea, and heard from Devin Finzer about all the great things that OpenSea is doing. They're the biggest NFT marketplace out there. If you haven't gone there, you should definitely check it out. They have some really incredible and unique art pieces out there. And then, we did Tops. Tops is leading the charge in the space along with Wax, and doing some really incredible stuff as well. Obviously, their GPK, Garbage Pail Kids release, did incredibly well. First one sold out in 24 hours, second one an hour. And I know they're working on some really cool stuff. They announced some release of these really cool packs today in conjunction with the event that they're hosting. And I just imagine that GPK Series 2, when that comes out, I don't even know how quickly that's going to sell out. Maybe it's going to be time bound. But yeah, it's pretty exciting to see what Tops is doing. And I know they're working with some of the biggest IP holders out there and bringing these companies and these brands into the space. So really excited about what they're doing and everything Tobin and Gino and everybody over there are working on. And then we talked about unlocking alternative revenue streams with artists, musicians, and athletes, some of what I just mentioned with Evan Vandenberg of WAX, Tobin and Veza. All of them were just really talking in conjunction with Travis about what's possible. We did a live raffle giveaway. We gave away a Shatner Mega Pack, GPK Goes Exotic Mega Pack, OpenSea Decentraland Wearables, the Veza CoinGenius collaboration piece, and then SuperRare 8 meters, which was from the personal collection of the CEO over there. So yeah, that's a kind of a recap of everything that has happened thus far. Joel and Travis are going to come up next if you guys want to join back. And what we're going to do here is something unique because these guys are living it, right? They're diving in, and not only do they have the Nifty show as a kind of a spin-off of the Bad Crypto podcast and just talking about everything that people are doing in the NFT space. Sorry, one second. In the NFT space. But they're really diving into NFTs by creating their own. So Blockchain Heroes was a massive success as well. They put that on WAX, as I mentioned earlier, where they were the first ones to accept only WAX, so cryptocurrency only payments, no credit cards. So these guys are really pioneering a lot of things in the space, and I can't wait to dive in and hear some of the things that you guys have done, why it's unique, what you guys have done that's different than anybody else, and what you guys have planned for the future.
Living the dream. Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate you coming to us and saying let's get this thing put together. I just want to say the GPK sale is sold out already, and I think Evan might be pulling his hair out a little bit because there was some Wax Cloud wallet issues once again. But 3,000 of those packs are gone, and apparently another sale is going to take place this afternoon in 3.5 hours of the remaining 1,200 packs. So yeah. there's that.
I was really excited because I'm in Albania and I left my 2FA in back where I live. So I was like, dang,
that's how it goes. That's just how it goes. So yeah, I thought it'd be interesting for us to take a little trip down memory lane to discuss the journey we've had through NFTs, how we got to Blockchain Heroes, and where we're going from here. So this started back in, well, it started with CryptoKitties, but earlier we talked about how Travis and I did NFTs for events. We remember events back in January. We went to 2 events and we created an NFT, and then we did NFTs for proof of listening. And Travis, you remember, I think, a little clearer than I. When was it that I sent you an email to like what the next step would be?
I believe originally it was in February, and we were having a conversation, and you'd said, hey, let's do something around blockchain buddies. Is that what you're thinking?
Mm-hmm.
And then you're like, blockchain buddies. Well, we were thinking about just selling creating some stuff and selling them maybe on OpenSea.
Right.
Just creating NFTs on Ethereum. And we had chatted about that. And I was like, blockchain buddies. I was like, I don't really like that name. It's cool. He was telling me about it, and I was like, so what? Like kind of like a Garbage Pail Kids kind of thing.
Right.
And that was 5 days before Topps and Wax announced their partnership with Wax and Garbage Pail Kids. And so, we kind of put that on the back burner. We launched a from 0 to 60. We launched a virtual blockchain week from start of the idea to launching it and doing it in 31 days. So in a month, we had the idea, let's do it, boom, we did it. And then after that conference was over, we had a lot of great time on that conference, really a lot of amazing people. And right after that, we decided to revisit, and we were thinking about it. And then, oh, by the way, Topps and GPK did their launch. And we saw how cool the mechanism was and the technology, because it had the pack opening and the cards flew out and blockchain. And we were like, that's exactly what we need to do instead of blockchain buddies. And it evolved into blockchain heroes.
Which also Wax, it's so much faster, right? It's instant. You buy your packs, you open your packs, you've got your cards, they mint, and then you can, trade them or sell them on the marketplace. And of course, back then it was just GPK.market, and then Saeed launched collectibles.io, and then Atomic Assets came along, and Jonah and Fabian launched AtomicHub.io, and it looks like everything's moving towards Atomic right now. But we decided, when we discovered what was possible on the WAX platform, we also discovered from Evan Vandenberg, who you heard from earlier, that there is a WAX Labs fund. If you go to labs.wax.io, they've actually put aside 100 million WAX to fund projects that will grow adoption of their blockchain. So we put in a proposal for this, and we won it. They loved the idea. I think there was some people that were like, this won't work, but we were pretty confident that we knew what we were doing, because we were bringing with us, between the two of us, more than 40 years of marketing experience, and, community building and social media, and sending out content, and doing cross promotions, building partnerships. And so we got the funding. We onboarded my son, Zach Comm, who was responsible for ideating the heroes that would be inspired by real blockchain personalities. And then we discovered that Travis was amazing with Photoshop and able to design these cards. And he onboarded his son, who's just a fresh high school graduate, who actually helped put together more than half of the cards.
Yeah. I started out as a graphic designer back in the day, and I learned real quickly that working with clients is a big pain in the ass, because they want all these changes. And but I've been working with Photoshop since probably 97, maybe, an early version of Photoshop. And so I got pretty good with Photoshop back in the day, and I had a t-shirt shop way back in the day and did all these graphics, learned a bunch of stuff. But I basically been in marketing and doing a bunch of different things, and I just sort of dusted off my Photoshop skills and stacked a few new techniques along the way, and we started building these different variations. But I think one of the key points was that here we are, we're in this sort of coronavirus era right now, and we were thinking about how we wanted to get this amazing art. We want to do this, but we don't want it to look chintzy. We don't want it to look horrible like a third grader created it, because if I had to create some art and like a person, like, it's going to look horrible, and if Joel did it, probably equally bad. And so we went on Upwork. We looked around. We said, "Oh, Fiverr." It was like, "Oh man, Fiverr."
Yeah, I did a couple on Fiverr, and then I went to Upwork, and I put out a call for an audition, basically, which they're not a big fan of you doing that. But when you're doing a project that's significant, you want to make sure you've got the right artists. And we put the job out there and had something like 60 or so people apply. Looked through them, and I went to about 35 of them and said, "Hey, here's a character. Do us a quick sketch just so we can see what you're capable of." And we got all these auditions. We went through them, and we picked 5 artists that we thought, "Yep, they've got this." And we hired them to each do 10 different heroes in our series. And that was fun, because Zach would spec out the heroes, put them in Trello, the artists would come, a sketch would come in, and we'd be like, "Oh my gosh, that's amazing." And every day it was like new ones would come in, and then you would say, "Oh, maybe change this or maybe change that," and give them the go ahead to create the final. And then the finals were even more amazing. And we were so thrilled to see the artwork coming in. And then you began designing cards, and we revealed them. We really understood the importance of community, and we have the best. The Blockchain Heroes community is the best. These people are engaged. They're passionate about collectibles. They're passionate about Blockchain Heroes. They're involved in the Telegram. They're involved in Twitter. They come to our weekly meetings, which we started 10 weeks ago. We only launched the product came out it'll be 3 weeks ago tomorrow. And so we've been building community and getting people engaged in our megaverse now for almost 3 months.
I would say that was the key thing is for one, we had amazing artwork, but cultivating community, I think, is one of the key things within this whole thing. And our mission on this whole thing as well has been to deliver delight. And I've said that a couple times already. You guys are probably getting tired of my face.
Say it a lot. Yeah. Just start saying D squared. We'll know.
Yeah, well, it's all about the delight, man. There's a great book out there called Delivering Happiness by the CEO of Zappos. And, reading that several years ago and then really thinking about this, it's all about that, making people happy because the world's crazy right now. And if we can deliver some delight, that's great. And so but the cultivation of the community, I think was very key. And also getting great artwork, right? You can't have crappy looking artwork. That's not good. And originally we went to Behance. I remember going to Behance and I was looking around for great artists. I found this one artist and he was like, oh yeah, it's going to be X amount for each one. It's going to take me, 7 months to get it all done or something crazy. And we were like, wow, doesn't look like we're going to get one artist. We're going to have to get multiple artists. And that whole process of whittling down and interviewing them and then having them do an audition, that was great. And then when that art started, and really we didn't know what kind of variations we were going to do. Originally, we were going to think we're going to do something like GPK was doing. Maybe I was trying to figure out how to do a prism, and maybe we had each one of them draw a sketch first, and we're going to use that sketch to turn that into the piece, and that wasn't it. And then so we decided and we just sort of evolved over time. And here's where we are now. These are our common cards. These are common variations. You can see the fronts and the backs, and we have 9 different variations of cards.
Yeah. So this, by the way, Genesis is card 1. That is the most desirable hero in the set. And then here's our uncommon cards, which kind of take a comic book feel to it with more a whiz bang nameplate here on the bottom. All right. Then this was cool. Travis came up with this is a tribute to Da Vinci, right? So this is the rare card that a little more difficult to get, and it's
and the back. Click on the backs there, if you would. Maybe click it and then click it, and so it gets big.
That's not doing.
It's not doing anything.
That's what you can see. That's what you get.
All right.
Then with the epic variation, the cards begin to get effects and animation to them.
I think the screen's lagging back a little bit.
So this is a sketch card. We call it the epic sketch. And when you see one of these pop out of your packs, it's like, oh, cool. This is a little more difficult to get. And then I think for many, our favorite variation is the legendary.
Hold on a second here. You got to let it sit there because there's a lag with Zoom.
Oh.
And so I don't think we're getting this chance to see.
Are you guys?
There we go. Now they're starting to move. There we go.
I think the lag's on your side. I'm looking on YouTube. It's good.
Okay.
So because you're in Albania. So here's the legendary Shockwave. The first time Travis said, "What do you think of this?" and he showed me one of these cards, I'm like, "Oh my gosh, that's beautiful. We have to use this as one of the more rare variations."
Yeah, and that was one of the things is that we were trying to progressively make them cooler, but not cooler than the next one. So this one right here, Legendary, is probably one of the coolest ones within it. But the next one's pretty cool, but this one just seems classy. This one's like explosive, and we wanted to make sure people had more of these. Look at that wizard there. That wizard is so sexy.
Yeah, so this is the mythic card. Out of 12,500 cards, there's only going to be about 225 of these in the entire set. So if you get one of these in a pack, which by the way, I've not gotten one. And then we, when you talk about delivering delight, Travis, we included a secret series in the pack that nobody knew about called Secret Smoke. And these are all 50 heroes, but there's only one of each of these cards. So, when people were popping packs at the beginning, somebody was the first one to see one of these. And they're like, what
was Genesis?
What was it? That's really fun.
I think it was Genesis. Well, the thing was, this goes back to cultivating community because, we were talking as we were developing stuff, we were still building stuff. And then on Telegram, somebody said, oh, it'd be really cool if there was just a Genesis 1 of 1 and it was the only one. And that would be so awesome. And then that turned into, and then we created one that was that's another version that's not on here yet because it's not been popped. Nobody's found the electric.
Right.
And so there's only one of those. And then I thought, wow, well, let's create a whole other class that is just secret. And we don't tell it. And originally it was going to be like a blueprint. That was my original idea. And then we didn't like that. And then we played with another one, and then we came across the smoke one. So
Yeah, one of our fans actually built this page. This right here is one of one called Electric Genesis. It's the only one in the series that has this style to it. And they're tracking pack openings. So it has to drop in a hero pack. There's hero and Titan packs, and 78.37% of hero packs have been opened to date. There's 2,163 left. So every hero pack you open, there's now 2,163 chance that this card will drop. And if it doesn't drop into the last pack, well, that means it's in the last pack, but it's totally random. We have no idea when it's going to drop.
We have zero idea, and that's part of the fun. And then, so we do these pack openings along the way, and people are opening up these packs, trying to get, and it just hasn't dropped yet. And
so should we do one right now?
Yeah, let's do one right now.
Well, I'm going to open up a hero pack right here, and you guys can see what this looks like. There we go.
Ooh,
bro, that's pretty much par for the course for me. I do not have the best luck with my own cards, but this is
just the way it goes. Sometimes you get packed, sometimes you don't.
One of the favorite cards in the series. Do you have one you want to open?
Dude, I do not have access to my 2FA, so
no packs for you, Jack.
No packs, Jack.
Yeah, but you guys can go to heroes.com.
I have to come back on and say, this experience, I've experienced a lot of them from the GPKs, the William Shatners, et cetera. And the experience for you guys in terms of the Blockchain Heroes cards are really incredible because you guys really thought really deeply about how you wanted to release them. So I found myself getting pretty excited, obviously, about the release of the mega packs or the Titan packs, if you will, that have more in them. But the cool thing you did is on the hero packs, which are the cheaper packs, those were the packs where you had like the most rare cards in it, including the Genesis Smoke, right? So the average person really had a chance of getting the most rare card in the set. And I thought that was brilliant. So what I found myself doing was opening a bunch of packs, thus just going on Atomic Hub and actually selling them to then get more wax to buy more hero packs. And you just did that. I wasn't doing it for you or anybody else. It was just like, that was the mechanic. That was the psychological effect that it had on me specifically. So brilliant. And the journey in terms of how you guys got in and how you thought about it and how it's continuously evolving is really something admirable. So congrats on all your success there.
Thank you, good sir. Very nice of you to say so.
Absolutely.
It's one of those things, we thought about it and, we saw what Topps did. And right now with the GPK Series 1, 77% of them are opened. And they launched in May. And today, I think maybe we just passed them because I know we're really close.
We're really close. So if you, Jonah and Fabian at Atomic Hub have set up some great tools. Also, there's some great tools at waxstash.com and collectibles.io and heroes.market, all great partners for secondary markets. But this tool right here, the Blockchain Heroes tool page, shows you exactly how many hero packs have been opened, how many Titan packs have been opened, and total percentage. I think we're just like less than 1/4% away from passing GPK on there. Here's the Electric Genesis monitor, and you can actually go in here to the collections and see all the cards. This is not my collection right here, but it shows you what you own and how many are in supply.
And I would say that was part of the gamification and the mechanics of it, is because with having that principle of deliver delight, thinking about that as the North Star and going, okay, and we were doing these every week, we still do them, these hero reports, and we would tell them what's going to come. And so by the time we launched, they thought they knew it all. Like we told them about the Genesis Electric the week before it's going to launch. In their minds, they knew everything about it. They're excited and they're ready to go. And then the day happens of the sale, and that first person opens up that Genesis Smoke, and they were like, what is this? What? And then we were actually doing live pack openings at that time. So whenever the sale went on, and then people would come into the room and they would open packs, and there was 70, 80 people, sometimes even more than that, and they were wanting to open up packs and just having fun. And then once that first smoke popped open, they're like, whoa. And then we told them the deal. Well, there's 50 of them. and they're going to be in random. And there's still 16 of them that haven't been opened, I believe. And then also the Electric Genesis. So there's 17 one-of-one cards that have yet to be opened, and we're at 77+% of our packs open right now.
Yeah, and you know, one of our goals is to keep adding value to the packs and cards that people have already purchased. And so, you know, because we're small and agile, we have the ability to iterate. And with the help of the guys at Atomic Hub, for example, we created something called the Arcane Vortex, and Zach created some great lore to go with it. And the way that this works is these are all 5 new legendary level NFTs. You know, Travis talked earlier about thinking outside the rectangle, and that's what these NFTs do. There's going to be 200 of these total, and the way it works is people are able to go, well, I don't have any cards in this account, but go and pick 100 common cards and send them to the Vortex, effectively burning those cards out of the supply permanently. But it's a trade up because they end up with one of these new NFTs randomly, and these are more desirable because they're very rare. And I think that we have maybe 15 out of 200 that are left that can be used in the Vortex. So if you go to atomichub.io, and you can access the heroes tools from the menu right here. See, there's a wax tool, there's a cogs tool, there's a GPK tool, and there's a BH tool. And then you can click hero tools, and it gives you access to everything that's just for blockchain heroes. And we just announced yesterday or Wednesday, Travis, that we have another iteration with some new mythic level NFTs that people are going to get rewarded for opening packs.
That's really cool. Do you guys by chance have a video of the Vortex? I just thought that was extremely clever.
I do. Cool to show it. Let me just locate it here because we wanted to, we really are into this experience. You know, I took on the task of hiring somebody to create the pack opening video because we really wanted, when they open packs, to not just have, you know, oh, there's your cards. You open a pack, there's your cards. We wanted them to feel like this is epic. And we did the same thing with the Vortex. Is once they clicked to put all their 100 commons in, it would then play this video. And then it would reveal which of the 5 new legendary arcane NFTs resulted. And so it's just one of those little extra things. And we're going to keep doing that. We're going to keep coming up with ways to bring excitement and life to the series. And we're already road mapping out multiple iterations and future series. So the blockchain heroes are here to stay.
Yeah. And for us, it's not about, you know, nickel and diming our audience and trying to get money from them each time. These iterations have been free. Like they burned their cards, that didn't cost them anything. And Joel, when I'm talking about this, maybe pull up the next mythic ones. And so what we're doing right now is with these pack openings, once we reach 76% on packs, between 76 and 81%, that will be 625 packs. And so if you open up those packs, each one of those packs you open, you get an entry. And each one of those entries will give you an opportunity to win one of these cards. And so there's going to be 12 total, 4 of each one of these. And this is the Alpha Trinity. So these are the 3, you know, top alpha dogs in crypto, really, right? Satoshi Nakamoto, Vitalik Buterin, and of course our one and only, well, Metallic and Lightspeed. Those are the 3, you know, alpha dogs, I guess, when it comes to
so cool.
Yeah, so these are mythic levels. There's only going to be 4 of these of each, and so 12 total cards. And every pack you open gives you a chance to win one of those fancy cards.
Yeah,
these guys are innovators. If you guys couldn't tell, they're leading the way. You know, I would call them futurists as well. Always
innovators,
at the
outnovators,
cutting edge.
Elevators,
whatever.
Darth Vaders. I don't know. Something.
Yeah. But yeah, if you anybody listening right now, and I know we've invited some folks, you know, from traditional corporations to artists and athletes. If you guys have any thoughts or questions, reach out to myself, Travis, and Joel. We can help you get in and help you understand creative ways to be able to create these unique NFTs around the likeness of your company or yourself to create this new revenue stream we've been talking about. These guys are proving the pudding that you can do it. And you don't necessarily have to have the technical understanding of how to build it and integrate it into the blockchain, even though I think you guys have learned a lot along the way and you have some really incredible partners.
Did somebody say pudding?
Yeah. Well, I would say thank you for that. Thank you for that, Jeremy. And that's it. I mean, what it comes down to really this is that, you know, Joel and I collectively have over 50 years of digital marketing experience. And for the last 3+ years, we've been hosting Bad Crypto and understanding blockchain. We saw CryptoKitties right when they came out. We've been thinking about these non-fungible tokens and what it means. And so what happens is you have these two top marketers who are thinking about what you could do with something. And so once we get unleashed on a brand and start thinking about what could happen and what mechanisms could happen, we just have fun with it. You know what? And like that's it. It's like work. This isn't work to us. We just having a blast creating cool stuff, working on epic projects and doing epic shit with amazing people. And so that's just really what it's all about for us. And we're having a lot of fun in the process.
What he said. And
Yeah.
Jeremy, I know
ahead.
you've been inspired by what's happening in the NFT space, obviously, to partner with us to put on this event,
Yeah.
but you're also working on something. And I think we're going to turn it over to you to share a little bit about Bitcoin origins.
Yeah, thank you guys. And you guys are always a great inspiration for the stuff that we do. You guys leading the way. We like to be the fast followers, but also, you know, unique and try to create unique and different experiences out there. So now we're going to announce from the CoinGenius side of things, this is going to be the first ever announcement and release of Bitcoin Origins. So what is Bitcoin Origins? Bitcoin Origins is a digital collectible card set, basically immortalizing the most important moments in the history of Bitcoin. You could be somebody who loves ETH or Chainlink or Neo or WAX. That's great. And I think they're all incredible projects and all have promise. But I think the one thing that we can agree on, that the reason that we're all here today was really the creation of blockchain and Bitcoin from Satoshi Nakamoto in 2008 and all the people that inspired it leading up into that creation moment, because there's a lot of people behind the scenes that no one ever hears of. And we wanted to immortalize those people and those moments in history and partner with some of the best artists around the world to create a digital collectible piece of history that I think will appeal to the global audience. So with that said, I'm going to show the first look, and keep in mind the plan is to launch our first release in September. And just to give you guys a heads up, this is a little bit different. We're not going to do hundreds of thousands of cards at a time. We want this to be extremely unique and special. So the plan is for the release is we're going to have 30 or so moments. You're talking about the white paper creation to Mt. Gox to Silk Road, all the things that evoke an emotional response and a psychological tie to all of us who've been a part of this. Whether you joined early or you joined late, we're all a part of this movement, and we wanted to appeal to everybody. So with that said, our first series is 5 moments. And I think I had mentioned earlier, if you guys didn't hear, Veza, the artist, is actually going to take the final moment in our first series. We're going to release 1 moment at a time, which is great. And then we're probably going to do a weekly or bi-weekly release thereafter. So more information to come. But if you want to follow us, you can follow us on Twitter at CoinGenius_AI. But most importantly, at Bitcoin Origins, at Genius NFT. And then also you can go on our Telegram channel, Bitcoin Origins, for the latest updates there. But here's the debut of some of the cards and some of the artistic representations of this first moment, which is the creation of the white paper. And I'm going to share my screen. That could be helpful. So here's the first moment. This is a really incredible artistic take of Satoshi creating, inscribing this in stone, the Bitcoin white paper, peer-to-peer electronic cash system, him holding the world on his back. Very cool, unique take on this. Love it. Second take on this is Satoshi in his basement, with all the inspirational pieces, the eCash and all the things that inspired the creation of this thing, which we call Bitcoin and blockchain. And this is a really interesting take on it that I really like, a different look and feel. But this is the second card in the set. And then the third card in the set is this here. And keep in mind, these are the different rarities. We have 5 total rarities. So this first one is the basic, which we call the Genesis version. The second one we call the open source version. in rarity. And then the last one, which is my favorite, is called the Lightning version. So this is Satoshi in the anonymous mass, with some really cool effects and, him creating that. You see fiat burning, not only just the US dollar, but this is global, right? It's the US dollar, the yen, and the euro as an example. So really cool stuff, really unique takes on this. And then lastly, no one's ever seen this before, and I'm going to release this, which is the video which is the most rare animated cards. And these are the legendary version, as well as what we call the anonymous version. And then here's that second one. And this is the most rare card in the set. So as you can see, been busy, hard at work, creating something that I feel truly is unique, and I couldn't have done it without these incredible artists that we've partnered with in the animation studio, like Black Math, who really came to the table and helped us on the animation side. Nathaniel, who's based out of Lima, Peru, to really create these original concepts. And like I said, now partnering with some of the other artists up and coming and some of the most notable artists in the crypto space to help recreate these moments in a really, really special way. So I hope you all appreciate that. Please follow us for more information. Thank you, Drake, for that comment. I appreciate it. But yeah, we're really excited. The cool thing about NFTs and what we've been saying all day is that, like William Quigley says, you got to look at these like mini supercomputers. So, cards are one thing and collectible cards are great, but there's so much more that you can do. So there's going to be a lot of tricks up our sleeve, including, the way in which we evolve these cards into different things, the way in which people trade, and at specific moments, maybe something special happens, maybe there's forking events. So there's a lot of creative stuff that we can do that we're really excited about. So stay tuned. This is going to be one of the most incredible digital collectible card sets you guys have ever seen. So really appreciate it. If you have any questions or feedback, let me know. Or any artists out there, if you guys want to partake in this series in any way and contribute to these cards, please reach out to us at info@geniusxv.com.
Pretty cool stuff, Jeremy. I hadn't seen the animated versions before. I'm having some leftover pizza.
Nice.
Yeah, that was awesome. So is there going to be a blockchain hero or a blockchain moments in Bitcoin history of when we met?
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, let's create a special card there. That's funny. Cool. So what do we have next, guys? We have, it looks like, interview with William Quigley of WAX coming up here in just about 4 minutes. So
yeah, do you
I know you guys
maybe shout out a couple sponsors?
Yeah, sure. We have some incredible sponsors, and once again, people that have given away over $10,000 worth of NFTs, including that of WAX with these incredible packs, all the mega packs. Thank you, Evan and team, and William, for contributing. Really appreciate it. OpenSea. We even have some really cool ones that no one's really ever seen before. I know EOS Detroit reached out to us and just said, hey, can I contribute some NFTs? So once again, make sure you filled out that form with your ETH address or your WAX ID. We're going to be doing random drops. So even if you don't hear your name in the raffle, we're going to be doing random drops. So you might just find something pretty incredible in your wallet that you didn't expect. So keep an eye out there.
Where is that form? People who may not know where the form is, where's the form?
So the form would have come in the email if you registered. And then I think my team, if you guys can maybe post that out on social under the CoinGenius_AI Twitter handle and maybe access to that form. But if you didn't register, you do not qualify. So you have to go to nftday.com, register, use the same email address that you registered with to be able to qualify.
Oh, I didn't register. Is that I guess I lose.
Yeah, you don't get any. Sorry. I'm just kidding. Cool. So why don't you guys kind of leading into this interview with William? I mean, William is one of the leading minds in the space in terms of NFTs and all the cool things they're doing at WAX. You guys have a great relationship with the people over at WAX. You want to kind of just start by leading into what your relationship is and how you guys have worked with them effectively and how they're kind of taking blockchain heroes and some of the other IP out there to the next phase.
We go way back. Actually, we interviewed William for the first time, probably, I don't know, has it been 2 years, Trav? I feel like it might have been 2 years ago that we had him on the first time. And then he was on stage with us, I believe, at World CryptoCon last October in Vegas.
Yeah, I think I remember for the first time I ever heard of wax was when I had a candle. But the second time was we were at an event in San Francisco, in San Jose. It was a D10E event, decentralized event or whatever, and they had a booth there. And I remember, and they were talking about the worldwide asset exchange, and I was like, oh, interesting. And it's been great to see them evolve over these last, several years.
Yeah, and so we're really pleased to have with us the co-founder of WAX himself, the one and only Mr. William Quigley. Some have mistaken him for the inimitable Mr. Wick.
You
can neither confirm nor deny. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good to see you again, friend.
Yes.
Once again, like just a few moments ago, another WAX product launch with the GPK Crash Gordon and sold out like that.
I was looking at the server loads and it was a 600% increase briefly. And I'm like, oh no, but Amazon kicked in.
Yeah. I think like for future ones need to just up that level even more.
By the way, we did. And, and so, which is why it didn't crash, but it went to like 2-second response time instead of like milliseconds. But I was like, why did all of them come within that 1 second?
Because that's what happens when you have pent up demand and everybody's up against the doors and then you open them and whew.
Yeah. By the way, I like the graphics there, guys.
Yeah, clicking down, the time's clicking down. It's like 0, and everybody's like, "Bye!" Click, 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 click.
I know.
It's a frenzy.
Yeah.
So, what do you think? When you started WAX, and tied it into OP skins, it was really about having these digital items that would be used in games, right? Transferable, perhaps from one game to another. And what it's seems to be turning into is a platform for collectibles, especially these trading cards, because, GPK now has done 3 releases. We did Blockchain Heroes. You've had COGS. You've had the Shatner release. I'm seeing a pattern here.
Yeah. And by the way, are we on or are we not on yet?
Oh, we're very on.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure.
You're incredibly on.
So here's what I would say. We always knew what this was going to be. We always knew that. And in fact, in probably 2018, I was talking to lots of people and I was telling them, look, you've got virtual items within a game, which is great, but you do realize trading cards exist. There's a game mechanic to trading cards, but they exist outside of games themselves. People are going to want to trade these virtual items, regardless if they're part of the actual gameplay. So that was from day one. And in fact, I looked at a lot of other projects that were going after we did ours, saying we're going to help people integrate, NFTs into video games. And I thought that might be a good idea, but that's a slow way to grow. So our view was always, the collectible market is enormous. The global collectible market is maybe $200 billion a year.
Is that all?
Yeah. And then the secondary market for virtual items, the market we've always been in, was maybe 50 billion annually. And so, yeah, our view was like, man, there's going to be a standalone market for NFTs or files that have all the rarity dimensions and whatnot, maybe associations with brands, and that people can own, right? I can't tell you how many industry people I've talked to, people who own large IP portfolios, who've said, I hate the idea that the people we sell our virtual items to are trapped within the Apple or the Google ecosystem, and they can't do anything with them. And so it was always a desire of ours to be able to offer people virtual items outside of a game experience. But up until blockchain, it would have been impossible, because how would you know if it was authentic? And that's really an unsung part of NFTs. I don't believe there's anything else in the known universe other than a blockchain-based token that with certainty, and instantly, and without any cost that it's genuine. And to any economists, they would say, wow, to be able to determine the authenticity of something instantly at no cost is a huge improvement in the standards we have today. You know, people often refer to gold and they're like, well, you know, gold is real and I know it's gold. You have no idea if that's gold. And people will say, well, I can go get an assay test done. Great. Right next to the subway. We all know where the local assay test is. And by the way, you don't know if those guys are legit or corrupt. So the ability to know that your NFT is genuine and that the number that the company said were issued was issued. Let's all of us who collect know that trick too. You know, oh, we only issued a limited number. All right, well, how much is that? Well, there's no audit statement. And yet with NFTs, you know instantly. I think that's the reason these things are so appealing.
Yeah, the digital scarcity to me seems to be the key component, and the provenance factor of knowing where it came from, knowing that it's authentic. But the frenzy behind things is because I think of the digital scarcity. Whenever somebody launches something and there's just hundreds of thousands of them, like back in the day, you know, it's like I collected a lot of baseball cards back in the 80s, and you know, a lot of those were valuable. But then in the like late 80s and early 90s, they just printed millions and millions and millions of these cards, so many of them that it killed the industry.
Yeah, and that's because, guys, you know, I've been most of my career a secondary market guy, right? So I care about the secondary market. Someone else creates the virtual item in the game, but then we would allow people to buy and sell those. We were actually the first guys to allow you to buy and sell in-game virtual items for money, for fiat. So I've always cared about the secondary market. And what you just described, Travis, was people who weren't caring so much about the secondary market. And the secondary market rests on one thing, and that's confidence. If the secondary market is confidence that you're only going to release a certain amount, you're not going to re-release something that you released before and said was going to be limited edition, then the secondary market will grow to like and trade and value what you have. And if you don't do that, they won't. And the beautiful thing is the blockchain keeps everybody honest. You can't fake how many you printed, you know, and how much rarity there is among those cards. And let's face it, we've only just scratched the surface of using blockchain to create new forms of NFTs. Many new concepts will be coming.
Yeah, what are some of those? Let's talk, you know, what's stewing up there in your noggin that you can see happening?
Oh, well, lots of things. Some we've been experimenting with. If you know, everything Wax has done so far has been, it might not be obvious, but it's been satisfying a goal of, oh, how will this work? How will this mechanic work? You know, how will this trading idea work? And so, for instance, with Shatner, we had the sharding concept where we broke the card into multiple pieces. You had to assemble those, and that adds to the fun of the collection and the joy when you get the right pieces. Things that are coming, essentially anything that you can imagine you could do in the digital world will come, right? So people ask me all the time, you know, can I see full run videos with my NFT? And technically not a problem, but doing that at scale, a very big problem, because especially if you're storing these images or these files in decentralized locations, like with IPFS, which is what we do, you know, it ain't Amazon Web Services, but the full range of media that an NFT is going to allow you to experience is coming. All the things that, you know, you couldn't do with a flat paper card, you know, things like just knowing the history of it, right? That in itself is very cool, which you can get on a blockchain. How long was it held? Where did it go? What marketplaces? I'll tell you something I'd like it to be able to do. I'd like the NFTs to be able to record the transaction value. Now, if the transaction value were done on the blockchain, so you paid with crypto, you paid with Wax tokens, we could probably do that. Now, if you paid with fiat, we're not sure, but you could do voluntarily recording and whatnot. That would be an interesting dimension to add to the card. You know, something that would be there. It's immutable. The provenance of the card throughout the life of the card always being known. I'd like to see that.
I think this whole space, we're in a brand new space. It's a whole new world. I mean, we're in this, people have talked about this being $1 trillion industry moving forward. And it's really interesting to think about. And everybody's here for this reason. They want to know, where is the space going and where are we now and what do we expect to see?
Yep.
And Jeremy mentioned, you know, he's mentioned your quote a couple of times about NFTs are not just, I think he said something like, it's like basically like a picture in an envelope right now, but it can be a supercomputer. Like these are basically, these are little computers that we talked about this on an interview, smart NFTs. What does the future of NFTs look like? What are smart NFTs, and looking out, how do we expect to see these things evolve potentially?
Well, first I'd say this. So if I were like a young guy and I was looking to do something with my creativity, you know, maybe 25 years ago, I would do what I did. I built a bunch of websites. 10, 15 years ago, all right, look at mobile apps. And I think a lot of the creativity, especially with indie gamers, has been on mobile. And mobile, you know, was very different. I had a company that helped people who built Flash games, all those games you used to play in your browser. Those all kind of went away because mobile came around and it was just the more convenient format. You're doing it from your phone. But mobile, of course, has some disadvantages. Generally speaking, you are trapped. You're trapped in the Apple ecosystem or the Google ecosystem. And I think we're all being awakened in the last year probably to the disadvantages of being trapped in someone else's ecosystem. You know, I remember the days when you launched websites. It was permissionless. You just set up the website. Mobile never had that. Now, mobile did have something else, though. With mobile, you got access to initially thousands, then millions, then billions of people. So that's the hook, right? Come to our platform, pay our 30% tariff, abide by all of our rules, which often are not in your favor, and you can get access to the people who are on our platform. I think one of the things I would tell anybody, especially game developers, indie game developers, is the blockchain is going to be the best place for you to build your business, because building on the blockchain means you're creating your own franchise, right? It's not owned by Facebook, owned by Google, owned by the Apple App Store, which, like I said, I think we're all realizing, oh, there's a bit of a trap there, right? Once you do that, you're forever beholden to them. So I would encourage anybody who is thinking of building an indie game, maybe do it on an app store, but definitely consider doing it in a blockchain environment. Because once people know that they can own these virtual items that they've paid for, and they can monetize them throughout this enormous monetary system, the blockchain crypto ecosystem, which is over $300 billion of value. Now that you can take your virtual item and plug it into that, you should be very anxious to start building in something that integrates your game with that system. And today it's virtual items. Now, to those of you who don't know this, when you have a virtual item that you buy in an app, right, that virtual item must stay in the app. Apple and Google say it may not leave the app. And that means, again, you're trapped and you can't really monetize it. So a lot of what's going on and will happen with NFTs in the future is going to be around, well, once I have this, what can I do with it? Well, I would argue that an NFT is an amazing form of collateral. It's like it's far better than a Rolex watch. A Rolex watch, you can, go to your pawn shop and give it to them if you need to get some collateral for a loan, but it is not transferable. And more to the point, and we got to keep hammering this home, nobody can know for certain that that watch is authentic, or that watch is not a cheap knockoff from China. And when you can determine the value of collateral instantly at no cost, it is just unimaginable what that means. I mean, think about even something like a stock certificate. How do you know whether that's a legitimate stock certificate? You don't. You basically send it to the company that issued it, and 6 weeks later they say, yeah, we think that's authentic. But now they own the stock certificate. You don't. Wouldn't it be great if you held the stock certificate and yet everybody instantly knew when you said, I'll use this as collateral, it's real? Well, that's what you'll be able to do with your NFT.
Do you think stock certificates could become NFTs in the future?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, they will. They will. I mean, so when we wrapped, I co-founded something called Tether, which is tokenizing a US dollar. And the thing that's crazy about that is, while some people initially, they call them stable coins now, but I always make this point, when we first did that, my partners and I, the first thing we heard was, what a dumb idea. Why are you tokenizing a US dollar? Dollars are already digitized. And I said, yeah, how do you know this dollar is real? And so with paper money, you don't, right? But you actually knew ours was real because we were legitimate guys and we had that cash in a bank. So this wasn't going to be some fake currency that you're being handed. So in a weird way, by wrapping it in a token, it was more legitimate and more easy to discern as real than before. And if you look at anything to do online with collectibles, I mean, if you guys are in the collectibles business, if you ask me, is this Blockchain Heroes John Wick card real? Or is this, I don't know, Shaquille O'Neal signed jersey real? I'll probably never be able to establish if that Shaquille O'Neal signature on that jersey is real. And yet with your guys' stuff, instantly, I know it is.
So real.
Yeah, it's, and for people in my business, the financial business, that notion, it's not even really been thought about as possible before. So no one really cared. And as a guy who collects virtual items and games, I mean, I've always wondered, how many virtual items did this game release? Now, we know how many Blockchain Heroes NFTs were released, and there'll never be any more released in that series.
Exactly how many, and you know which mint number you have. And I think it's really interesting the way the community has, when the first GPK series came up, nobody was thinking about the order that the cards came out of the packs and the mint numbers.
Right.
But the community decided, oh, look here on the blockchain, you can see I've got the number 1 atom bomb, right? But there's number 500 as well, but I've got the number 1. Even though they're the same card, they're different because there's a mint number associated with the blockchain. And now that's a core part of the secondary market, is having the first card to come out of the pack.
Yeah, and it did surprise me. It shouldn't have. We overlooked that, and you're right. It's what collectors find appealing is hard to know, and then once they do, you go, oh yeah, that's something that truly was impossible to establish in the physical world. And, you asked me, Travis, what's coming? It's not a cop-out when I say, it's only limited by your imagination, because, this is Ready Player One stuff. It's just whatever you can imagine. I mean, clearly NFTs are, this isn't even a stretch. NFTs are going to be virtual reality enhanced, right? That they're not going to be flat digital images. Why would you want them to be? And so we should expect that. I actually, an area where I see things going though is, think about video games for a second. You had video games and getting rid of a lot of evolutionary changes. Eventually somebody came up with virtual items in video games. And now of the $170 billion of video game revenue every year, 120 billion is the virtual item, right? But let's think about it. The video game started, and then we invented virtual items. So what Wax always said was the cornerstone is the virtual item, and games will be built around it. And why would a game want to build around that? Well, if you think about decentralized finance as an analogy, that is a financial construct that came after the tokens themselves were created. It's like, oh, these things have value. People want to trade them. There's economic activity related to them. Let's build a mechanic that allows you to do more with them. Well, video games, people are going to create video games around cool NFTs and card collecting games.
I'm wondering, have you seen the updates that we did to Blockchain Heroes to show how we're
I have not
taking things to the next level? Because, you know, like most IP, you don't want to just do a hit and run. It's not like, okay, here we got the money and we're done. We want to keep building on this, and we've actually mapped out a really long series of events that tie into our lore. But one we rolled out 2 weeks ago was called the Arcane Vortex. And I showed this just a little bit ago, but the idea here is that I have to log in. Don't look at my wallet. There we go. So these are 5 new legendary arcane NFTs. They're same level as our legendary shockwaves, but they're brand new. And the way it works is you select 100 of your common cards. See, they show up here. And once you've got 100 of them, you send them to the vortex. And effectively what we're doing is we're doing a card burn of 20,000 common cards, taking them out of circulation and replacing them with 200 new legendary level items. So, you know, what that does obviously is it increases the value of the cards people are holding and puts something new into the ecosystem. And people have responded really well. We've burned about 18,500 cards. I think there's about 15 burn opportunities left.
By the way, I love it. And so a couple of points on that. First, this was a very popular mechanic for CSGO, right? Not within the CSGO game itself, right? But there were third parties who would do this. Give us all your generic skins and kind of pot luck what you get out. But if you already got a bunch of duplicates, why not do it? So I love it. And, you know, I always tout the things you can do when the item is in digital form. You can't really do that easily unless it's in digital form. And the other is, I have had very big brands say to me, we really like the idea of these NFTs, but you know how you send somebody version 1.0 of a piece of software, but then when you come out with version 2.0, you can upgrade them. And I'm like, yeah, can we do that? You know, is there an ability? Because they were hung up on this idea of immutability. They said, you know, you can't append it, right? Once the NFT is there, it can never change. So what you guys just did, too bad I didn't use that as the example. I explained, well, actually, you can't change that NFT. But what you can do is you can feed the NFT into a new smart contract that'll produce a new card or whatever it is that you want to produce, access to something. And the fact that you guys are doing it and have already had great experience with it, your fans want it, just says to me, we're really at the beginning here. I mean, it may be that first card you get goes through 20 iterations, you know, over a series of years.
Yeah, you know, and thank you for that. I think that the one aspect of it that we sort of were wrestling with was like, well, what if it's like a low mint number? Somebody wants to keep this one, right? So they're not going to want to feed it through any system because then things are going to change on that particular one. Yep. And so some that are less valuable or worthy, those are ones are going to upgrade, but the valuable ones are going to stay because now if other people are burning those, then these become more valuable because there are less of those around.
Yeah, that's exactly how it worked, let's say in CSGO as well. You know, if you had an $18,000 Dragon Lore skin, you weren't going to put that into the machine and try to, you know,
Sure.
get your best chance of something more valuable.
Wait do you see the new mechanics? I just wanted to let William know, wait do you see what we got coming next? And thankfully we've got, you know, the support of the guys at Atomic Hub, Jonah and Fabian, to really add value. And we appreciate you guys supporting them as well, because you supporting them makes them supporting us possible.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Travis, go ahead.
No, I think that's exactly it. I was going to make a comment around that. Is that so? I just interviewed Tobin Lent of Tops, and, and we had Evan on there as well, who, I don't know, you're looking at probably Evan's two biggest fans in the world. He's such an amazing asset to the organization. And
I'm a pretty big fan too.
Dude, he's amazing. And one of the things that Tobin brought up was, so Disney may want to do some things, but however, they want to make sure they protect their property. And if they go into Atomic Hub forever in a secondary market, what if somebody creates a not safe for work, you know, token, and there it is in there, and they don't have the shields up or whatever, and now you got Ice Princess over here with, you know, some boobies, and that's not a good experience. And so you mentioned earlier that you are a secondary market guy. So I asked Tobin, why does he not have his own Tops secondary market within Tops GPK or whatever? Or why does, you know, Cogs or any of the Shatner, like, why is the secondary market not built into the platform so people can buy and sell there if they want to feel safe with that property and not have to go over to some other platform?
Look, it's a good point, and you know, in good time, right? I mean, as you know, there's lots and lots and lots to do. The problem you mentioned, as you know, I used to work at Disney in Disney licensing. So first of all, not a new problem, right? Disney was still is, I think, the largest consumer products licensor in the world. So lots of licensees and lots of unauthorized licensees, and they would create stuff that wasn't, you know, in accordance with the style guide. And that's just the way the world goes, right? Whether it's on the digital realm or it's in the real world, that's not a new problem. I guess I would say though, how do you know that plush doll was actually created by an authorized Disney licensee? For the average person, you have no idea. You never would. But knowing that digital item, that NFT came from the, you know, blue check Walt Disney WAX blockchain address, instantly, you know, all right, I see the origin of it. I see where it came from. And so that's one thing I would say. We have probably a much easier way to help people separate real from fake. And you said something which brought up another point I want to make. You know, I started doing internet type stuff in 95, 96, 97. I was part of an incubator called Idea Lab, a world famous incubator in web.
I remember them.
A great place. Amazing stuff came out of there. But, you know, corporations were slow, right? It was just like crypto. It's just like mobile. Who jumped into mobile first? Indies. Who jumped into internet first? Indies. Not, you know, Walmart didn't come first. It was Amazon. And part of what happened, you guys might remember this, is Disney shows up and they're like, oh, we've got a character called Bambi. Well, Bambi.com is not owned by Disney because Disney was late. So somebody else bought it, you know? And Disney's like, we don't like what we see on that Bambi.com. So the rules had to be played out. ICANN, the body that decides the rules for internet, said, you know what, if you already have a copyright for that name, you can't be a squatter and take that domain name because somebody else has copyrighted it. Now, in the blockchain space, you know, like Ethereum, you can get an Ethereum, essentially an Ethereum URL, right? Like a second internet. I suspect the vast majority of corporations didn't go get their, you know, Disney.eth, I suspect. And you know what? I think the way that's going to get solved, it's just going to be market based. If Disney wants that, it's probably going to have to buy it because, you know, Ethereum's decentralized. So obviously there's always pluses and minuses to the decentralization, but if you can imagine going to Apple and you guys saying, we would like to do this one little modification, which is going to require, you know, some new software code to be built within the iOS App Store. Can you guys just get around to do that? We know what the response would be. But you guys were able to go to this third party, you know, Atomic Hub and say, hey, can you guys help us with this? And it was done. Very much like the internet, if you will, right? It's kind of like the internet, permissionless for the most part, open, do what you want. And then mobile, the ultimate silo where you're controlled, you pay a heavy tax if you want to use it. And then now blockchain, back to some of the origin days of internet. You know, you can argue now internet's less open because everyone has to pay the Google tax. And if you're on a platform, you got to abide by those rules. I'm really hoping blockchain doesn't devolve into more of the internet model today, which is platforms dominating. And yeah, it's open, but pretty much everyone does things through a platform and pays that tariff.
I think on that note, we're going to say you could probably go on for hours, but we're out of time. And
it's a big space.
Like this is not the last conversation we're going to have. In fact, Evan should be getting a hold of you because we probably need to have a conversation next week offline.
More business opportunities.
So, much opportunity. I think you're going to be really excited.
Well, thank you guys for hosting us.
Thanks, William. Great to see you as always.
Likewise. Bye-bye.
Appreciate you, sir. Thank you now.
See you, Travis.
The one and only.
Some packs, huh? Packs on wax, on stack on wax.
Could be wiki. Could be wiki. Oh yeah. So this is actually, I think this is a great time to follow up and do some pack openings and demonstrate some of the various properties that are available. And be jealous, Travis, because you don't have your 2FA, but I do. So let's open up some Shatner packs right here. What do you think?
Sounds good to me.
Life in plastic. It's fantastic. Here we go. What sound effects would there be with Shatner if there was going to be sound effects here?
Oh, what was that?
Bunch of shards.
So these are shards, folks. Those of you who've never seen these before, were 3 shards to make a card. So
here we go.
Yeah, let's combine this bad boy.
So I'm going to combine this one right here. Now, when you combine this, so it's RNG to, random number generator, see which shards you get. But now when I click combine, it's going to trigger the smart contract again, and it's going to roll the dice. The odds are I'm going to get a common card, but there's also a chance that I could get, oh, look at that. I got an X-ray, which is pretty much the best. There's a shimmer card, which has got like a little prism line that goes across it. And then there's the X-ray card. So, so good. I'm glad to have captured that one.
Joe Comm, congratulations.
Thank you.
Shard card package.
Open up another one here. Now, the most desirable one I've not seen any of yet. I'll show you the inventory here in a minute. But let's see. Okay, we can combine it because I had other shards in here already. So this kind of finished out a card that was just missing one piece. And there we go. Okay, so there's just a plain common card. Somehow that noise just does not work.
Welcome. Here I am at Camp Days. When I was
the rarest card.
No, flip it over. I want to, because he's got some funny shit on the back side of him. He's got like some William Shatnerisms.
What do you want me to flip over? The new one?
Whichever one he was on Camp Days, whichever one you just
There we go. Hello, I'm Bill Shatner, your camp counselor. Let's go for a swim.
Let's go for a swim.
All right,
Very nice.
Let's pop one more of these puppies right here. Here we go. Popping the puppies.
Those are puppies?
So I've not seen a golden variety card yet. They're super rare,
Maybe
hard to
it's
come by.
digital
More camp
games.
days. Oh, look at that. We got 3 shards. 4 shards for the same damn card.
4 shards. 4 shards for the same one.
So here we go. Let's combine it. Maybe this time
you'll
we'll
get an X-ray or a shimmer.
X-ray. As long as I don't shard myself.
Uh-oh.
Nope, it's a common.
It's nothing.
Very common. All right, so there's that. And then the most recent launch was for COGs. And these guys did some really creative stuff. I've still got a bunch of packs here, but Jeremy sent me a starter pack, which is a 25 COGs. Now I noticed, Travis, what they did that what they didn't do is shuffle their cards. So this is going to have 25 COGs in it. The first 20 are mostly commons. So if good ones are going to drop, the rare ones, it's going to be the last 5. So here we go.
Ooh.
And clicking to reveal, then I got to, here they come flying out. Hello, Alabama. Okay, I lost track of count. So hopefully we'll see a foil card cog here in a moment.
Foiled again, huh?
No foils yet.
There's a lot of different variants on
That's a
these.
slammer.
Is that a slammer?
Oh, yeah, there's a foil. There's a foil. There's a foil. I got three foils out of that one. There's so many varieties though, right? There's the colors, and then there's the different. I don't know exactly what all these mean yet.
I have no idea what any of that means.
But you'll notice there's a lot of different colors. Then there's a different rings around them. They've got something like 3,400 different varieties. That's a cool one. That's a slammer. And I guess the game.
Good Lord, how long would that take to create all of those?
They've been working.
I say that because we had to create basically 1,000 different versions for ours with the fronts and the backs and the redos.
They've been working on it a long time.
Some of the designs are really good. Some of the designs I'm kind of like, nah. But when you're doing 3,400, you're just like, get her done.
Look what I have here, Mr. Travis Wright.
Uh-oh.
Jeremy sent me this out of his personal supply. Thank you, Jeremy. You're awesome.
We sent it to you?
Send it to me.
So do we get to pick like, okay, I want card number 2?
You get nothing and like it, Mr. Travis Wright. Actually, what I was going to do is if a really awesome card came up, I thought we would auction it for charity.
Okay. You get all these cards? That's
Do
awesome.
it. So if like a CE drops here, I'm not keeping it. I'm going to auction it, and I'm going to give the proceeds to waterislife.com. Okay. So
nice.
here we go.
Garbage Pail Kids.
That's the sound it makes.
Garbage Pail Kids.
And nothing really.
Shimmer.
It's
got a couple little
Prism
prism.
A, TV Stevie, a Prism B, and there. Now, the other one that you sent me was, I've got a bunch of these. I've been hodling them. So let's
Thanks to Evan over at WAX, by the way, for sending these over.
Thank you, Evan. Okay, so since these are a gift from Evan, if something awesome drops, I'm keeping it. Mine.
Well, and keep in mind, for those of you who've signed up, we're going to be sending some of these cards out from the packs to you guys, the people who registered. So make sure to update your WAX ID so we can send these to you.
By the way, I've been having a conversation offline with Tobin about the GPK series, and he's going to be on here, in a couple hours. And I believe he has another announcement to make. He's already said that series 2 will probably be in late September, but I think there was one more announcement coming. Okay, not a tiger stripe, no tiger claws there. So let's open one more of these. Give me a stripe or a claw.
Let's go.
Or CE. I've never pulled a CE from a GPK set. Come to think of it, I've never pulled a mythic from my own sets.
I pulled 4.
Yeah, you did.
I'd give you one, but you're like, no, that's the way it is, and so that's the way it is. You don't have them yet. Sorry, that's the way it is.
That's fine. You keep it. There's something about opening it yourself. Yep, whole lot of nothing. But let's, speaking of BCH, let's go ahead and open up one of my Titan packs.
Let's open up look at those. Look at those beautiful packages right there.
So nice. So sexy. And there's so many cards. Like, this is the endless stream of cards.
Supernova. This is your moment right here. You're going to get a mythic.
Really?
Live on NFT day.
Oh, there's a legendary.
Boom.
That's
That was
nice.
nice.
I don't think I have a dynamic defiant.
Nice.
That was beautiful. That's what I meant. I meant to say you're going to do a legendary.
Stampede.
Oh, a smoke. Oh.
I got smoked. There's my sticker.
Oh, nice.
All right, let's take a look at that that dynamic defiant legendary. So
we redid that several times too to get it just right. And then my son argued which one we should have done.
Look at that.
That's cool.
Beautiful card. I could look at it all day.
This one right here I love because we made his tattoos glow.
Yeah, it's really sweet.
That's where that blue comes in and you see that blue exploding.
There's my this is one of my favorite heroes, Silver Scientist. There's a sketch card. Now, the only way to get these packs now is on the secondary market, gang. Blockchain heroes. In fact, any of what you've seen here, they're all sold out. If you want GPK Series 1, if you want GPK Tiger King, if you want Shatner, if you want Cogs, if you want Blockchain heroes, you have to go to the secondary market to get them. And there's multiple places that you can do that. You can go to myth.market for all of them. You can go to collectibles.io, and it's spelled collectables, Tables, not spelled the right way. You can go to waxstash.com, or our preferred platform is atomichub.io, and preferred because Jonah and Fabian have gone above and beyond the call of duty to create.
To make the experience amazing for each and every one of you, for sure.
For
Mr.
sure.
Jeremy,
yes, sir. I know we're going to transition here. Why don't we do this? So what we're going to do is we're going to do a highlight of some of the great platforms out there. So now we're going to do SuperRare. You guys can actually hang on. I don't know if you guys have the ability to, but if you guys just go to superrare.com, we'll just do a little tour around and show people, what's there. And then I'm going to pull up here in a second from their personal collection. Are you going to share your screen, or do you want me to share mine? If you can share your screen for them, and then I'm going to share the raffle items from their personer collection.
SuperRare.co.
I'm going to connect my wallet right here. My MetaMask. My Mega Mask. I got nothing. There's nothing in here.
You ain't got nothing in your Mega Mask.
I got nothing in my wallet. Why don't I have a thing?
So the thing about SuperRare, we're going to have them on. SuperRare is great because it's really about one-of-one pieces, right? So everything that you're seeing here really truly is super rare. So these artists coming around and putting together these NFTs that are truly unique one-of-one pieces. So this is kind of the differentiating factor comparatively to some of the other platforms. Really love what they're doing, and they're attracting quite a few artists.
Oh, that's interesting. So some of them I can bid on, and some of them, like this one here is an auction. This one here I can bid outright.
Yep. Yeah, there's some really cool functionality here. And then as a part of the raffle, they're going to be giving away some really cool items, like I said, from their personal collection. We raffled one off earlier, and then there's two more. I don't know if you can actually search, and I can tell you the name. One's called Swiss.
Swiss?
Yeah.
Like Swiss Miss?
Like Swiss cheese. Like Swiss NF cheese.
That one right
there. There it is. There it is. So Swiss right there. That's one of the edition one-of-one from their personal collection that you could win in the raffle. And we're going to do some more raffle giveaways a little bit later. One's pretty cool.
What's the other one?
And then the other one's called Representation of the Entity. A little bit longer.
Representation, it'll come up. There it is.
There it is.
An underground computer in 1966 starts generating unknown symbols, the Sage Anomaly, HTTP, and it goes on. Ooh, like
pretty
an
cool,
alien dude.
So thank you guys from SuperRare. I really appreciate you guys, contributing. And once again, make sure you get your raffle tickets to get a chance to win one of those too.
Yeah, we chatted with John Crane earlier in the day, CEO of SuperRare.
Yes, sir.
And what's funny is it's such a great name because people are looking at cards and like, oh, this one right here is super rare. Like other people said, even the dude who runs OpenSea goes, oh, this card right here, it's super rare. I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, dude, that's not on brand for you.
Nice.
Nice. Well, I know we have another really great panel coming up, which is the rising industry of gaming, collectibles, and esports. Are NFTs the emerging core component of the billion-dollar gaming industry? I think from everything we've heard today, I think there's a heck of a good chance that that's happening. So on the panel, we have Dirk of Upland, we have Marguerite, the CEO of Blockade Games, Alexander, the COO of Axie Infinity. So this is going to be a great panel. I'm going to leave it over to you guys. I think you guys are hosting this one, and I will see you soon.
Yeah, Travis gets to go grab some lunch, something to eat here while I bring in all these wonderful people that are going to join us for this panel that I am privileged to get to MC. So I want to welcome each one of them in here. First of all, we have ladies first, Marguerite de Cortel. Did I pronounce that right, Marguerite?
De Corcel.
De Corcel. She is the CEO of Blockade Games, blockade.games. Welcome. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
We also have Alexander Larson, the COO and co-founder of the wildly successful Axie Infinity. Alexander, welcome.
Thank you, Joe. Happy to be here.
Nice to see you. And finally, my good buddy, Dirk Lewis, the co-founder of Upland, upland.me, digital property trading, and his llama buddy. Welcome, Dirk.
Hello, guten Tag, bonjour, ¿cómo estás?
Très bien, merci, and willkommen, and all that good stuff. So glad to have you all here. Let's take just 30 seconds each to kind of talk about yourselves and give a breakdown. Marguerite, if you want to go first, who are you?
Sure. Some of you might know me as coin_artist on Twitter. I am, as you said, CEO of Blockade Games. I've been in the cryptocurrency space since about 2013, started out mining, but I was a creative. So my first onboarding was trying to figure out what is Bitcoin and how do I interact with it? And could it be a creative medium? Learned very quickly it could be. So I started doing something known as crypto puzzles. Crypto puzzles just scaled over the past, since basically 2014. And eventually we launched Blockade Games, which is now it's a game studio that's focused on blockchain technology. And so, yeah, I guess that's been my journey at a high level. We are building something called Neon District. It's a cyberpunk RPG, and it's set to, we're releasing iterative, we have an iterative release schedule starting with end of September. You're going to be crafting characters, and then in mid-December, you'll be playing PvP.
Excellent. I'm glad to have you here, and I need to dig deeper into what you're working on here because I see plasma bears. Alexander, tell us about you.
Sure. Yeah. So my name is Alexander. I am the Chief Operating Officer and one of the co-founders of Axie Infinity. And I also serve as the secretary of the board on the Blockchain Game Alliance. So my background is actually within like the competitive gaming space. I was played at the very high level for many, many years. And then I changed into more into game development early on in 2018 after I met the other guys who are the co-founders of Axie Infinity when we were playing CryptoKitties actually. So from there it was kind of an interesting story. We founded Axie Infinity because we thought that NFTs would change the way that games are being played. And Axie Infinity is kind of this digital pet universe where you can use your cute game characters in many different kind of games. So some of them is you can battle them right now. You can also breed them. And now we're working on this land gameplay where you can use your Axies to kind of expand on your land plot and harvest different kind of resources.
Nice. It's like next level CryptoKitties, kitty collectibles with gameplay.
Yeah, and more so kind of inspired in the whole Pokemon more so than just CryptoKitties. But yeah, CryptoKitties was definitely the beginning, and very grateful for that.
Yeah. Excellent. All right. And Dirk, what's happening, buddy?
Yeah, hey. So, my name is Dirk Lewis. Originally, I'm from Germany, but I live in the Silicon Valley since 12 years now. And, in the decentralized ledger or blockchain space since 2011, makes me somehow maybe granddaddy kind of it. been doing lots of things in that space. Been, all those 5 years through the difficulties what blockchain gives you in terms of user experience. So when we set out and started Upland with my two co-founders, Manny Honigstein and Idan Zuckerman, we said, okay, when we want to build something, we want to really build it for a mass audience, and that's how Upland was born. And Upland, in a nutshell, it's actually the Earth's metaverse, how we call it. That means we've been also compared very often to Monopoly on the blockchain. That's what we are, but mapped to the real world. But it goes way beyond that. You can do many more things, and you will be able to do much more things also in the context of NFTs.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad that you're all here. You're all working on super cool projects and really pioneering. We're all building this ecosystem together. And what we're looking at right now, if we were to look 5, 10, 20 years down the road, we're going to look back at this time and go, remember when this all started and we created this. And it kind of reminds me of when I started playing, computer games at the very beginning. In fact, I was just telling somebody the other day that my first computer was a TRS-80, a Model 1 with 4K of RAM. And I remember the very first flight simulator by Sublogic before Microsoft bought them. And it was basically an 8x8 line grid with a squiggle on the side for a mountain range and a line for a runway. So I'm curious, when you all got started in games, what was your first exposure to gaming that you knew, I'm hooked? Marguerite.
The gaming, the entire gaming industry.
When as a child, most likely. What was your introduction? I want to know what inspired you.
Actually, when I was really little, oh gosh, I must have been like 3 or 4. There was a system that came out called Socrates. Do you remember this? And it was an educational experience. It also had things like almost like MS-DOS Paint as a part. Like it had little components like this, but it was very educational. It had different levels. I was actually recently reminiscing about that experience, and that really was my first into gaming, like the interaction and learning. And I think that was my hook. From there was the Nintendo to PlayStation, the Final Fantasy, and as the experiences all became more immersive and the storytelling became richer. I think because
we're telling the stories. Now we're writing them. Alex, what was your introduction?
Sure. So actually, I remember when I was very young, I was at my cousin's house and he had like an Atari. So I'm 34. I would say the first real thing that I had was a Super Nintendo, like personally. And after that, I went kind of crazy. So we had like very early internet, and I started playing Warcraft, these kind of things. And that's also, I played like for the national team in both Warcraft 3, Dota.
Oh, nice.
I've been a top 200 player in Dota 2. So always kind of like a lot of gaming, and then wanted to kind of move into game development but not necessarily before there was a shift in the technology, because I do believe that the traditional gaming industry is very saturated. It's all incredibly hard to succeed unless you have something that makes you special, unless you can tap into new technology and enable people to think about games in a new way. And I think
we're going to get to that. Yeah. Let's circle back to that, because that's a great topic all on its own. Dirk, we're the elder generation here on this panel.
Go on.
I'm probably the eldest, but what was your entry drug into the space?
By the way, I celebrated my 28th birthday yesterday, just FYI. Anyway, when I was young, actually, I watched a movie in the US, which was called War Games. I don't know, though, that was when missiles are taken over by computers and stuff. So that's how I got hooked to
game. Yes,
exactly. That's how I got hooked to it. Then actually, I said, okay, I want to get into this computer thing, and my dad bought me an Atari computer. And what I actually, at that time, the first thing I coded myself was actually, I don't know if you remember from the Nokia phones, they had those snaky games, those snake games. I actually coded that, something, like very similar to that, where you had to joystick and you have to follow it and very quickly. And at that time, of course, I never thought about that this would be, computer games would be that big. But that's how I got really hooked by trying it out myself and by coding the first game there.
Nice. Well, let's take a broad view first, and then I want to look into the future. Everybody here is building on blockchain because clearly you have the vision for where this could go. So, you know, what I want to know is what components of building games on blockchain excite you the most? You know, what just, you know, Marguerite, what really jazzes you about the space and what you can do?
Well, I love the idea that you can have valuable assets that can exist on these different mediums without being held by a third party. That was the one, it was basically like magic. For example, making crypto puzzles for me was taking a private key and encoding it into artwork initially. And now that idea has scaled where the journey of, for example, treasure hunting, even if it's in a video game or scaling a character, you can now capture the value of the experience and the history and ledger of the assets you're interacting with. And you yourself as a gamer and your identity can also have like this on-chain history of the things you have done. So I guess for me, it's like as a gamer, now we have, it could be a real career path in a different way. Like money games, we're seeing money games explode all over the space in different creative ways. If it's DeFi and hyper casual gaming, to these more like Axie Infinity, where you have a combat game. But anyways, I'm really excited about, there's so much potential with what we can do in creative opportunities. So that's what jazzes me as a creative. It's like, you never know what someone's going to roll out tomorrow. Right now in the space, things are moving so quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it reminds me of the early days of computer gaming. I remember, you know, when I was just a consumer on computers, I would walk into, before it was Comp USA, if you're old enough to remember Comp USA, it started in Dallas. It was called Soft Warehouse. And you would walk into this store, and on the back wall, this huge store, there would just be all these games from all these different companies before the great consolidation. And it kind of reminds me of where we are right now. You've got a lot of independent developers that are leading the way, and the bigger companies, you know, it's great to see somebody like Topps now stepping in to digital collectibles, but it's mostly folks like us that are building the space. So Alex, what excites you the most?
I think I agree with Margaret, and I also have some other things, but basically the most exciting things for me is the true item ownership and the provable scarcity for assets. I think that's kind of the number one thing where you can actually have something that's provably scarce. And then the next thing is that you can actually have player-owned economies, and which then again enables play to earn and all these fascinating ways to introduce like governance, where the people who are providing value to the game, they are also basically part owners of the game. And I think that is something that we haven't really seen yet being done in a really good way so far within blockchain games. But I think that's going to be like a really cool narrative for the future. And that also means that you can align the incentives between the players and the developers in a brand new way. So in general, it's like the players are against the developers in a sense, that the developers are always trying to squeeze money out of the players, like that you're there milking cow or whatever. But in these kind of blockchain games, if you do that stuff, that doesn't really work because people lose faith. And that's also kind of comes down to the NFTs too. Like if you create something that's truly scarce, people will start to care about it. And that also means that even if they can sell it, it doesn't necessarily mean that they will. It's just the opportunity to be able to sell that's incredibly powerful. And that builds a really like a solid emotional connection with some of these game assets.
Yeah, there's some items you have that you don't want to sell because you love it too much.
Like, it's like got all this history.
I don't want to let go of this card or this item. It's too beautiful. Dirk, what about you?
Well, first of all, I second all that what both of them said. But I think what is also super exciting is now when you think about, you know, when we had the internet, you know, information was free to flow. What was missing is really that you were able to exchange and to extract value. And when we think about it, how games are evolving, people used to spend lots of time in front of the TV, then they spend a lot of time with their mobile phones on social networks. We all know that games is the next big thing where people will spend hours and hours of time. But now, as you can add now really those value items to it, that makes it super interesting, because now we can eventually also take stuff of the real world, tokenize it, bring it to the virtual world, play around with it or do whatever, trade it and so on, enhance it, and maybe then export it back to the real world. So that's what makes it super, super compelling. And we have to face it, right? I assume like in 10, because you were saying 10 or 15 years, people will spend, probably half a day and longer in virtual worlds and not in the real world. Is that good or bad? I mean, that's a philosophical discussion we can have, of course, but that's clearly going into that direction. So having said that, I think what you said this morning, MySpace, you compared it, what was the MySpace moment, right? And the Facebook moment. I think Minecraft was the MySpace moment. You have, I don't know if the exact numbers, 200 million people or so playing it, but it was always something missing. You had the entertainment value, but you did not get the monetary value out of it or something. That's what's coming now with the new generation of games, where people actually have entertainment plus this monetary value. And this is for me the Facebook moment in gaming and in particular, metaverses and so on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I appreciate that. Marguerite, what do your friends call you for short? They call you Marg?
Nope. No, I make everybody call me Marguerite.
You call me Marguerite. So I'm going to put up each one of your sites here as I ask you this next question. Now, it seems to me, I'm guessing that what you guys did is you built a game and then decided, you know what, we've actually got a platform here. Is that correct? Or did you go about it, say, we're going to build a platform and now we're going to demonstrate how it works by building games?
Yep. I think you saw this with basically all of us. All these early blockchain game companies, as we realized that we had to build out this entire middleware piece between the gaming applications and the blockchain layer. So since we did that, we basically have a whole suite of APIs and different development tools. Plasma Bears was a tech stack that like an early prototype of what we wanted to do for Neon District. Neon District is that on a whole new level. So yeah, Plasma Bears is an example of a free-to-play blockchain game. And you craft the bears. There's 5 different tokens. You can pose them, and then you take them on text adventures. In those text adventures, they earn bear parts, new bear parts.
This guy is sad. He's hopeless.
Well, if you click on him, on the different bears, you'll see they all have their different bear parts themselves, all have different stats. Oh. And they add up to give the expression and the rarity. So anyways, that was Plasma Bears. And the cool part is that it's free to play. This was built on Loom Network, which on our own private chain with the Loom Network blockchain, but with Neon District, we moved over to Matic Network.
So here's the question as I show this that I want you each to answer, and we'll start with you, Marguerite, is look out into the future. Let's start with the end in mind. I'm assuming everybody here has an end game. A lot of times we make it up as we go along and we're ready to pivot when, opportunity arises. But in your perfect world, where is Neon or Blockade 5 years down the road?
So Neon District, I would say in 5 years, as everyone was talking about earlier, the asset ownership piece, as we're seeing also though with decentralized finance, I love the idea of communities gathering around beloved game assets and adding to the lore and the story and building out the universe. So by leading with a really strong brand, having a strong story, being immersive, giving exciting gameplay, that we can build opportunities for the community, almost to have community takeover on different areas of the universe. So I personally love the expansion, and that's where I hope to see Neon District in 5 years, is like, how have we used all the decentralized tech to empower the user not only to have these game assets, but also be a part of the development and the future direction of the game.
Now that I'm looking at your game, did you guys do an airdrop? Because I feel like I have one of your items in my inventory. It's a ghost head.
I think we did do an airdrop.
Yeah, I didn't know what it was at the time, but now the pieces are starting to come together. Well, let's go to Axie. It looks like you've got your community alpha up now, Alex, but certainly there's a big scheme here. So 5 years down the road, where is Axie? The short answer would be acquired for $100 million, but what's the vision?
That's probably too little, actually. So what I think is that we're just seeing the start of Axie Infinity as a platform. So basically what we realized in 2018 and 2019 is that NFTs are the perfect vehicle to build on top of. So people started using Axes to build different kind of games, and that's kind of what we want to expand on. But we have a very different approach than, for example, some of these platforms like Decentraland and the Sandbox. Our approach is like we want to build an IP and a brand around a successful game first, and then we want to put these guys into our virtual world, which is being built on top of the land. So what I want to long term is to see that people have ownership of the kind of the virtual world that we're creating, and that people are building their own games, Axie Infinity games, and then kind of taking it from there.
And you cannot get a chest right now. It looks like
everything is sold out for these chests. So it's been sold out for quite some time. So actually, we've generated over 6,000 ETH in revenue so far. Very and nice. Axie Infinity is kind of the first product that we are creating as a team. So my company, the company is called Sky Mavis. We're 25 people now. We're located in Vietnam, and we're building different kind of games. But Axie Infinity is or I should say, we're building games inside the Axie Infinity universe. And so like the battle game is the first one. Yeah, and then we're building our own sidechain as well to scale Axie. So it should be interesting. So some more news coming about that pretty soon.
I wonder if I have any Axie stuff sitting in my my inventory that because a lot of times when you're on OpenSea, you just see something and you go, "Oh, that looks cool. I think I'll buy that," and then you find out later on that was part of a game that.
If you have some Axies, the chances are that the value of those are probably like 5 or 7x from when you bought them, because we've seen such a massive spike of growth lately. So we're like at all-time high in terms of daily active users, in terms of on-chain usage. So we're the top game on Ethereum now. We've been that for I think about a month, and I think it's like a testament to what we've been building, kind of compounding efforts over 2.5 years now. So I feel like we're just getting started.
Yeah, Dirk, we encountered one another at a conference. It was World CryptoCon, I believe, last year, right? Last October. You were outside the Litecoin conference room, and I immediately saw, what you were doing and thought, this is cool. And you were very early. And since then, you've iterated a ton. In fact, you started with San Francisco area, sold a lot of properties, and now you've opened up portions of Manhattan, and those are selling. What's the master plan here? Is this nothing short of world domination?
Well, what we say is basically rebuild the world, right? Or that's going to be our slogan going forward. And that's also what you cannot do yet, but what's coming soon is that means, of course, right now when you go on Upland, you can go and you parcel the flat parcels, but in the future you will be able to develop the land. That means you can erect different types of buildings in the cities. There will be also, of course, on the outskirts, you can build maybe some other structures. But the idea is that it's not just about building, because we say play, earn, connect. The idea is also that our uplanders will be able to run businesses within Upland. And that's something also we're going to launch. That means you will be able to run maybe a virtual nursery and sell virtual plants to other players. You will be able to actually have an NFT gallery. So that's something we have in the making as well. We will be able to import NFTs from other games into our game, then have your virtual house and maybe show it off to some of your friends what you have. Then also we will have meeting places like virtual coffee shops where you can meet and connect with others. So that's exactly, so we're rebuilding the world at the end of the day, and in a certain sense, to make it entertainment, to make it fun, and it's going to blur with the real world a lot. So visions which we have, but there's a lot of regulatory issues. For instance, when you buy a piece of, let's say, an old-timer car, like a tokenized car, which is happening also in the real world. Things are getting tokenized, and you take this one piece of that car, this token, bring it into Upland, and then you can drive the full version in Upland. That would be awesome, So you're blurring the real world with the virtual world. So that's eventually what we want to, see in 5 years' time. That there's a vibrant, global community. Maybe we have opened up the whole world by then, or not even that. We have to see how everything works out until then.
Who's this guy that's exploring the?
Yeah, that seems to be, looks a little bit like your brother. Could that be?
Yeah. We were one of the first ones to have the custom block explorers here, and oh, looks like I can pick up a send. There we go. Very, very cool. And you know, you guys, I think you are, as of this morning, number 2 on DApp radar, right after Splinterlands. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. And this is one of the advantages, because the way we've built the app is, because what we've seen is, especially with all the Ethereum apps, it's, you know, you had a discussion this morning also, you have gas prices, it's complicated with MetaMask and stuff. So we said from day one, the way we want to build the app is really, and we're based on the EOS blockchain, is that it's super easy, just, you know, email and password and you signed up. Which allows us to also tap into, you know, the vast majority of gamers, which are not blockchainers. And that's also, we're seeing that because we're doing surveys. We know that roughly 30% of our players, they are not blockchain aficionados, right? They've never used MetaMask or something before. They just came in because they liked the game. Interesting thing is, and that's coming back also to your thing, when we had the Blockchain Heroes event, they all of a sudden understood, oh, there's something like NFTs and so on. They started creating their own NFTs now, even though they've never done it. So, you know, we both brought them somehow into the crypto world.
Right, the fans do that, which you know, really brings up interesting question here about onboarding the mainstream. Right, you know, you're trying to do it in the Upland app to make it easy, where they don't have to go buy UpX. They're using a fiat on ramp to get into the ecosystem. Marguerite, what you know, what do we need to do, and what are you planning on doing to make it so we're not having to connect all these wallets that mainstream just doesn't get?
Yeah, so we have a custodial onboarding solution, and the way that works is, in the game, if you want to, let's say you're a new user and you have no idea that this is even a blockchain game, right? That's not really presented to you. And there's no barrier to entry. Like, we don't say you need to own this token in order to do anything in the game. You can just start playing. And that's why the assets, so you have these low value assets that you can play with, and where they derive their value from is actually how you develop them through the specification tree of the characters. So anyways, you hit a point where you're like, oh, this might be valuable. So at that point, you'll receive a notification that maybe you want to look at the marketplace where these things are trading. The way that you can transfer those assets out without owning the cryptocurrency is you can use the in-game native currency, which is Neon, which you buy for cash. You use your credit card. You can also buy with Ethereum or something else. Anyways, you're allowed to make that transfer out without ever having to touch cryptocurrency, because then we cover it on the back end.
That's good. You know, it's just every time you have to connect MetaMask, for us, it's second nature, right? We don't, I'll click here. Okay, I got to log in, my MetaMask, boom, boom, do this, now sign it. We don't even think about it. But for the masses, real complicated. You know, Alex, what do you, I had to log in with MetaMask to get into Axie.
Yeah, so for quite some time, I mean, we've been in the space now since the beginning of, like, when everything started with the CryptoKitties, and we had actually expected that things would improve. But the truth is that the more faith we put into others, that they will build things for us, in reality, it rarely works out. So what it made us realize is how early we actually are. So that's why we're making kind of our own scaling solution. Now that we have the team and we have the capital, we've expanded significantly. And we're also making our own kind of wallet solution to make things very easy for people to just simply sign up. And then the reality of the situation is nobody wants to deal with all the MetaMask stuff immediately. So the flow just needs to be the same thing as any traditional game. You play, and then if you want to take the next step into the blockchain space to see, like, what is this all about, maybe experience the benefits, because that's in the end what it's all about. Like, can we provide a good enough user experience but with additional benefits? And the first game who can do that in a good way, well, that's kind of the where the success will come from. I don't believe in kind of going the blockchain approach first. I don't think anyone actually does that yet, or still rather. Like, there's really no other choice because we haven't really seen anyone scale in a good way. And like, we can argue that WAX, EOS, any other blockchain. The truth of the matter is the numbers show that this is not the reality yet. So That's it.
You know, a lot of times in these panels, it's the moderator has the questions and everybody, we go around, we all ask them, but I just realized we've got three incredibly brilliant people here that are going to be wildly successful. And I wonder if any of you have questions for each other about what you're doing as you're hearing each other talk.
Yeah, I'll shoot in some things eventually, I guess.
It's a good one. So how do you guys think about, let's say, exchanging NFTs going forward, from, New District to XD and to Upland and the other way around? What's your general take on that?
On the are you asking about interoperability?
Yeah, interoperability, or maybe you have to, because until, blockchains interoperate between each other. What blockchain are you on? You're on Marguerite, on which one?
So we're doing a layer 2 on Ethereum, which is Matic network.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess for we've done some interoperability where, for example, we have a game asset that in Neon District, it's a blade, but then in 2 other games, actually it's represented differently. So in one other game, if you have this asset in your wallet, your ship has a special hologram on it that you otherwise wouldn't have. And then in another game, it's a car part in Battle Racers. So
wait. What's the piece in? I want to look at this. What is the piece in your game? And can I see it on OpenSea?
It's the title is something Blade.
Something
terrible.
Something Blade. That's my favorite
yeah.
Blade.
It's been a few months. But here I can talk about it. Yeah, but it's just an example, and I think for where we are with interoperability right now is experimental promotional more than doing this at scale at the moment, because like Alex was talking about, we have to do a lot of middleware building still, and the bridges between the different chains and how we want everything to work out. So if you want to build in these experiences, they're going to have to be pretty highly selective at the moment because of how much bandwidth they will require for your entire team to build out the experiences, and if you're working with another team. But as we do those little experiments, we're going to see what works, what people like, and then we can build it larger at scale.
Is this it right here? Is it the Radiant Blade?
Yes, that's it.
So you're telling me in your game, it's used for this purpose, but if somebody has it in, I see Battle Racers and Light Trail Rush, then it takes on different properties.
Yes.
That's badass.
Yeah, I mean, and there's lots of ideas of this being, we know this is all possible with the technology, but to build these ideas out at scale and with the content, I mean, how much content you have to create across with the games in general, you just have to be selective on how we're spending our time at the moment. And yeah, in the future, I definitely want to work with these other projects and to do campaigns but it does, pairing up with our different user types. For example, we're doing promotional work with Dissolution, which is a sci-fi space game, but there's a little bit of crossover with the genre. So for us, it makes more sense because it's the same type of player, same interest. Yeah.
I think for Axie, or for me rather, I think interoperability is a meme right now. That is, like, as you said, at best experimental promotional, at worst like a time drain and an opportunity for the team to lose focus on what the team should be doing. The reason why I'm saying that is quite simply that these teams that we can potentially work with are so small right now that the cross promotional value is very low. Just in terms of how much effort you have to put into it, based on what that can be used, the time can be spent on doing other things. So in reality, what I think is the first we have to solve some of the infrastructure stuff, and then for Axie, we believe in the interoperability between Axie games, in the universe at first, and then in the future, once we have hit that scaling point where more and more games come into play, that's when we can tap into this whole decentralized ecosystem where, for example, the art is available, people who have NFTs, because people own NFTs, right? They might want to use them or put them out in crypto voxels or Decentraland or whatever kind of thing they want to show people that they own the asset. That is cool. That is something that's easy to do today. But when you're talking about these other in-depth partnerships or interoperability things, it's such a massive task, really. And I think the real value will come for the user is when we have someone who's making the metaverse where they want to pull in everything. And I actually I listened to your executive producer Chris Chapman's podcast. He was on an NFT podcast, I think, just the other day. And I think he's definitely got a really good point where he's talking about metaverses, where he's saying that content is king, but the real value is basically like a metaverse that is controlled by that is truly decentralized. But in my opinion, it's so far until we are there that's why I'm saying it's a meme for now. It's a cause for danger for the team unless you're really selective and careful. And when you choose something, you need to do it fast, efficient, and you need to really like look at the KPIs and see like, is this worth it for us to spend our time on?
Well, I just want to, can I piggyback on that just real quick? We did an experimental game called MetaBoss, where it did a lot of what Alex was just touching on. We built it fast. We were testing the KPIs. It uses everybody's NFTs. So we didn't have a special NFT for this game itself. It's basically whatever's in your wallet, you select teams based on your current holdings. And then you strategize for a week-long battle, MMO, it's asymmetric combat across it, but there was no gameplay. It's all web-based and it's just numbers. You plug in your numbers and you got the feedback of the results of how your NFTs performed. And then there was a distribution of an ERC20 at the end. So that was our experimental run with that. But like Alex was saying, the amount of work required for all these different projects is so massive. For them to be successful, you have to be highly selective. And so that is now on the back burner as an event-based experience, because I do believe that sort of metaverse type of interaction will be really cool in the future. But yeah.
So that I second that, right? I mean, at the end of the day, we are a metaverse, and Joel, as you know, we've done. I don't know if you want to share the screen. We've done a partnership, short partnership with the CryptoKitties. So we have actually, we had an event run. We sent your CryptoKitties, which you don't need anymore, to Angel Island, north of San Francisco. It was was called Retirement Island for CryptoKitties. And you see on Angel Island lots of CryptoKitties, strolling around. But I think what is very important, especially when it comes now to blockchain gaming, what the paradigm shift will be, and that's also that's Alcatraz.
Oh yeah, we don't want to send the kitties to prison.
We have some people in prison right now. Oh, that's the kitties. So I think what's going to change, what blockchain can achieve is, in a way, can be different is. When we're changing from game-centric to user-centric, because if you put yourself into the shoe of a user, right? I'm a user, and I wear a shirt, I drive a car, whatever I have, and I want to transport those from one game or from one place to the other, and that's where it becomes really interesting from the user perspective, because now I can have an identity which is somehow always the same across different games, different metaverses, and so on. And that's where I think when we achieve that point, my take, that's when the blockchain gaming industry will start to disrupt the traditional industry. That's just my 2 cents to that. But that's probably still, some years out.
I wonder, do you think that the big players, the EAs of the world, Blizzard, Activision, they're going, by the time they pick up on this, will we already have new major players that have a significant foothold, or do you think they're going to come in and either A, just make acquisitions, or B, develop their own stuff and just try to blow everybody out of the water?
I think they will acquire. That's they're just watching it right now, and then the ones who are successful, they will get acquired. However, since we are decentralized and the ownership is a little bit different than in a traditional way, that's also something which might give a completely different dynamic to the whole M&A space.
I mean, yeah. So for Axie, we're working very closely with Ubisoft right now. They're one of the big teams who are definitely looking into the space. What I can say is that from a perspective of those who maybe understand blockchain but aren't really into it is Epic Games, and the way that they are looking at the entire kind of gaming space and all the stuff that's happening with Apple. Like, I believe that they will actually enter the blockchain space quite soon and look to do either acquisitions of people or companies who might have platforms, distribution platforms, and kind of that whole infrastructure layer where they can connect the other games to blockchain quite easily. And then we will see other bigger companies do the same thing. So for Sky Mavis, what we want to do is quite simply make something amazing for Axie first. And then we want to, the rest is kind of gravy. But of course, we have a long-term vision for the company and where we want to see that. We really believe that the blockchain, using blockchain technology in a nice way, adds a lot of benefits for the users. And something that's truly unique and hasn't really happened before. So it's only a matter of time until players get really fed up with the traditional space. And then I believe actually that Epic Games will have a big piece, big part to play in this, because they're so powerful right now and they have a lot of leverage on these other companies and the way that they're acting. I think, yeah, it's just amazing to see what's happening in the traditional gaming space right now too.
This is a really interesting panel. We're going to wrap up here in a few minutes, but I want to give each one of you an opportunity to just speak to our audience, because we have everybody here from gamers that are the consumers that are playing and acquiring these NFTs. And then there's other people here that are business people looking at the opportunities. So Marguerite, what do you want people to know about what you're working on and how they can get involved?
So I have a couple projects that we're rolling out pretty soon. One is a personal experiment. It's called Coin, and it's basically an access token for a secret society, and it's going to be rolled into a secret society within the Neon District universe. I'm excited about this because I love the idea of social money. It's playful. It's gonna be very low value, and the idea of the reward-based systems, the automated rewarding, being a part of a group like that, to me is really exciting. Then also I'm working on a project called Crypto Tendies. Tendies is a meme coin in the DeFi space, and we're releasing a card game with DeFi mechanics. And anyways, I'm excited about that project because it happened so fast and furious. We got pulled in by a bunch of our existing investors to come out and help with this project. And it has a really robust community. So I love the idea that the community happened and they built all these little features, and now they want game mechanics. So they sought out an accessible game company. I love community-driven projects like that. And that should be coming out. I mean, it could come out any week, honestly.
That's awesome. Blockade.games is where you guys can check all that out. Alex, your turn.
What I can say is that we're working on something massive. I don't want to leak too much, but over the next coming months, there will be some really, really big news in Axie Infinity. So you should definitely follow our Twitter page, which is called Axie Infinity. And put on notifications. That's all.
Excellent. And Dirk.
Yeah, so of course we have, as all software companies, big releases coming up. Everyone is asking us all the time when we have the fiat out, because we're going to be the first game which allows that you can sell your digital goods for fiat currency. We do that in a partnership with Second Life guys. So that's coming in the next roughly 2 months this year for sure. And so that's one thing, and the other thing is to help building Upland. So what we have launched is called the Upland Contributor Network, and this has different programs. One program is called Broadcasters. So right now we have YouTubers, short filmers, we have blog posters, we have a rap song being created. So there's a lot of creative content being created around Upland, where people can join, participate. And we're going to launch a new program soon, which is called Artists, where they can also contribute in the way we build things in Upland. So we really want to be this whole idea of Upland being very community-driven.
That's awesome. Dirk, Marguerite, Alexander, thanks for bringing value to the blockchain community through your projects and for joining us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. Thank you. Thanks, Joel.
Have a good one. Mr. Jeremy Born.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
It's over to you, buddy.
Sounds good. Thanks, everybody. A great panel yet again. All right. So what is coming up next here? Just a packed day, which is crazy. So having David Moore from Known Origins to the main stage. So David, if you can make your way over, that'd be fantastic. So in the meantime, while we're waiting for David, just keep in mind, enter for the raffle tickets. Go to nftday.com. You can get tickets there. And also, if you would like to upgrade to the $40 ticket or the $99 ticket, which is the VIP, you get to network with all the speakers a little bit later at our VIP networking party. I believe you get 5 raffle tickets along with that VIP ticket, as well as Travis and Joel have really created something awesome, which is a digitally signed Sooth and Sayer Blockchain Heroes card. That's very rare. There's only 250. So I think we have about 40 left or something like that. So if that's of interest to you, go sign up at nftday.com. David, what's going on? Can you hear me, sir?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, good. Thanks so much for joining us. So we wanted to do something a little special here. You know, Known Origins, you guys do a lot of great stuff. You guys are a great platform, collaborate with some of the best artists in the space. So I wanted to take this time to let you take over the screen and give us a little walkthrough in terms of the platform, why it's different, and some of the highlights that you wanted to show in conjunction with you know, the piece that you guys have donated for the raffle giveaway.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Just want to say thank you for letting us join in with NFT Day. I've been watching, it's been amazing. Love the Wax talk, love the SuperRare talk. So let me take hold of the screen. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you a preview, give the NFT world a preview of what we've been working on for the last couple of weeks, months. So we're basically looking at giving KO a full facelift. So we were focused on performance and shareability. So for those people out there, Known Origin is a digital arts platform built on the Ethereum blockchain. We focus on bringing digital artists into the space, onboarding them, and then getting them to sell rare digital assets. As you can see, we've got over 200
Oh, looks like you're on mute there, David. Oh, there we go.
That's why he's got a little one on hand.
Yeah, man. This is my little helper. Nice. So as you can see, we have 425 artists that are on Known Origin right now. And what I want to do is just jump into like some of the awesome artwork that we've got. So this is the whole new redesign for the front end of KO. As you can see, big focus on the artwork. We've got the buy now, beautiful, make an offer. This pops, little overlay, you can buy now, or you can always make an offer on these pieces. Just put like 34 ETH in there or something. And then it gives you all the detail you want here. The edition number, we've got, it's a 1 of 1. And it was created like 40 minutes ago. This info here gives you like the spec. Obviously R721, hosted on IPFS. This guy sells pretty much, all his work sells out pretty much the same day. If I jump onto the gallery, we've focused on, we know that people, the artists that we have are like, they're quite new for a lot of people. And so what we've done our search, so you can literally go like Faith, and then you can start seeing artwork. You can put in things like landscape. And then, so you can search by genre, search by the type of artwork that you love, rather than having to know these intrinsic kind of artist names or detail. I want to show you the piece by Zach. Really beautiful photography that he's doing at the minute. It's like a change of direction for him, like macro lens photography that we're seeing a lot of. This is a 1 of 1. We also look at really trying to dial up a focus on the artist and understanding who the artist is. So we do things like artist spotlights, and we do a thing called guest editor. So we get a guest editor to come and they choose and they select 6 artworks and give like a reason for why they've chosen them. And they kind of talk about the piece and kind of what it means to them. So as you can see, diverse mix. We're really trying to shine a spotlight on like underrepresented artists as well. So we have artists that are like established, but we also try and discover new artists, bring them into the scene. And one artist that we've recently brought in is an amazing guy called Brendan Dawes. He's a data visualizer, so he gets data, visualizes it in these crazy ways. This here is Black Mamba's Revenge Part 1. It's essentially a scene from Kill Bill, the movie, that he's digitalized and turned into a visual. This sold out within, let me show you.
That is wild. Look at that.
Yeah, that is really cool art.
So if you look at the kind of insights piece, you can see that this sold out in under 2 hours.
Nice.
And then the most recent drop that he did today. Come on then, mate. Bye-bye. Way past his bedtime. Most recent drop that he did today, he minted it 7 hours ago. What he does these huge renders. They're like 4K, put them on a 4K TV, they look absolutely spectacular. And then if you look at the insights, this sold out in like 55 minutes.
David, I'm so sorry. We're going to have to wrap this up here in a second. Would you mind? I know we have a raffle coming up at 2:25 here in just a few minutes. So do you want to show the piece that you guys contributed? I think it's a really cool piece by Robness, I believe.
So Robness is one of the KO OGs. This is from my personal collection. I thought it would be a great tribute. It's got iconic pieces in there. It's got the Crypto Kaiju in there. He's from the Counterparty days, so big influence on the Counterparty, and he's a crypto OG and one of the first kind of big artists that we got on Known Origin. So I believe this is going in the raffle straight after this demo. Again, I just want to thank the NFT Day guys for letting me do this quick walkthrough of the latest KO. Check out knownorigin.io, and thanks again, guys. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely.
Thanks, David.
Thanks so much, David.
Very cool. Let's see. Should we do some pack openings, Jeremy?
I think we should. I think I sent you quite a few packs, so you should have a few left to open. Yeah.
Let me pop open the last Shatner that you sent me. I'm hodling one of my own packs here for perpetuity, but I'm going to open up this one right now. And Travis, you here? I need your commentary.
The sound effects. There he is.
Shards, lots of shards everywhere.
Let's see if I can combine it.
Look at the shard. I sharded my pants.
There we go. I can combine this one here on the slopes.
Oh,
come on, let's get the most rare.
Spock.
That is as common as they get. All right.
One more time.
Let's see if I have any more I can combine here. They should like surface. Oh, there we go. There's one. The showdown. Put those shards together. That's a shimmer. Shimmer. My shards now shimmering.
Nice.
All right.
That's like the second most rare card, right? The shimmer.
Third. The top one is
third
the
most rare
ones, and then the X-ray, and then shimmer. So which one should I open? Pack 1, 2, or 3?
I'm feeling 3.
Feeling 3. All right.
Feeling like a villain.
We're gonna get a tiger stripe. I feel it.
Little Joe exotic action. Now I want the rarest of the rare. Like, where's the CE?
What's a CE? I don't know why I'm missing
Collector's
that.
edition. That's the
okay.
ones
Is that the
have
gold?
Animation. No, it's not gold.
Oh,
it's
got it.
Animated. Oh, there's a
Yeah.
tiger stripe.
Oh, I called it. There we go.
Now, here's the thing. If you get a claw, you don't see it when it's dropping them. And I forgot about that when I opened the other one. I could have had a claw and not known it, because it takes a moment for the tiger claw to come up and do the little rip thing. So let's just take a look here. No claws. No claws.
You wouldn't get a claw and a tiger border, would you?
You don't know.
Nice.
There's the border. Let's check that.
I don't see no damn claw and a tiger border. You're gonna get both.
And keep in mind, for anybody who's joining us, even on the live stream, if you haven't registered yet, register. You get an email, and then you can incorporate your WAX ID and your Ethereum address. We're going to be dropping randomly all the stuff that you're seeing here. We're going to be dropping into wallets randomly, so you guys can win the stuff that you're seeing us open here.
Mr. Travis Wright might end up in your wallet randomly.
Well, if I'm in the wallet, you're on the wallet too, because we're attached at the hip.
We are.
We're attached at the chest, actually.
And then one other mention, you can actually buy raffle tickets until August 31st. The largest raffle prize, especially for those people that are watching the stream and the restream of this, which a lot of people end up doing, September 1st is the biggest giveaway, where you get basically every pack there is. We're going to do it today, and then we're going to do an even bigger pack grab, I guess, on September 1st. So team wanted me to remind you guys about that as well.
You mean like a mega pack of all of them, like a mega Shatner, a mega blockchain heroes, a mega GPK1?
It's a mega pack.
Mega pack.
Everything that Wax has put out, and we're going to include some other stuff like the Veza rare piece, the Bitcoin Origins artist sketch edition. I mean, you're going to get, if you're new to NFTs, I mean, this is like the quintessential pack that you would need to get started, and you're going to be able to make, if you want to sell it and you need to pay your rent or whatever the case may be, you're going to be able to make a pretty good amount just on selling this.
It's
all we ask is you share it on social.
Super ultra mega.
There you go.
Giga pack. All right, I'm going to open up a hero pack here. Let's see if I get any.
So where do I register, guys?
Yeah.
Rocket Man.
Lightspeed Man.
Burning all the fuel up there. Another vanilla pack for Mr. Joel Comm. I do love the beautiful cards, though.
That's because you didn't ask me to pick it, Joel. That's where you went wrong.
You pick your friends, you pick your nose, but you should not pick your friend's nose.
Especially not in the COVID era.
Yeah. Hey, if you guys have not upgraded yet, if you're watching for free and you can afford to buy NFTs, you can afford a ticket for this event, which gets you all kinds of extra chances to win the super ultra mega packs and bonus NFTs. In fact, I think we should show those off here. I don't know if I have them extremely handy. Travis, do you have the NFTs you created handy?
Well, I'm on a Mac, so I can't really show animated GIFs anywhere cool.
Okay, let me see if I can locate those, because you put them in a Dropbox and then I upload them somewhere else. I just want to make sure everybody sees.
They would be in the artwork promotional partnerships one / NFT day.
All right. Artwork.
Or promotional partnerships or something like that. That's what they are on my computer.
I'm looking. There we go. NFT day. Perfect. All right. So let me open up. So everybody who registers for the event is, and if you put your Wax wallet in, you're going to get this. Oh, you're going to get it. So this is the common variation of NFT day.
And that is transparent too. So it is a pentagon.
Nice.
And just so you know, that one is, even though it's a free ticket, that's sold out. So nobody else can actually get that one. So 500 people already joined and got that free ticket. So there's no more of these. But there are, however, of the next one, 75 left.
Boom. Look at that. That's explosified right there. Nice work, Travis. That's really pretty.
Travis, you're pretty talented. I'm not going to lie.
He is.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate that.
And so this is the $39 ticket. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah.
And what else do they get there that they don't get in the
they get the cred goodie bag, and they also qualify for some other really cool stuff that's going to be a surprise in their wallet.
Okay.
Wait,
so for those
don't they get like a bunch of chances or something at the raffle?
Oh, that's a really good point. They get 3 raffle tickets included as well. And the raffle tickets, we're going to do that in just about 3-4 minutes here.
So individual raffle tickets sell for $9.99, so that you get 3 of them included with this. And then the highest level, the NFT that comes with that is this signature edition Sooth and Sayer card. Now, how much is that one?
So this one, let's see, there's only 250. I'm going to get the live count here of how many are left. There's only a few left here, but there are some. So let's see here.
And what else do they get with this? They get the cred goodie bag. They get 5 entries into the raffle. Is it?
They get 5 entries into the raffle.
Is it 3 plus 5, or is it? They get 2 more.
They get 2 more, so they get 5 total. They get the cred goodie bag and a rare chance to win different things in the cred goodie bag of higher value. They get this, which is great, and then it looks like there's less than 50 of these left as well. So there's still a chance if you guys sign up, you can get this rare NFT Blockchain Heroes digitally signed by Travis and Joel, which is actually pretty cool.
So if you've already registered, go to the Eventbrite page and just register new, and then send an email to CoinGenius, and they'll refund you for the other ticket. What's the email, Jeremy?
info@geniusxv.com. And then we'll go ahead and take care of you. And I do have to give a shout out. The people behind the scenes are the ones that really make this thing happen. So Mr. Michael Hewitt, and Carl, you guys in the back end, really appreciate all your hard work. Couldn't have made this happen without you, and the rest of the entire CoinGenius team for all your support and getting a lot of these incredible speakers here to the table. So really appreciate it, everybody.
Michael Hewitt, you can do it. Thanks, guys. We do appreciate you. All right, Jeremy, are you going to do a giveaway?
Yeah, let's do that right now. Okay, let's see here. Okay, we're going to do our random number generator. Okay, what are we going to give away? So we're going to give away a lot. Let's just go through this real quick. And Carl on the back end, if you can let me know who the winner is. So here we go. The first one is going to be the Terra Virtua, and I'm going to pull this up here so I don't botch this. It's actually really cool. Okay, so I'm going to show this on the screen. This is a part of the, what is it called? The COVID Heroes, if you guys have heard of that. These cool characters. This one's called the Cleansinator of the COVID Heroes series. And I can only show it. I don't know why I can't do it on desktop. Can you guys see it? Oh, that's not going to work, is it?
I do. No, you have to turn off your virtual green screen.
Let's do that. Let's do that.
Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain because, oh, look, he's actually not in this ethereal area. Move it over to the left.
There we go.
There it is.
You guys can see that.
That's cool. What is he?
So that is the Cleansinator of the COVID Heroes. The widespread viral disease and illness gave rise to the mask and goggled wonder. The Cleansinator. So we're going to be giving this one away. Let's do the random number generator. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Get back over here.
The Cleansinator.
The Cleansinator.
It probably has to talk like this. Probably.
All right, random number generator. Looks like there's about 601 of these raffle tickets now. So let's do this. All right, first one. Number 250, nice even number. And let's wait for the team and let us know who the winner is.
Random number generator for the Cleansinator.
Okay, the winner is A Artist. Clever.
He's an artist.
A dot artist. So check out.
Hey,
wait for an email. Wait for an email with instructions in terms of how to claim this really incredible NFT. Again, there's more of them that Terra Virtua gave to us. Thank you again, guys. And we're going to be handing these out, and random people are going to see these in their wallet. The next are 2 GPK exotic mega packs. So this is kind of a big deal, right? So the mega packs that Joel just opened, we're going to do 2 of them. 25 cards, number 540. What do we have?
Sweet. And the winner is?
And the winner is Jae Hyun, Huynh. Jae Hyun, congratulations. You just won a GPK exotic mega pack. The second mega pack goes to 586.
Nice. 586. Tiger Pikes.
All right. And the winner is A Zintarski. Zientarski. A Zintarski. Congratulations. You just won GPK exotic mega pack. And then we're going to do something that's actually pretty cool. EOS Detroit, not even a part of the event, just said, I want to donate cool NFTs. And I really appreciate that. So thank you. I'm going to show you guys. You can see my screen still. This is really cool. They did a comic, and this is the comic, which is an NFT that you could win. I think it's incredible art, Detroit inspired. So why don't we give one of these away?
Give it away, y'all.
Man, a lot in the 500. So 545.
There's only one of them?
There's a few. No, the ones that we don't give away in the raffle, those are going to be randomly dropped in people's wallets. So people are going to be very excited about the surprise. Okay, R. Consdorf, Konsdorf, R. Consdorf. You just won that rare comic. Congratulations. Next, Cogs Mega Pack.
Mega Pack.
236.
Mega Pack.
Wait a second.
Wait, that's funny.
What?
Did that actually like we have a chat here, a little side chat.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah. Our
okay, hey Rob, did you just win your own NFT?
That is congratulations.
That is really funny. Let's do another one. Let's do 236. We have a few of them, so let's give that art piece to somebody else. That is really hilarious.
Well, let's give that guy like a pack of something then.
Yeah, we'll give you a pack. We'll give you something else. So Carl, get him assigned something else if you don't mind, and then we'll go ahead and do number 236. Will be the winner of the EOS Detroit.
The odds are 1 in 601. That's what the odds.
All right, so the 236 is, oh man, come on, L. Ryman Schneider. L. Ryman Schneider, congratulations! Nice. You won the EOS Detroit comic piece. Next, Cogs Mega Pack. All right, we have 3 minutes. Cogs Mega Pack, number 441.
Ryman Schneider. That's just fun to say. I'm L. Ryman Schneider. Here to pump you.
And that is T. Bogert. T. Bogert. Congratulations, Mr. T. Bogert. You won the Cogs Mega Pack. All right, next we're going to do the Sandbox Legendary Dragons. And once again, I have to pull this up on my Trust Wallet. I don't even think they have a desktop application. And I'm going to go ahead and show you what this looks like real quick.
You got about a minute left on this giveaway, Jeremy, and then we'll.
Okay. All right. Well, you guys can look it up what it looks like.
Look it up.
277. Number 277, and that would be T. Kulmeshnov. Kulmeshkenov. Congratulations. You just won the Sandbox Legendary Dragon. And last but not least, and we're going to have to give some of the other ones away later because we're limited on time here. We're going to give away the Known Origins piece that David just showed us by Robness, which is one of the best artists in the space. This is going to be a big one. 480.
So I guess to win, you have to have a really challenging last name.
Let's see what the next one is here. Oh, this one's easy. Jay Steckley. Jay Steckley, congratulations. You won the 1 of 1 Known Origins piece by Robness. Oh. Congratulations, everybody. We'll do another raffle a little bit later today. And the one at the end of the day is the big one. The biggest one is September 1st with like the, what did you call it? The super duper mega pack or something like that.
Super duper ultra mega.
Ultra. There we go. We're going to do a semi version of that. And we're going to do 3 or 4 of the mega packs, still well over $500 in value. So stay tuned for that and sign up for the raffle tickets if you haven't gotten them already. So with that said, we are going to move on to creating a new standard with NFTs.
Yeah, and we've got you can stop sharing your screen there, Jeremy. We've got a guest moderator joining us, a friend of the Republic of Bad Cryptopia, as well as the blockchain world in general. His name is Mr. Oz Sultan. Hey, Oz.
Hey, how are you, brother?
Nice background.
I know, right?
Digging that a whole lot. And Oz also is running for New York State Senate.
That's correct. If you go to oz4ny.com, I'm running on a pro blockchain platform, which is really, how can we leverage this technology in a manner and fashion that allows us to, protect people from deed theft, which happens constantly up here. It's everything to collect taxes and spend better, to, improving just the livelihoods of folks all across, the Upper East Side, the Upper West Side, Harlem, and Washington Heights. And then, there's the standard stuff, but I think maybe it's not standard to enough people, which is we've got to create more jobs. We've got to bring in the federal funding to do this. We've got to focus on the homeless issues, and policing is a big problem.
Right.
There you go. Well, you're gonna take over here and host a panel for us for the next 30 minutes. So
Excellent.
we're gonna welcome those people in. I'll let you introduce them and take over.
Sure.
And you can start whenever you want.
Excellent. This is Oz Sultan, and welcome to NFT Day. I am joined by Jonia Wilmsman, Zachary Long, and Garth Midgley from a variety of different blockchains out there. Zach being Ethereum, Jonah being Wax, and Garth Plasma. What I'd like to do is kind of start out with just a simple question, and I'd like to get into some of the more technical stuff afterwards, because I think we've got a breadth of different listeners out here. But given the state of affairs of where we are right now, and the fact that NFTs have gone from, you know, CryptoKitties being the biggest thing everyone had heard about a couple years ago, with the entire collection at one point being worth about 1.4 million bucks, to now everyone and their mother trying to hop into the NFT train. And we've got Tops, we've got you know, Quid on the opposite side of this, which is all the sticker collectibles that are not necessarily blockchain linked. What's your general take on the state of the market right now, and what the opportunities are for folks that are looking to develop? And Zach, I want to start with you because it's Ethereum. Then I'd like to move over to Jonah and then Garth. But don't worry, Garth, we're going to be asking you first a couple more times about things.
Yeah, no worries.
Hey Oz, thanks, man. So that's a good question, you know, and one of the big things that kind of made big news and big waves in the NFT ecosystem this year was just simply the fact that on Ethereum, the NFT market cap, which is it's a weird term to think about, but another good, you know, I guess phrase to call it would be kind of exchanged volume is reached over 100 million, right? And so the $100 million mark is not much when you think of Binance doing, you know, $1 billion in volume a day. But when you think of individual assets being sold, such as you know, one CryptoKitty and then one race car from a game, all of that to equal $100 million is quite a big leap from what we were last year. So projected towards the end of this year, we should be reaching 300 million. And so the state of the ecosystem is pretty rapid growth at this point. And that's, you know, that's a good sign. It shows that we have a lot of you know, we have a lot of new users coming on. We have a lot of adoption happening from NFTs. But I think one of the biggest things is that we have so many different projects from across different ecosystems, as we can see from all the panelists here, that is driving individual users on their own, which is also helping our adoption, opposed to having just kind of one centralized you know, NFT project or NFT game like what CryptoKitties was. CryptoKitties only got 17,000 users, I believe, and now there's marketplaces out there that have 17,000 users alone, right? And they're not crippling the Ethereum network.
Right.
Other things are, but
don't get into that.
Yeah. So overall, I think the NFT space is doing really well, and I think it's just on a trajectory to continue doing really well.
Jonah, I'll add to that. You know, you guys have actually launched the card that's behind me, which is me. But you know, what would you have to add to this? And you know, where's the WAX perspective on this?
Yeah, I think the number one thing that I can get 100% behind is rapid growth right now, and especially true on WAX, perhaps even more so than on Ethereum, because we're only getting started. Ethereum has already been there. There's already been an ecosystem established since the launch of CryptoKitties, and on WAX we're really like this year where we're getting started. We've seen Tops coming in with their Garbage Pail Kids collections on WAX, which have been great successes, have sold out very quickly. As you said, the card right behind you, the Blockchain Heroes collection, they've launched on WAX. They've been a tremendous success. I know Joel and Travis are working on a lot of stuff in conversations with lots of different projects that now all come in, see how great existing projects are doing, and they want to get in. They see the potential here, and I think we're going to see a whole lot of movement, especially in WAX, but in the NFT ecosystem as a whole.
I like that. Now, Garth, why don't you talk about a couple projects that are on your chain, because you know, folks may or may not be aware. And where are you seeing this, you know, from kind of like the emerging space, as well as the fact that, you know, collectors are starting to pile on quite a bit?
I think I'll probably speak from a point of view of people who know our history with 22 Racing Series will probably know this, but we've been working this game for about 10 years now. And we actually, from 10 years ago, we had this idea, I'll go into all the detail, but we had this idea of a digital economy with people racing online and exchanging assets online, competing for races, creating tournaments, all of that sort of stuff. So when crypto came around, we just saw this as the perfect technology to launch this thing that we wanted to do, right? So our vision for, I guess, where NFTs are now and where they're going is CryptoKitties is a really nice kind of proof of concept for the idea and the basic technology. But that's going to sort of accelerate in use cases and adoption moving forward. So there'll be, we can go into all the detail of each one, but there's going to be hundreds and thousands of use cases for NFTs moving into the future. So excellent. I see the adoption just growing exponentially and in complexity and interest.
So there's right now what we have, the collectible market. There's the event market that I think is burgeoning. But the one challenge I suppose that we have, and Zach, this is coming at you. Garth, I don't think you guys have any of these challenges right yet, and Jonah, not so much. But the price of transactions, right? The gas cost on Ethereum right now has gotten relatively expensive for ERC20 tokens. The question really becomes, there's a lot of large corporations, there's a lot of new players coming into the space. There's the opportunity for bringing baseball cards or things like that back that really haven't been as popular as they were in the 80s and 90s. But what are some of the technical hurdles that you're seeing right now? And this is for the entire panel. But actually, Garth, let's start with you and get back to you, Zach, because we know where that cost thing is. But what are some of the technical challenges that you see for folks entering the market, largely because, well, if anyone doesn't really know crypto and they don't understand NFTs, but they've seen this before, there isn't really a good start point for them. And a lot of times what we're talking about is, the business users that want to do this, that have the budgets, but they've got to get that technical sort of know-how in order to make it an executable project.
Yeah, cool. I mean, that's a tough question. I'll try to break it down as simply as possible. So I'd say the advantage that we had as a developer developing a game that we already needed sort of this NFT ecosystem, but we just didn't know what technology we'd use 10 years ago. We already had this idea of how we wanted to use that technology in mind. So when we came to looking at a blockchain, which partner to partner with, we spent years shopping around, speaking to all of the different chains directly to ask them questions. And earlier on, what we found was that essentially we're hearing a lot of, no, you can't do that. No, that'll cost too much. Like, no, it'll cost you $1 or $2, $3 to mint each NFT for your game, which just was not a business model that was viable for any game developer. Any game developer knows that you need to be able to mint NFTs on demand, for fractions of a cent. I mean, it shouldn't cost more than that. So for us, it was hard. I mean, we just had to do a lot of meetings, and kind of then we found our partner, Phantasma Chain, which has been fantastic for us. But then that meant us also developing that technology with them, right? So that's a case of a developer and chain getting together to develop the technology that we need to make this viable for us and for other developers. So it's hard for people to get in now to find the right solution. But I think as people like us, Zach and Jonah, all kind of go and develop this baseline tech and these use cases, these APIs, future developers will be able to come in and just use that technology much more easily.
Excellent. Jonah, your thoughts?
I agree. We're really still building a lot of the like foundations. And there's no denying that right now it's still, there still are hassles everywhere. There are a lot of things that aren't developed yet, where centralized solutions, you have thousands of libraries or whatever to choose from, and you will find one for your specific use case. Whereas if you're going on blockchain technology right now, especially if you want to scale it as well, if you want to get data easily, as Garth mentioned with APIs, this all is only now being built. It's not there yet. If you get in now, it's, you're really just at like this beginning of the space, and that brings technical challenges, and it means that people like us on this panel ideally solve them so that developers coming after us have an easier job to do.
That's fair. Zach, what would you add? And what do you think about, the cost implications inside of the ecosystem?
Yeah, you brought up two good points. One, the cost, and then the second point was, how do you get someone with non-technical experience kind of into the ecosystem that is a business with funds? I'll answer that second one first, and then we'll explain the approach we did for the cost. So that's kind of what Mintable was built for, was for the non-technical users. It doesn't require, most of our users are actually about 99% of them are just normal people that have an idea for some art or some sort of, you know, small project that they want to use NFTs for. And then when they go to Mintable, they don't need to know how to code. They don't need to know, you know, anything related to NFTs other than just fill out the form, put in their image, put in their info for, you know, what's the name, what's the description, and they submit the transaction. And then we have smart contracts that deploy them their own smart contract that they have complete ownership over and control. And then their NFT is instantly live and listed on, you know, OpenSea and can be transferred or used anywhere. In fact, the NFTs that Mintable is giving away for the raffles, I made on Mintable, right? I just, that's the easiest way to do it. And so I made it there. It took like 5 minutes to make 25 NFTs, my own smart contract and 25 NFTs. It took more time to make the artwork than the NFTs, which is how it should be, right? So for getting new users onboarded, I think having tools like that where all you need is to be a content creator, and then you can come into the NFT space is really important. And that's what we try to, you know, that's our whole goal. That's what we're trying to achieve. Now for the fees, you know, I've noticed that fees have been going up, and this is before like we actually saw a massive spike. I've been noticed that fees were slightly increasing, and then at the same time, I was not happy with our batch minting. Our batch minting allows you to make multiple NFTs in one transaction. And the problem was if you wanted to make 40 NFTs, which was the limit, it's only 40 is the highest you can make, it was costing you, you know, around $50 normally. For an example, the 25 NFTs I made last night with the current gas fees cost me $181, right? Yeah, and that's a problem. So we come at the fees as, you know, two different approaches. One, we're on Zilliqa, which is a highly scalable like DPoS chain, which means that essentially, you know, you can make your smart contract, your NFTs, maybe 5 NFTs for all under $1. And, you know, you're looking at around maybe 5 cents per transaction. And that's to do some heavy computation in that transaction. So that's one option, right? The other option is for the Ethereum side of things. If you don't want to switch over, we're redesigning all of our smart contracts for gas optimization and different things as well to save money. So one of the things we've done is I've redesigned the 721 standard to allow for batch minting in a better way. So as I mentioned, the max was 40 tokens in one transaction. Well, I've completely redesigned it. I've stripped out everything that doesn't need to be in there while maintaining the backwards compatibility. Now you can make 1,000 NFTs in one transaction for 1/3 of the cost of 40, right? Which is a huge improvement. And it was actually quite a hurdle to do so. And it took me a little bit over a month of just constantly working and tweaking it to get it to work. But being able to make 1,000 NFTs for about $50 is a huge improvement, because most projects don't need 1,000 NFTs, which means if you want to make 100 NFTs, you can do that for maybe about $5 to $8 at current gas prices. So when it comes down, it's going to be even cheaper, under $1, to make hundreds of NFTs. The second thing we've done is we've added a new type of minting so that you don't actually have to create the NFTs to sell them, right? And this is going to be a really big way for you to be able to say, I'm going to sell 20,000 NFTs, and it's going to cost me, you know, under $1 to set that up, right? And so that's another approach that we've taken. So what we're trying to do is, instead of moving to another chain, or instead of using a layer 2 solution, which also is not ideal, we wanted to, you know, get as efficient as possible with the engine that we're using now, right? You don't drop your diesel engine to go to an electric engine. You try to improve that engine, right? And so that's some of the approaches that we've taken.
So kind of building off of that, you've all kind of talked about layer 2 or APIs. You know, there's an interoperability and intercollectability question that's here. Expediency, you know, obviously we're not talking about moving to Raiden, right? Because there's the layer 2 protocols aren't necessarily going to help. From an API standard point, you know, I think with WAX, with Phasma, there's the question of how can you get more Luddites, and I'm going to call them Luddites because you really have business folks that are coming into this ecosystem and throwing money at it. So I'll give you 2 use cases that I'd actually worked with. One I'd worked with in the past One I just am sort of a fan of. If you look at the old Gaia universe, right, and what you had was Gillette came in, and you know exactly where I'm going with this. So Gaia did something it was 2009, where they created a Venus world inside of Gaia for women, and they were giving them shoes, right? And so they had these little shoes that you could put on your Gaia character, and those shoes ended up they were sold, they were a giveaway. They immediately ended up in the aftermarket for $7, and they were retailing for like about $30 inside of a month. We just had that same thing happen with Animal Crossing, right? So the question is, from an API standards perspective, what's the, and you know, Garth, I have a friend named Garth. Garth, you're sitting there with a Xbox PS5 poster right behind you. What do you see the utility for bringing this into some of the gaming spaces and some of the non-collector spaces, which is generally where you see a massive uptick in the utilization of the technology?
Yeah, sure. If I can, I'd like to sort of start with the point just on sort of what Zach made as well. Is one thing that's interesting. I'll be super quick on this one. Is a lot of the chains, like Zach mentioned, are sort of legacy chains that have this legacy tech, and people are sort of taking those big, bulky truck diesel engines and try to make them, you know, lighter, faster, you know, sticking turbos on them, superchargers. But ultimately, it's still a big, heavy truck diesel engine. So I think just a quick note on that is I think the way forward is to sort of find the smarter electric engine that's lighter and does exactly what you need, which is what Phantasma chain does. It's like a purpose-built NFT engine. So it's like, for us, we mint NFTs on demand. They cost us fractions of a cent, and they only get minted when they are like purchased. So basically somebody buys it, we make it, give it to them. Like it's like 0.000 something 1%. So it's super fast, super cheap. In terms of mass adoption, so I think that's also a part of it. So you want developers to want to get involved and see the opportunity. You want the cost to be so infinitesimally small that they don't even have to know about it, which is what we do with our project. So what we've done is it's one of those sort of Steam Valve models that we've done where we made our game, we needed this NFT backend, we need to develop that out, then we needed a way to distribute our game. So we've made like a version of Steam, which was called Pavilion Hub for our game. So that's a place where people would go and sort of buy our game, connect their wallet, use an NFT license to play the game, update the game, manage NFTs, trade NFTs, all that sort of stuff. And we've presented that like a Steam use case. So if you come in there as a Luddite, you just, all you care about is you want to play a game. Potentially, you can just go make an account, buy a game using US dollars or cryptocurrency. And it does all the back-end stuff for you. So the wallet's stored in the back end. You can own that wallet yourself as well if you want to sort of take more control over it. But for a layman, it's just gaming. And then there's this bonus of NFTs that you can buy, trade, and sell. So you don't need to know about it. And I think that's the way forward for mass adoption. I think if you can just get people to have the user experience that they know, it's no harder, because people will have friction points, even if there's a benefit. If there's a friction point of time or learning something new, that's enough friction for people just to tap out early on. So if you can provide a service that's as good or better than a traditional service with the benefit of NFTs, then that's where mass adoption will come in.
Jonah?
First of all, I agree that ideally you don't want to have your users think about using a blockchain. They should obviously be aware that they're using this tech, that they have the advantages of it, but right now there is still a lot of friction, and you want to remove that as well as you possibly can. Minting costs certainly are an aspect of that, which also, like on WAX right now, are a lot lower, in the range of $1 to $2 per 1,000 NFTs. But I also don't want to make it unfair that a lot of that is down to WAX not being utilized as heavily as Ethereum. And at some point, if WAX is continuing on the trend that I hope it will continue on, and that I believe it can continue on, then you're going to have eventually have problems on WAX as well. Maybe they're not as severe as on Ethereum because you have a higher transaction throughput, but eventually these costs still come to a point where where you have to consider them, and ideally you shouldn't have to consider them, because if you do it in a centralized way, if you just store it in a database, then costs are essentially zero. And now if you're moving to NFTs and the first thing you hear is, yeah, and for every NFT you're gonna have to pay 10 cents. That's not an attractive proposition. You want to work on getting this as low as possible. Right now on WAX, it's low enough that nobody has to worry about. But I'm not gonna sit here and say just because we utilized less, we've solved everything.
Right.
And there's a lot of development still to be made in the future.
And Zach,
Can I quickly respond to that point? I mean, that's I think that's one interesting thing is the whole development costing, like Jonah just mentioned, being a friction point there. So it's that sort of chicken and egg scenario where if users have friction to jump into a blockchain and understand it, there's a friction point. But if developers don't want to jump in to get involved because of the cost being too high, then that won't bring users either. So you look at any console model like the Xboxes and PlayStations, the first thing they do when they launch a new console is they go out there to get applications, to get projects, to get developers on board. They send out test kits for free now. These cost tens of thousands of dollars. They want product, they want games, because those games bring the users. So yeah, we need to have a user experience for developers that makes them want to get involved, and that means low costs and good APIs.
Let me throw another idea in there before I toss it over to you, Zach. So, you know, I have worked in technology and gaming, and one of the things that we did, this is again a while back, but Foursquare used to sell badges, right? And so you could actually get a badge sponsored for like South by, the same way we have, you know, WAX cards, the same way you have video games that you can purchase, Garth, that you had talked about, that are using protocols that are very similar to like what you'd used to buy on Steam. What is the opportunity here for companies to come in and start looking at that from the badge perspective? Because Foursquare used to charge a company $50,000 to roll a badge out, right? And whether it's a badge, mind you, there's many NFTs, but if you look at some of the NFT giveaways that we've got just for this, what you're looking at is it's a lot of them just look like badges. You know, they're really cool, but there's a lot of utility cases there. What do you see as just maybe the emerging opportunity with that? I'd like to open that to the panel as well, but Zach, I'll just add that.
Sorry, you want to start with Zach?
Yeah, was that Garth or me?
Well, just I'll toss it back to Garth, and then we'll pop over to Zach.
Okay, yeah, cool. I mean, the opportunities are huge. So we've done this with our Game 22 Racing Series recently, where we're selling lots of different kinds of assets, and that's one of the things is you sort of mentioned badges, but if you can give developers the option to sell, you know, whether it be a badge, whether that's just like a statement of status, or whether it's in-game items that can be used in multiple ways, the more opportunities you give for developers to think of creative ways to sell assets as NFTs, the better. So we've raised quite a bit of money recently, which is helping us to fund our development by selling assets ourselves. So we've got these cars, you can kind of see on the poster, like just here. So that's created out of 25 different unique NFTs. And those NFTs then become a multi-NFT. That's a car. That car can be raced. You can put it together with all the different little NFTs. They can be minted as a vehicle that can then be raced, and then people can have like history attached to it, and then you can scrap it apart and sell it off as individual parts. So the point being, like, the more opportunities you give for developers to get creative with NFTs and how they're working. So an NFT could be a track, right? So somebody could go off, build the track in game, make that as an NFT, and then license that to other people running esports events. So then they can collect money per race or per lap for the use of that, like the license use of their track. So yeah, the point is there's massive opportunities there, and we just need to get creative and have some really creative ways to run NFTs.
Yeah. Zach, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think that's an important point to mention, is like the flexibility. You know, I've been saying since probably about a year ago that when we add these features to the NFT ecosystem, we're going to move outside of the current asset class that we see now, right? Right now, we see things like artwork, game items, a few badges, and a few utility items like maybe domains. But when you add something that wasn't there before, it opens up this new asset class. So for example, one of the things we added was private files. So like unlockable files, which means that you can upload something to the NFT, And the only person that can access that private file is the owner of that NFT currently, right? And so that means that I don't have to sell, artwork. I could sell music. I can sell movies. I can sell fonts. I can sell software, backgrounds. Really, any kind of content that you sell online, you can tokenize it as an NFT, and that means it can do a lot more. So a really good example that people can wrap their head around is if a musician sold a single where only the owner of the NFT can download that single. Not only do you get the song, maybe you have a really cool album cover that's like rare, and there's only 100 copies of this NFT, right? So only 100 people are going to get the single, but the artist can then say, hey, you have this asset in your wallet, and if you bought this single for $100, which is really expensive for a song, but if you bought this, I will give you free access to any of my concerts for the next year, and you get like backstage access or whatever, right? And that NFT acts as a ticket to the concert. And what that means is that you have something that used to have one purpose, a song, right? You download it, you listen to it, that's it. Now you have a song, you have an artwork, you have a collectible item in the form of all three of those, and you have a ticket that can be redeemed at an event to give you like free access. And so the utility and the asset class completely changes. And it also means that you're gonna have more people that are gonna be coming into the ecosystem. They're gonna say, hey, I don't really know what an NFT is, but I really like this artist, and I really want that free concert ticket. And okay, I just got to do a few steps, get a wallet, buy it. Cool, I did that. Now I have something that I can resell to get all my money back at a later point, and I get all the benefits, that was originally offered. So I think that's a huge thing that needs to be addressed in order to make our ecosystem grow at a spectacular rate, is building the asset class out so that it's not just a few certain kind of items like artwork, game items, and domain names. We need to get past that.
Can I jump in with a little creative comment on what you just said, Zach? I mean, so it's a cool point. And one thing that we like to do is drive user adoption through opportunity. So an example with the music idea would be, imagine if a big artist sort of puts out their baseline track as an NFT, and thinking about this multi-NFT idea. So they say, all right, if you go out and you download this track and you remix it, you add a track, you add a vocal, you add a guitar piece, you add a solo, whatever, if you add your piece, if I include that in my final mix, then I'll wrap this up as a new NFT, and everybody who contributed something to that song then also gets the cut of the final sales.
But that's literally like what CryptoKitties was, because the way you would actually create those things is because you had to breed them. And so the way the code was written is that, like, if you had a CryptoKitty and Zach had a CryptoKitty, you'd create a new CryptoKitty, and then that would be a new collectible. What you're doing is running around inside of those 17,000 users trying to find people who had originals and rebreed new kitties. But I just want to add this, and I'll toss it over to Jonah for a sec because he hasn't spoken so much. But what you just postulated, Zach and Garth, was a solution for digital rights management that big companies could buy into, that's actually really interesting for consumers, because no one really cared about it before. Like what we've got with digital rights management right now is Apple owning your stuff. And if you die or something happens and you don't have a will that bequeaths your iTunes library, it's gone. But what you actually have here is real tangible assets that can be held, that can have multiple permutations to them. So as developers, what do you think is needed to really put the gas to the engine to this, to get the market to kind of start to buy into that?
Hey Oz, I'm so sorry. We're gonna have to wrap up. So we have time for one person to be able to respond, unfortunately, and then we have to get on to the next one, if you don't mind.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so I think the most important thing is that we, as like the foundational developers, we make it as easy as possible for other people to then build their stuff. And just to give an example, we have actually two exciting artists that are doing stuff on atomic assets on OX right now. One of them, he will sell 50 NFTs, which are like his artwork, obviously. And then as a special, he will pick one random NFT of those 50, and they will actually get the real world art piece, the real painting that that's currently sitting in a studio, that will then be shipped to one of the winners. And then another project, which is Michael Blue with Uplift Nation, who is launching Uplift Art actually today, uplift.art, who will be in an auction event that he has thought of and developed himself, he will give out a music video of that he created on his own, and all the proceeds go to his charity, which is Uplift Nation. And these are the things that I think we make possible through just giving them the tools. They can then think of all this amazing stuff and make it happen.
In terms of disrupting
in
terms of disrupting the big guys, I mean, we see this time and time again. Somebody who's got a system that works, like Apple's not going to change the way their back end works and the economy works because it's working for them. So they're stuck. It takes a disruptor to come in and make the new platform that makes something better and then drives the users. So what's it going to take for the big guys to get involved? I think they're going to have to be disrupted and then be forced to change.
Excellent.
Or die, I guess.
Listen,
Awesome,
there's a large breadth of folks you can reach out to. I strongly advise you, if you're interested in the space, to reach out to Jonah, Zach, or Garth. There's a lot of utility in terms of where this can go. You know, think about these guys in terms of how you, as not just a user, maybe a business, want to do this, and just also think about the fact that this is the future. Jeremy, thanks for putting this on. Guys, can you just connect with me on Twitter? Because there's some interesting stuff we could chat about here.
Thanks, guys, so much. What a great panel yet again. Thanks, Oz.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, Mr. Joel Comm. Oh, you popped in for a second.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
Yeah, you might as well. All right, so I think this part of it, we were going to do a little bit of a sneak peek into what's going on at OpenSea. I know you guys briefly touched on it and looked at the website, but this is kind of the showcase for OpenSea in terms of everything that they're doing. You guys can probably see my screen now.
Scoot it over.
There we go. So OpenSea is the largest marketplace for rare items. And the cool thing about OpenSea that I really like is the fact that they're aggregating from all the other platforms as well. So it's not just OpenSea, this is Nifty Gateway, Rareable, all of the different ones here. And you can actually see that because Josie, the limited edition crypto art there, that actually was an auction on Nifty Gateway. What was it, yesterday? That I think the auction, I can't remember what the end price was. And then Terra Virtua, you see these little guys, we auctioned a few of those off as well. So just going in to explore, you can see on the left, here's all the different platforms. So if you look at like SoRare, Rareable, Axie Infinity, all these people that you guys saw talk today have their collections here. Some have integrations directly, and then some basically just show you the art, but you have to go to that platform to actually make the purchase. So with that said, you see a lot of these here, and I'm sure, you know, Joel, you're very familiar with Unstoppable Domains. It's kind of cool to see this, you know, they're selling them as NFTs. So that domain, harleydoctor.crypto, is being sold. So domain auctions on these secondary markets is something that we're seeing really take off, which is pretty cool. What are your thoughts about that?
My thoughts are I was preoccupied. What was the question?
I was just talking about Unstoppable Domains as NFTs being sold on the secondary market.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, they're doing it, and you know, NFT.cred. Yep. Doing that as well. And I think it's a good idea to be able to have you know, to be able to say, hey, rather than sending Ethereum to OX5G2 capital you know, F blah blah blah, send it to Joel.cred, right? Makes a lot of sense. Send it to Harley.crypto or whatever.
Yep, exactly. And then you can sort by artists.
Was sold for what, $90,000 or something there?
Which one?
Something dot crypto or something dot whatever. That's their the dude from OpenSea said that's what happened.
Oh yeah. That's pretty incredible. I mean, you can see all the different artistic takes here, and some of the other ones in terms of My Crypto Heroes, you know, F1 Delta Time, Known Origins, Ethereum Name Services, Gods Unchained. I know that's a big thing in the industry that people are really excited about as well. Yeah, there's some really cool stuff here.
I think you need that one, Jeremy.
Yeah. Daddy.crypto. Nice. I mean, even look at the crypto kitties, and I think you guys showed this a little bit earlier. Maybe it's not going to pull up specifically for sale.
We actually chatted with the guys from the Unstoppable Domain Names, worked with them, and we're trying to get bad.crypto, but they won't ever give it. He's like, no, it's a premium. We cannot let you have that. Like, no, come on, man, it's us. Let's work a deal out.
Somebody else.
Oh, we want to charge you lots of money.
I mean, look at this. This one's 50 Ethereum. I mean, there's some ones that are some serious prices here. So, you know, Devin from OpenSea, really good guy. I know they're doing a lot of cool things. I know they're looking to integrate different types of wallets as well, especially that of Wax. I think they're potentially building something like that. And I think you guys have followed this and, you know, talked about this on Nifty Show, which is SuperRare, which a lot of people don't hear about SuperRare, but it's there. And if you look at, what was that site that you guys showed me where it shows all the sales every single day? It is CryptoSlam. So if you look at CryptoSlam, every single time I go on this and it shows the daily sales, SuperRare is always at the top. So as an example, 60 ETH traded today specifically in $23,000. So this is secondary market sales for SuperRare. Obviously, you know, this is Major League Soccer. So there's a huge following around the world. This one's absolutely doing incredible. Next is Cogs behind that. Blockchain Heroes, NBA Top Shot, GPK after that. So it's kind of cool to see that. If you guys haven't seen CryptoSlam, it's just nice to see which ones are doing well and which ones are thriving in the secondary markets. But there's something about this one. I haven't really put my finger on it because I'm not the biggest soccer fan, but I don't know if you guys want to comment or if you guys have tried this before, but there's obviously something here as to why.
I'm not a fan at all, so.
No, okay. Okay.
Soccer is like it's kickball?
Footballs.
And that we just offended half the world, probably 70% of the world.
Oh well. Hey Travis, we have a an announcement here just around bad crypto and a free gift for everybody watching NFT Day right now. You know what
yes,
that
there's
is?
some big news happened today for us. Yeah,
that is. Yeah. So there's a cryptocurrency that we've been following since their ICO in, was it 2017, late 2017? I think.
It was late 2017. I remember I got on the ICO and I threw a few ETH down on that thing, and it ended up blowing up. And then it did some things like the crypto market did.
Right.
But they're doing some amazing stuff around the world.
And we haven't said who it is yet, but it
We
is
have not.
Electroneum. And they put out a press release today that the Bad Crypto team are now advisors for Electroneum. And to celebrate that, they and we have a gift, free gift for all of y'all, as long as you've registered for NFT Day. So, because we're going to need your email. So if you haven't registered yet, go to nftday.com. But to kick off our recent advisory engagement with Electroneum, we want to give everybody who signed up a free gift card to check out Electroneum's new gig economy platform called AnyTask. It's like Fiverr, only better. So Fiverr takes a nice chunk from every sale that is done on there. And with Electroneum, the freelancers don't get squeezes on them. You can pay with fiat currency, and the freelancer gets paid in Electroneum. So this is not an NFT, but if you need a job done, go to anytask.com and see what kind of deals you can get with a $25 free gift card. Again, you have to be registered to NFT Day, and this will be sent to you. So just a little extra something bonus from your friends at the Bad Crypto Podcast and
That's
Electroneum.
Right. Maybe you have an idea for an NFT series of your own, and you can go find some amazing graphic designers over there. That's the thought process behind that whole thing, giving you a little hookup. And we appreciate y'all. And again, that doesn't cost you nothing. You signed up, you get it anyways. It's coming your way.
Amazing graphic designers. All right, I think I've got another pack to open, but I think I just have the one, Jeremy. So maybe you can start with this one. You will have more time for giveaways that you want to do.
Sounds good.
So let me go to, I think I will open that last Tiger King pack.
What about opening up one of the packs they just sold today? That'd be fun.
I don't have. Do you have? I didn't get in on the sale.
I do. I have a pack. I got what I can open. No, you know what? I can't open it because I was able to buy a couple on the secondary market, but I'm not able to open it because I've not logged in on that sub portal.
There you go.
GPK. But however, my son's about to send me my 2FA from across the world.
Nice. All right, so I'm going to do this one right here. See if we get a claw this time. Claw me, baby. Claw me, Joe Exotic.
Claw me, claw me.
Claw me.
Add it to the playlist. Oh wait, no, never mind.
Claw me, claw me.
Claw me. I want a
Prism,
tiger claw.
prism. Triple prisms, no
Lots of
claws,
prisms.
no stripes.
So many commas. It'd be awesome if you could do something with those.
I know. Oh, there's a stripe. Yay.
Cool stripe.
Yay.
Nice.
Take a look at it. Kindled Kirkham. There it is. He's on
Nice.
fire. All right, so let's go ahead and do some prizes, Mr. Jeremy Born.
Let's do that. Before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and give some sponsor shout outs. Once again, some incredible companies really helping out today, not only contributing on the panels, but donating some great items for you guys to win via the raffle. Once again, the raffle is open now and then all the way until August 31st. We're doing the biggest giveaway on September 1st. Follow us on Twitter as well at CoinGenius and Bad Crypto Podcast for more. But Wax, Tops Digital, Nifty Gateway, OpenSea, obviously Bad Crypto, Cred, Atomic Assets, Upland, Phantasma Chain, SuperRare, Dapper Labs, GoDai, and Cryptocurrency Wire. So, I mean, with all you guys, thank you guys so much. Couldn't have done it without our partners and sponsors. You guys really made this a special day, and we can't wait to do it again soon. So with that said, Carl, can you give me the thumbs up that you're ready if we want to do some additional giveaways here?
One thumb will do. That's all we need. It's one thumb.
One thumb.
And there's a bunch of people asking in the Telegram and on YouTube and all that how they get their Cred goodie bag. So why don't you settle that once and for all, Jeremy?
Sure. Yeah. So you should have already received, if you haven't, or if you registered recently, you should receive an email. And the email after you register should give you all of the instructions. Cred gives a nice grouping of instructions to be able to redeem those. It's pretty easy to follow. So if you have any issues, you can reach out to us at info@geniusxv.com. Other than that, you should have no issues. Take a look at your spam folder as well. It could be there. Cool.
No issues at all. So
yeah, Carl, we're just going to do some extra ones right now. Let's do some random giveaways yet again.
Yeah, and then
okay.
our next guests are getting ready in the green room.
Cool. So the ones we didn't get to yet were the OpenSea Decentraland wearable, which look like, let's see if I can find it. There it is. And you can't see my screen probably, can you?
Not yet.
Okay.
So
and
when you share your screen, pick the browser window. See,
there
we
we
need
go.
a tutorial you here, Jeremy.
Yeah. Yep. I get it. I tried that before. All right. So the OpenSea soccer shirt. I want to show a lot on my screen. That's a problem here. So the OpenSea soccer shirt, this is what you can win. And the number is 233. And Carl will probably get that to me in just a second. Number 233. Carl, let me know as soon as you're done. And that is the OpenSea Decentraland t-shirt wearable. And then we'll go on to the next one, which is the Nifty Gateway piece from Duncan, which is his personal collection. Pretty cool stuff. And I'm going to show that to you right now. This is the recent drop. I know we all saw that. Okay, that's that. Your profile. A few things here. I've been busy. Okay, I think his are at the very bottom. So as you saw, and I think you showed this a little bit earlier, so this is what we're going to give away, the Black Boombox Lightning number 36 out of 40. That's what we're giving away right now. And that number is 218. The first one, the winner was El Garabe. And that was the Decentraland wearable. And then for this one from Duncan's personal collection, W. Jones. So congratulations to you guys, and check your email. You'll receive more instructions on how to redeem that. And if you filled out the form with your Wax ID and your Ethereum address, you should have no problems receiving that. And that concludes the next part of the raffle.
Well, you have a few minutes left if you want to give away something else.
Okay.
Because I know you had more prizes than we had time before.
Yeah. Okay, let's do it. Let's see what's next here.
Raffle away. Raffle copter.
Okay, so what we're gonna do now is, all right, let's do this one. So this one's from Mintable. And I don't know if you guys can see it, but that's what it is. And it is a Mintable discount card. Okay, that's what we're gonna do now. Okay, and we're gonna go to the random number generator. And that one is 187. And that winner is B. Wickstrom. Congratulations, B. Wickstrom. Check out your email and you'll find out more about how to be able to get that there. And then let's do maybe a few more here. All right, why don't we do this? This one's going to be the Bitcoin Origins, the CoinGenius project, Satoshi's white paper, the artist sketch, first ever release of this. We're gonna go ahead and give that away to somebody. And let's do that. Number 283.
Awesome. And then I've got something that I'm ready to show here before we bring our guests in.
Okay. All right, Carl. 283, I believe. Let's see. Okay, that's J. Lyle. Lyall. Congratulations, Jay Lyle. You received the Bitcoin Origins artist sketch. And that's the last one of the raffle. So Joel, you want to take it over?
Thank you, Jeremy. Want to point out to you guys, we recently interviewed a gentleman by the name of Michael Blue on the Nifty show, and he has come up with an idea to create art for philanthropy, to raise money for charitable causes. And he is the first person that I'm aware of to create a full music video on an NFT. And this is it right here. It's called My Bitcoin Bull. I'm going to click here. It's a full music video and animated, and he's created this thing that you're basically naming your price on these on this here. It's kind of like an auction of sort that's going to run for, there's 3 auctions, 3 days, and all you have to do is like bid a minimum of 30 wax to be able to get something from it. I think everybody gets something. And yeah, here's the other varieties right here that you have a chance to get. But basically you name your price. And then there's a random giveaway that Travis and I from Blockchain Heroes are going to have as well. So I'm going to place my bid because I want to support this. If you go to Uplift Art, we encourage you to support it as well. Mr. Travis Wright, are you ready for some fun?
I would love some fun. And actually, have we shown the Uplifter? Because that's that's a really cool. That's a really cool card.
It is a really cool card. So let me find it here. I've got so many browser windows open. It's redonkulous. So I'm trying to navigate my way. All right, I think I found it. Nope, that's the thumbnail for it. So 12 of these have been minted. This is created by Michael Blue as well. 3 of them have gone to Michael. He got mint number 1, and myself and Travis, because we want them. And then there are 9 of these. And why am I having a hard time finding it? Tell me why. Probably because
maybe it was in a Dropbox. I think that's where it was located at.
All right, looking in the Dropbox. I don't see it there. But you know where I will find it? I'll find it in my wallet because I've already sent it there. So I'm going to do this. Go to Atomic and go to my wallet and scroll until I find it. I've opened so many packs that it's like buried deep in the recesses of my things. I do like collecting the things. I am an NFT hoarder. Like,
I'm glad you put the "der" on it.
That's not nice.
I'm just saying, glad you did.
I'm glad I did too.
I'm an NFT derp.
And I don't know why I'm not finding it. Oh, I know why, because I'm looking in the wrong account. That's why. I have actually multiple accounts. Stand by, people. We'll get there. It's been a long day. Been a long day. We're here for you. Aha. I foundified it. Okay, so let me share this with y'all and see if I can play the video here. Share screen. I'll just play a brief moment of it. It's a big file because it's a music video as well. So let me see if we can get it to load. But the hero card is called Uplifter. And isn't that great? Doesn't that look great? Like that?
Maybe click on the other one so you can see the
well, that's the card thumbnail of what it looks like. But the video, it's like a 30 meg file. So that's one of the things about video NFTs is, you know, they're going to be bigger files, and depending upon your bandwidth, it's going to do or not do. Of course, for you guys right now, it's going to not do. So I'm not going to belabor the point, but uplift.art, go and check out what he's got going over there.
That was an official hero that dropped. What was the scheme of that? I guess that would be
it's a bonus hero.
Bonus hero.
Yeah, being a bonus.
Oh, I see it. Here it is.
So we have some guests, Ms. Travis, right now. I don't want to keep them waiting. They are our friends from Tops Incorporated, the Tops trading card company, making a reprise visit here to, I almost said virtual blockchain week.
Did you really? It seems like it today, doesn't it?
Yeah, to NFT Day. Mr. Tobin Lent and his compadre, the chief co-host at the Tops Digicast, Mr. Mark Seal. Gentlemen, welcome back to NFT Day.
Hi, Joel. Great to see you. Great to be here.
Yeah, well, we've seen your face before, Tobin. Always good to see you. But Mark, this is your first time here today, and you've been broadcasting all day at DigiCon, right? Yesterday, today, and you've got 2 more days. Talk about what is DigiCon and how exhausted are you?
Yeah, surprisingly, I'm not as exhausted as I thought I would be, but I have this funny feeling that at the end of Sunday, I'll probably collapse and nobody will see me at work for the next 4 or 5 days after. But
wait, what's that, Mark?
Oh, yeah, by the way, Tobin, you missed that email. I'll be taking off a few days from after Sunday. No, but DigiCon is... honestly, my mind is kind of blown at what DigiCon is, because what it was originally was just supposed to be a program that we were doing across all of our apps at Tops Digital, and it was supposed to be some fun engagement. We were going to have some cool sets, and then Gabby, my co-host, and I, we had been talking about doing a Twitch stream where like we could do a broadcast and do some fun stuff. It hadn't even been tied to DigiCon yet. And Tobin had mentioned an idea of doing something similar, and Gabby and I were like, oh yeah, we were talking about that. And he was like, cool, do it now. So we did, and we kind of took that idea and leveraged what DigiCon was originally, and then we kind of built it into we'll do 2 30-minute segments. You know, maybe we'll try and get a celebrity guest on, but we're like 2-3 weeks out from being able to do this. That's not really enough time. So long story short, yesterday alone, we had Ashley Eckstein on, who's the voice actress of Ahsoka. We had the incredible Sean Astin on in our first ever famous fan segment. We had Disney master artist Kevin John, who was kind enough to do a comedy skit with me, and I dressed up and made my artist name Pedro Pascal, playing on Pedro Pascal, who is in The Mandalorian. And we did a painting challenge. He produced this incredible painting of the child in like 15 minutes. I made, I'm green screen, so this might, chroma key out, but I made this monstrosity live on camera for way too many people.
That is great.
Monstrosity.
He described his approach. He described his approach as creating a croissant, I believe.
I did. I said, you pick a food. I picked a croissant, and then went with that. For some reason, that went over well with people. We had an incredible segment, tons of interviews. We had some fun games that we played earlier in the day. That went from 11:30 to 5. We then followed up with a watch party that Kevin John was in there for talking to fans in our Star Wars card trader app. That was just yesterday. Today we did it all again. We had 2 celebrity interviews with people. We had Alexa Bliss and Drew McIntyre from WWE, 2 superstars that we had pre-recorded interviews with. We interviewed someone from Marvel, an artist. We did a whole GPK thing. We had our own NFT thing that we were going on. We did some talks about what we were doing in GPK. And it's just been crazy. And then we have 2 more days of this. We have Sunday, Gina Carano is coming on to do an interview. She's from The Mandalorian. She's the female lead. And then we even have a musical guest closing out on Sunday. So we have more interviews, more celebrity interviews tomorrow, a final couple on Sunday, a musical guest. And we went from planning for 2 half-hour streams a day to myself and Gabby have been on stream. We're going to be on stream every day from 11:30 to at least 5. So it cascaded very quickly. And you guys will even be on with us tomorrow to have a discussion. So we have tons of awesomeness planned, and we'll be making some special announcements with these guys tomorrow as well, as far as what Topps is doing in the wax space. So that's my long-winded answer to what's going on this weekend.
Oh, and you had a product launch today.
We did. We did have product launch today. We had the first batch. We'll talk more about this later. We had a first batch of GPK Crash Gordon. It's the 40th anniversary celebration of Flash Gordon. And with that, we have a Crash Gordon set that went live, and we, for Wax, made this a Digicon exclusive where we had 5 cards in, and if you're familiar with GPK on Wax, there were AB names, so 10 total cards in a base, a prismatic, and a golden rare.
Base. Nice. And they sold out in minutes. You gave away 500 packs, and then the site opened, and I tried to grab one. I couldn't. So maybe this next round, while we're talking, I'll be able to get them, because it's already out there. So we may as well announce, Tobin, more packs are going to go on sale soon, right?
They are. They are indeed. They're timed actually for roughly what our segment is here. So 6:45, they will be going live. And our first batch of packs sold out in 3 minutes and 18 seconds.
All right, then. So ready, fire, aim.
And this is also another first for Topps. This release was not sold for fiat. It was sold exclusively for Wax. And then we also gave some away for free. We did that on stream so that users who maybe aren't familiar with Wax or hadn't had the time to set up and purchase Wax had an opportunity to get packs. We limited those 1 per person. So those actually went a little slower, which was nice to see, because it means that more unique people were claiming them, more unique users were claiming those packs and getting into the GPK and Wax ecosystem. But those packs that went on sale, yeah, I was a little surprised. I knew they were going to go fast, but 3 minutes and 18 seconds is very fast.
Yeah, super fast. Tobin, you mentioned earlier that you're looking at Series 2, and you just came out and said late September. Do you want to say anything else about that?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. And we're excited about that, right? Just on the heels of Series 1, and then Goes Exotic, very successful, and this kind of, I would say, kind of special release recently with the Flash Gordon parody set. Series 2 is big. This is the 35th anniversary year for GPK. And so what we want to do for Series 2 is go big in a very good way. We want to honor that 35th anniversary, and we're putting together an incredible set with a lot of really great stuff. So we wanted to put, it's like a big goodie bag. We're going to put a lot of different variations of rare cards in there. So with every pack you open, there's going to be kind of this surprise and delight of all kinds of great stuff. And it's going to be much more than we did for Exotic or Series 1. We think it's going to be a really great set. And we're targeting the end of September for that. We're pretty dialed in, and we're very excited about that one.
This is very exciting. There's a lot of great stuff going on over there in the Topps universe. You huge conference going on right now, and this stuff going on right here. Now, there's some other really cool stuff going on, right, Mr. Joel Comm? Is there another secret or something going on?
Well, there's something. We did promise an announcement today, so I thought you had another question first, so I'll just ask this one then. Your question leads me to ask a question, which is it's a really good question, Mr. Travis, right? So when you guys released the TK Goes Exotic set, there was a little bit of rumbles in the community, even though they sold out in record time, that there were too many common cards out there. And as a result, packs aren't being opened as quickly. Secondary market prices are not really, all that great. In fact, you can get a mega pack for less than the retail price, not a 5-pack, but a mega pack. And we've had some conversations about that, and you've come to some conclusions. So perhaps you'd like to announce what you want to do about that.
Absolutely. So, in the spirit, of delighting fans and surprising fans, which is what we're always trying to do. And of course, we'll thank you, Joel. We had some great conversations, and you gave me some ideas, so I'm going to give you some credit there.
Well, thank you, sir.
Absolutely. But, we decided what we want to do to honor the fans is give them the opportunity to take some of those excess common cards for Goes Exotic and trade them in or burn them for a very rare, and what I mean by that is potentially epic level rare, sketch card.
What?
Okay, wait.
Wow.
Time. So you're saying that people are going to be able to take their abundance of common cards and burn a certain amount of them, and in exchange for that, they're going to get a limited edition epic level sketch card, which is not currently available in the Tiger King set.
That is exactly what I'm saying, Joel. We're going to do it.
You're going to do that. So is that going to be one of each one of the characters, or just a couple of the characters, or how many? What is the details on that? Because I know everybody right now in the NFT world is going, what are the details?
Well, we don't have all the details. We wanted to definitely announce something here, but I can tell you that the intent is to give a sketch card for every single one of those base cards, an equivalent.
So 30 different
15.
sketch cards.
15 equivalent to the 15 characters.
The A cards then.
That's right.
Kind of what you're going to go for.
Yep.
So we ran some numbers, and there's about why not? I know you haven't worked through this, but there's if every TK pack was open, there'd be about 173,000 common cards out there. So how significant, is there a range you're thinking of in terms of how many cards you want to take out of supply?
Well, that's a great question, and it's something we wrestle with because we got to think about a lot of different things. In one hand, we want to make it meaningful. On the other hand, we also want to make sure that we preserve the rarity of other cards, collectibles that people have, such as Prism. So all I can say is it's going to be very meaningful to the inventory, but not so much in a way that it affects negatively the rarity of some of the other collectibles.
That would seem to me then to be a potential driving force for a lot more packs to be opened up with higher mints, so that those higher mints can be burned instead of those lower minted ones potentially.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see what happens, but we think it's going to be fun and interesting for us and fun for the fans.
Well,
when do we think when? Is there a ballpark about when we're thinking that's going to happen? We don't have all the details yet, but is there sometime in September? Or?
I think one of the key things here is that also right after DigiCon, Tobin, myself, and some of our other colleagues, we're going to be sitting down and we're going to be crunching numbers a lot. We're going to be taking into account like what we think those impacts are going to be. So, I mean, Tobin, I don't know if you have a time. I don't have an estimated time exactly, but it's something that we'll be working on very soon to make sure that it's done in a meaningful and impactful way without having any negative impact on those collectibles. Like Tobin said, we don't want to impact the higher rarity collectibles in a negative light. So we're going to be sitting down and doing a lot of work. And that's something that Tobin, myself, and I don't know if he wants to be called out, but we have a gentleman named Alex who does a lot of work on these sets with us. He'll be joining in, and it's going to be a group effort to make sure that whatever terms we do come to are well planned out, because there's no going back. Once you burn NFTs, that's it. They're gone.
Well, you know, this is
and this is not, an uncommon thing for us. We do this in our mobile apps all the time. We have a concept of crafting where you can put together different collectibles to create a new one. So it's a pretty common concept for us. And it's a lot of fun. I mean, the fans always love that.
Well, you know, I had this additional idea, which I'm just going to share publicly, and I hope that you choose to adopt it. With our card burn, we took 100 cards and they put them into the vortex, right? And out of the vortex came this new legendary arcane variation. I would love to see people take their cards and they get fed into the tiger cage.
That was with Carol Baskin's first husband, right?
That bitch Carol Baskin did it. Well, I think that's significant, and I think I'm watching the telegrams, and people are already excited about this. I see all caps here: limited edition, epic level, only able to get via burn, base cards from TK, burn to get a sketch. What? So there's definitely excitement around this, and I think that's what's really important. Is one of your goals is to really engage with your customers and delight them. And I think it's this type of action that adds value to something you've already put out there before.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we always listen. We listen to our fans. We listen to our partners. We try to make the best decisions we can. But at the end of the day, that's our North Star, as you said. It's making this fun for them.
Yeah, that's huge. I'm looking at the comments as well.
FOMO.
Yeah. Joel and I were having a conversation about that. Like, how cool would it be if they did that? Because there's so many commons of Tiger King that this kind of thing costs the fans zero money, but the amount of love that Topps gets and GPK gets as a result of doing this is immeasurable.
Well, we hope so.
Can you feel it? Can you feel the love coming at you?
I can feel it
at you,
coming right through the screen.
Awesome. Well, just in the we've got a few minutes left. Let's talk beyond as far as you can. That when Series 2 comes out, it's going to be a rabid fan base. It's going to sell out in minutes. Is there a long-term vision? Like, there's so many. How many seasons of GPK physical cards have there been?
A lot.
There's a lot. I mean, there's years and years. I'll say a couple things on that. GPK is important, and it's a big brand for us, an important brand, and it's a big year. It's 35th anniversary. So, we're looking at doing more. But the other thing is we're looking at other things right now. I think you guys know the partners that we have. We're having conversations, and those conversations are progressing. So I think the only thing I will say, it's going to be kind of an interesting back half of 2020. And we're getting more excited about the blockchain. We understand that, we're going to need to do things to really build it up and grow it. And we're getting more confident in the platform, and we're getting better at understanding it. So, we're able to communicate those learnings to our partners and kind of fine tune our strategy. So
is there, so I see some of the brands here that Topps has. Is there one page on here that lists all Topps brands?
There probably is. And we have an apps page that might be better.
This one right here.
Display.topsapps.com.
Yeah, that's more representative of the brands that we would.
Properties right there.
There we go. I mean, yeah. And
so we've got on the entertainment side, we've got Disney, we've got Marvel, we've got Star Wars, we've got WWE, we've got The Walking Dead on the sports side. We have MLB, huge property, obviously for us for a very long time. And we've got soccer, we've got MLS, Bundesliga, UEFA, and of course NHL hockey, skate. So we've got a lot of great things there.
Hey, if you guys haven't downloaded the non-blockchain apps in the App Store, they're a lot of fun. I go into the Star Wars and Marvel one every day and open up the daily crates and buy cards with the in-game tokens. And I have to confess, yesterday I downloaded Disney and I started collecting Disney cards because they're just fun to use.
There's a great set going live. It's actually live already with John Ratzenberger. And we did an activation with him. He's of course, Cliff from Cheers. Everybody knows him from that.
Cliff.
Character. He voiced a character in every single Pixar movie.
Yeah.
And so what he did is we created a set around him where he is lending his voice and talking about his approach to those characters and what he thought was special about those characters. And we captured that audio and we integrated it into a really unique set around him and his Pixar characters that's now in the Disney app. And those are the kind of things, by the way, we're also excited about bringing to the blockchain. Those more than just a static card, but an experience around one of our properties or characters.
I will say this. I mean, I love the baseball one. I play around with that one literally every day. I've blown through, I don't know how many diamonds that I purchased to gain some of these cards. And right now you released a really epic one that is a comic book series. And there's this baseball comic book series. And then what's cool is that the different variations of them, there's the Mike Trout one and some of these other ones, but then it shows them in various, like, here's the sketch form of it. Here's some with a little color. Here's some with it just all in black and white. Here's some with it all. And I imagine there's probably a super rare one where it's actually doing something more. I haven't uncovered any of those. I have to say, of the 30 people you have for the home run group, you don't have Jorge Soler in there, and that's a big L because he crunched more home runs. He scores 48 home runs, the most ever for a Royal in a season last year. And I'm always excited whenever I find a Royal, but there's not a whole lot of Royals that ever pop up doing anything good in these sets. Give me some. Royals.
Travis, the year's not over yet.
Oh, that's true. You're gonna have additional series.
Well, on the call today, or on Digicon today, we got to speak with Brian Crosby, who made the Mike Trout card crossover with Marvel. And I mean, I'm not a part of this deal, but he definitely seemed like he was interested in doing more cards. So the Bunt team, like Tobin said, the year's not over. So there could be some other amazing stuff coming down the pipeline.
I mean, we've got more 2020 to go still. Oh my gosh. Can we finish on a high note, please?
Yeah. I tell you what, I think those cards that just popped up today, I mean, those things, some of those, the full-on Marvel ones that pop up were absolutely beautiful. And I'd actually show one here. Here are some of the ones that you can see right here, but they are very full-on, colorful. They are full-on comic book versions. And some of them are just completely spectacular. So great. That's what I love about these is that looking at your guys' stuff that you're putting out across these different platforms is inspiring. And it's like, and then it gives me ideas and Joel ideas. And then we come back to you guys with our ideas. It's like, hey, we thought of this. Let's check this. And some of your artists are just, unbelievable. So you guys are doing great work over there.
Appreciate that. I think you guys did a really nice job though with Blockchain Heroes. I mean, that was a really nice set. The production values were good. It was really interesting.
Tobin, I don't want to interrupt you, but it is 6:45, which means if you're watching right now, that the next batch of 1,200 limited NFT day Crash Gordon cards are available right now.
Right this moment.
Right now.
All right. That probably ends it. I'll see you guys later.
They are live right now. And,
it looks like they're sold out now.
I'm kind of curious to see, how many sold out. They're gone. They're literally gone.
Are we down to seconds now? We went down from day to hours. Now it's seconds.
They're gone? How could they?
I just tried to buy a few packs and it rejected. The time it took for the button to light up, for me to push the button and to put in my 2FA, they're sold out.
Mark, do we have a limit on that one?
I don't know that.
We had limits on the other ones.
They're gone.
Yeah, I don't know that we had a limit on that one.
That was
but I was able to check in. My son gave me my 2FA, And then so I had that all logged in. So whenever I was able to press, I was able, boom, I didn't have that. It's getting to the point now, folks, that whenever you buy a launch, you got to have your damn 2FA logged in and immediately ready and all of that signed. Only thing I had to do was click yes to sign, and then that worked. So
I just got the information from Jonah from Atomic Hub, who we also spoke to on DigiCon earlier. 31 seconds.
31 seconds. Congratulations, guys. That's all right then.
Thanks. We're actually going for milliseconds. That's
You guys beat us that. That slightly as well.
That's amazing. Tobin, Mark, thanks for checking in with us. I'm sure we'll be talking to you guys offline for continued masterminding soon. And we can't
Sounds great.
And
Always good talking to you, Joel and Travis.
Yeah, it was great. And I'll be talking to you guys tomorrow.
Yep. We'll see you tomorrow on DigiCon.
Yep. So, see you guys then.
What time are we on tomorrow, Mark, so people can come and check it out?
Double checking. Hold on. Getting on the spot here.
Let's give them the site to twitch.tv/Tops Digicast is where this is streaming on through Sunday, when Mark will crumble into a heap of tears.
And our segment is tomorrow, Saturday. 2 o'clock is when we will start. That's Eastern time. So 2 p.m. Eastern time is when we will be going live.
Sounds great. Thanks again, gents. Talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks, guys. Take care. Have a good show.
All right.
That was awesome.
Mr. Travis Wright. That was amazing. He's like, poof, and they're gone.
Man, when I already went live, I clicked it and I got some, and then I was able to get some more. So maybe I'll sell you some at face value, Mr. Joel Comm.
There you go. We appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thanks to our sponsors for NFT Day, WAX. Couldn't have done this without you guys. Tops. Couldn't have done it without you guys. And Cryptocurrency Wire. We appreciate your patronage and your support as well, making this day a success. Mr. Travis Wright, we have another keynote speaker that's going to join us right now.
We do.
You ready for some keynoting?
You know what? I need go to have a transition break for myself here, back to back.
Well, you could, but this is actually our last interview for the day because Jeremy is doing the final panel and he's going to finish out the day. Because what time is it where you are right now, Trev?
Oh, it is 1 a.m., almost 1 a.m.
So you'll be able to go to sleep, and I've got some other plans. But I'll talk about that more later. First of all, let's welcome the co-founder of Nifty Gateway, 50% of the Koch Foster twins. This is Duncan Koch Foster.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Duncan. How you doing, man?
Good. How are you? Good to see you guys again.
Yeah. You have, you guys have so much demand now at Nifty Gateway for original artwork that you've gone to double drop. You're dropping twice a week now.
That's right. I think, well, double drops are not a permanent shift. We've done 2 double drops so far because we had some artists that we wanted to release their artwork. We're still trying to evaluate the best way to build sort of a large art release system. You know, like there's only so much we can do in Thursday drops, like, you know, in once a week drops. It wouldn't make sense to release like 20 collections on a Thursday drop, for example. So we're really trying to figure out the best way to like allow for more artists to release work, for more brands to release work. I think if you have something that's working, it's kind of your job to figure out how to let more people use it. And really, like, we love helping artists make money, and we're trying to figure out the best way to expand the system without, without oversaturating, which is a real concern, I believe.
Maybe you have Nifty Tuesdays and Nifty Thursdays because they have teas in them.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. You solved your problem. Boom. Just like that. Look at that. Problem solver.
So it would be Nif Tuesday and Nif Thursday.
I like that. Yeah.
Thursday.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about this. So one of the things we've talked about, and we've had great conversations with you and your brother. You guys are awesome. You guys are killing it. And one of the things that, we've always talked about is like, man, it's really hard to, show off my kick-ass NFTs to people because a lot of these wallets on my phone, they don't even showcase the animation. Some of them showcase them like it's super tiny, like you can't even see them. And like, we need a good solution for displays. And I see you got this sweet-ass display behind you. So tell us about what does the future of NFTs and displays look like?
Well, I was hoping you guys would ask about that. That's why I have this in the background of every video call I do. Yeah, this is our display app. I think the last time we talked, we hadn't even announced it for public beta, but now it's out in public beta. You know, you can, all you need is an NVIDIA Shield and a TV, and you can display any Nifty from your Nifty Gateway account. I have this one mounted on my wall. Here, let me see if I can. So it's the first thing that people see when they come into my apartment. And then I have 3 other TVs mounted all over my place. And it's pretty amazing. I mean, there's nothing quite like having people come over and like see an NFT in person. I think it really drives the concept home for a lot of people in a way that nothing else has, especially for people who are used to the physical art world. I mean, we used to do a lot of pitches where they're like, okay, so I tell my collectors they buy these and then what? And at first we didn't really have an answer. And now our answer is, well, help them get set up with a display screen and help them show off their NFTs. So yeah, I think it's awesome. I have my Josie piece up here. As you can see, it's already paying dividends. It's the background in my calls. So yeah, it's really great. And I still, you know, this TV is pretty big. It's kind of a good solution if you have a bunch of wall space to take up. We also let you run the display app on tablets. Those are like, you know, they let you, you know, show off in a little bit of a smaller rectangle.
Mm-hmm. And that's it. Let me ask you this here, because I've never heard of the NVIDIA Shield, so I googled it and I popped it up here, and it says most advanced Android TV streaming media player. So this is not for iOS. So if you have it, you got to get this. You have to get the Android TV, the NVIDIA Shield, or is that independent from the TV, or do I have to connect that to a PC?
Right. So this is, yeah. You basically need 2 things. You need a screen to actually show off the NFTs, and then you need some sort of device to tell the screen what to display. Right. So the NVIDIA Shield is like the device that tells the screen what to display. Our app works off Android TV, and so NVIDIA Shield is a great Android TV, you know, device. And then this is just a regular 50-inch TV that I own, and I have an NVIDIA Shield plugged in, connected to my Wi-Fi. You plug it right into niftygateway.com. Super great solution. And honestly, I don't even think my display setup is the best. We've had collectors, like one user, he set up 5 or 6 screens in his man cave. I'll send you guys the video. It's awesome.
Yeah,
I think
you can screen share it if you have the video on your computer. I just wanted to point out, I showed this a little earlier today, but now that you're here, I bought my first NFT on Nifty Gateway a couple days ago. I bought Lyle Oworko's Boombox series, and I got a pack. The pack had this the black boombox in it, so it's
nice. That's a pretty great pickup. Yeah, Lyle is really an awesome artist. He was almost like exclusively did physical art until we got him into NFTs. He's been doing the boombox thing for about 15 years now. Other pieces in the boombox collection are owned by Jay-Z and Beyonce. He's kind of popular among the music industry because, you know, he makes boomboxes. It makes sense.
Everything sells out.
Well, awesome. Not everything sells out.
Well, it seems like everything sells out. Like, okay, so there's one more of these, and there's 7 of this guy here still. Called.
No, he's a little creepy. I don't know if I want to have that damn thing in my wall. I wouldn't have that on my wall. That's for damn sure. That's creepy as shit.
Maybe that's why there's. Where'd it go? Maybe that's why there's only 3 of them have sold. But most of the stuff on there sells out.
Well, we try and do we really try and like curate pretty heavily. We really only want to put up stuff that we think we can do a good job marketing and think that like we have the capacity to sell. So we basically try and scale the amount of stuff that we sell, consummate with the amount of users that we bring in. So, you know, if we don't think that we have enough collectors to sell something, we'll try and like only take on enough content, which is, you know, tricky. I think like it can be like tough, and it sucks when we have to say no to artists. Yeah, that's really our philosophy, that we want to be sort of a curated experience, and that we really want to bring high quality content to every release we do, and sort of be the place where you go and you know that what you're getting is awesome and from a really good artist.
So how do you determine who's a good artist? Like we were chatting with Vesa earlier, right? Vesa Kivinen, who's a great, he's been created all kinds of, he owns crypto, artforcrypto.com. He's done a lot of amazing art pieces. Like, how does somebody like that get involved with Nifty Gateway and get their stuff showcased?
Well, I mean, first of all, like, I don't think that we would claim to know like who's a great artist and who isn't. For us, it's more about like, do we think that they're a good fit for our platform and for our audience? That's really our criteria, much more so than like, are they a good artist? I think there's a lot of really successful artists who have done fantastic on other platforms besides ours. And like, probably wouldn't necessarily sell as well on our platform. And then there are artists who have like just done okay on our platform, and we sort of do our evaluation process. We think they might be a good fit, and then they come on and they're a big hit on Nifty Gateway, and like they haven't gotten as much traction on other places. So yeah, I guess we don't really think about like who's a great artist. We more think about like, can we add value to this artist? Can we help them market themselves? Is this something where like we feel like it's a good fit for us and our audience? And really like our evaluation process, I mean, we look at the artwork, we look at the traction the artist has achieved, maybe on other platforms. We look at the collector base if they have one. And really it's kind of tricky, honestly. If you bring in digital artists, people who have like large followings on Instagram, often they don't really have a history of selling their work, which makes sense because they've never been able to sell their work before. But if you bring in physical artists who have a great history of selling their work, then they sometimes don't work well with the medium. So it's like, there's trade-offs with both groups, and our evaluation process is constantly changing. But yeah, really it's just about like who we think we can add value to and who we think we can work well with.
I remember this was the series, this one here, the one of one Picasso's Bowl. This is the one that sold for 55,000, right?
That's correct.
So whoever bought that is not selling it. Notice it's not on the market. They're hodling that. And I think I saw a picture of the person holding it in a massive display.
That's awesome. I hadn't seen that picture. Yeah. We're trying to do a lot of, artist education and like platform education around this, but collecting art is really like a long-term endeavor. What in the physical art world is the kind of thing where like you buy an artist, you think you're a big fan of their work, you think that 5 to 10 years from now they'll be seen as a historically significant artist, and like everyone will recognize their value. Right now only you recognize their value, but 5 to 10 years everyone will recognize their value. So we're really making a big push to encourage collectors to think on that 5 to 10 year time frame. Our promise is that we bring on artists who are thinking on that 5 to 10 year time frame. We're always trying to think about ways to like grow our artist career. Like Stephen Balte, we have a pretty cool idea for something that's very unique to him and very unique to his work.
It's so unusual.
Now, it's so unusual, yeah.
Who was the other guy that did the one where the eyes pop out and then reconstitute?
That's him. That's him.
So it's here somewhere. Let me see if I can find that one. Because that one is like, it's so haunting, and I don't see that there's one for.
Yeah, if you scroll down to Stephen Balte, see how he has 2 collections.
There we go. There
that one is not available. Yeah, that one is not, very difficult to acquire. Yeah, we started calling this sort of genre of work digital grotesque. It's just it's eye-popping.
$1 million each. That's unreal. I have a question for you, because this right here is interesting to me, because I just noticed this. I just purchased a Boombox Flames. It was the first one that I purchased while we're on this call. And I noticed I had to use a credit card. So I'm not using Ethereum. I'm not using WAX. So what's the deal on that? Because it's actually, I bought with a credit card, did not use crypto. Is it connected? How do I connect it to a wallet and transfer it? What's the deal on that?
Right. So it's pretty easy we basically, like, our philosophy is all around, like, we want to make NFTs, we want to get 1 billion people collecting NFTs. So a big part of that is we want to make the experience as accessible as possible. And we spend a lot of times like pitching organizations, pitching artists, and like some of them don't want to get their payout in cryptocurrency. Maybe they've had a bad experience in the past. Maybe like, I don't know, like some people don't want to use cryptocurrency, but like they're still great artists. They still have huge reputations. And, we think that the NFT scene would still benefit from having them on board. So, we looked at that and we were like, okay, well, there's not really a an experience that exists where you don't have to use cryptocurrency, we think that's kind of an opening, and that will attract a different type of user. And really that's only our goal. Like, we just thought it was a segment of the market that wasn't being served. You know, we're not trying to displace crypto. You actually can use Ethereum to purchase on the primary market for some collections. We're redoing our mechanism for that. So soon you'll be able to use Ethereum to purchase for all collections, and you'll be able to use it on the secondary market as well. But we had to sort of rethink it because people who were buying from the drops couldn't use Ethereum. The Ethereum transaction times are like slow to confirm. So the people who were buying with a credit card would essentially like get the Nifties instead of people buying with Ethereum. But we have a solution, and we're working on it right now. So yeah, that was really our thinking, was like, we want to build a system where like you don't need cryptocurrency to collect NFTs. This is like an artistic movement. This is a sort of a creative culture movement. It's not so much a finance movement. But we also think it's really important to support people who do want to spend cryptocurrency. And we're also looking at, for some of the auctions that are higher, actually the $55,000 bull auction, the winner paid in Bitcoin, because you don't have to have the money to bid. You just have to like put down a deposit. Essentially, it's like a proof of funds bid. And so, yeah, they chose to pay in Bitcoin, which for a large amount, honestly, Bitcoin and crypto, if you're paying like over $10,000, I think it's much easier to use those than any other means of payment. So yeah, that's kind of our view.
Very cool. Well, we're keeping our eye on you, and I get your newsletter and I see when the drops are coming, and usually I'm preoccupied and I miss them. But I'm watching for ones that I really want. Like I said, I bought my first one, like the little boom box. I didn't get a rare one, but I do like, the little pack idea that you got a chance of getting something super difficult to get there. So niftygateway.com.
I have one final little question, if you don't mind. Can I ask one little question here? I noticed that right now, I know we're running out of time, but you can actually connect external wallets to your displays if they're Ethereum, but not WAX or Engine or any of those other ones yet, only Ethereum, correct?
Correct. Yeah. So, I mean, that's enabled by OpenSea. Shout out OpenSea. The tools that they've built for Ethereum are like, we couldn't live without them. And so, yeah, basically with their API, it's pretty easy for us to support viewing an external Ethereum Nifty with our display device as well. And we think that makes sense. I mean, like, we don't want it to be the case that you have to have your Nifty deposited into Nifty Gateway to display it. So that was our thinking there. Maybe WAX one day. That would be cool.
Yeah. Let us know when you've got those mini displays ready, and say hey to Griffin for us, and you guys take care.
All right.
Duncan, you can actually just stay on because you're on the next panel.
Part of the
so
panel.
If you want to just hang on. Yeah, if you want to hang on.
Well, we're actually going to sign off for us, right, Jeremy? Because you're doing the final panel and then the closing. So
VIP networking party.
I think Mr. Travis,
I can't remember.
Going to bed because it's going to be 2 a.m, and I have a date. So
nice.
I'll try and pop in from where I'm at. But
perfect.
In Dreamland, I'll send you a message.
Thank you guys so much. It's been an incredible
Thanks,
day.
Guys.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Cool. All right, Duncan, what's up, my man?
How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm jealous of that Josie back there.
Yeah, it was a great pickup. I'm really happy I got it.
Yeah, that's incredible. Cool. And then on these displays, can you do it in terms of like the GIF format so it can actually animate, or how does that work?
Yeah, you want to see one? Oh my God,
yeah.
I have the best. My Twisted Vacancy, it fits so well on the screen. It's usually what I have when people come over, because it's the first thing they walk in and they see it and they're kind of blown away.
Nice. Gentlemen, thanks for joining. Mickey, Sebastian, William.
Hey.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Well, you guys, this is the last panel of the day, so let's, make it go off with a bang.
Great.
All right.
Sounds good.
So thanks everybody for joining. For those who are watching on the stream and joining us, this is basically how do NFTs become $1 trillion industry, right? So this is thinking big. This is thinking macro. William, I've quoted you multiple times today and over the last week about looking at digital currencies and cryptocurrencies as programmable money. And in the same way, NFTs to me are programmable pieces of software or digital collectibles. You can program it to do whatever you want. And eventually, I agree with you, This is going to be run by AI. This is going to be all programmed to do different things and evolve by the amount of times in which it's traded or whatever the case may be. So let's think big. Let's think about how we can, number one, get to mass adoption and really get this to a $1 trillion industry. We're going to be approaching over 200 million and 300 million as an industry thus far. So we're on our way. How are we going to get there? And what are you guys individually doing to help? So I'm going to start, because we started with Duncan. I'm going to start with you, and then we'll go across the horn here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think our goal has always been to like make NFTs big. You know, what we say is we want to get 1 billion people collecting NFTs. I think it's a similar concept to NFTs being a $1 trillion, you know, market. And I think the best thing that we always tried to focus on was accessibility. I mean, most people know Nifty Gateway as just what it is now, which is sort of like an art marketplace. But actually before that, it was just a credit card purchasing product. And both of those products were just geared at accessibility. We worked with Axie Infinity on their land presale, actually. That was one of our sort of like our first big partnerships. And all we did was let their users buy with a credit card. And they told us like, hey, that was great. We had users who like, for whatever reason, they couldn't use cryptocurrency. You gave people a different option, which was really always been our goal. We thought, and that's what we did with Nifty Gateway 2.0. We thought, okay, maybe there's a group of users who like, they can't get cryptocurrency. Maybe they don't have an exchange in their country for whatever reason. Let's just give them an option that doesn't require cryptocurrency. And because of that, we can make the whole experience more accessible and bring new people into the space. And that's really always been our mission and like our goal. So I'd like to think, yeah.
That's what it takes, you know, make it easy. They always say the killer app. I personally think the killer app is here, right? It's NFTs. It's getting to the people that just have an affinity for GPK as an example, an affinity for the NBA with NBA Top Shot and these virtual worlds, you know, coming from, you know, Sebastian in the gaming world. These guys are very used to digital and virtual goods. It's a natural transition, which is why there are a lot of people that collect cryptocurrencies and invest in cryptocurrencies because it's easy and it makes sense. But for the average person, maybe not so much. Maybe the average person doesn't realize you can do something and you can create and craft an object and bring it into a game and cross game. I mean, that kind of blows people's minds, right? And it's a little cumbersome. So let me move over to Mickey. Mickey, thanks so much for joining us. Maybe you can just do a brief intro about what you're doing over at Dapper Labs there and what you guys see in the future here.
Yeah, so I'm Mickey Maher. I am the VP of Platform Partnerships for the Flow blockchain. That covers everything from node validator partners to what I would call middleware, whether it's payments, analytics, wallets, et cetera. And then also on the developer or content layer, bringing in our developer partners, our content partners to build on top of Flow. So, you know, to the point that you asked Duncan, you know, what are we doing to help solve and bring this industry forward? Well, you know, we're positioned as a company who's, you know, built probably still the biggest app on Ethereum to date, still the fourth most widely used smart contract, I think. We've built a number of smart contracts, a number of experiences on Ethereum. So we're well positioned to know the challenges as well as the benefits of building on Ethereum. And a conclusion we can get into how we came to this conclusion later, but a conclusion that we came to is if we want to make this a $1 trillion industry, if Dapper Labs wants to accomplish their goals of bringing the first hundreds of millions of users to the blockchain, it was going to be extremely challenging on Ethereum. So that almost forced us to make the decision that we were going to have to go and build our own blockchain to help support that initiative of, you know, bringing, having technology that enabled bringing hundreds of millions of users to the blockchain. We also have a secondary strategy, as what you're seeing with NBA Top Shot, is we're kind of putting our money where our mouth is, where we're building the technology, but we're also bringing in the users. And with help of, you know, world-class, famous, widely followed IP across the globe, it's going to help us get blockchain and Flow noticed, and it's going to help us, you know, sell billions of dollars of NFTs leveraging these global brands.
I do have to say, you know, I've been a fan of NBA Top Shot. I've been a part of the experience in the early beta list as well.
You guys are really doing something really incredible. Obviously, leveraging IP is one thing, but it's about what you do with it. So from you guys to Wax, I mean, you guys are really thinking about unique ways, and that's something that I love about blockchain and the cryptocurrency industry. Is that the egos are there in any industry, but comparatively to most in digital marketing and big Fortune 500 brands, I mean, the egos, we put them aside sometimes and we try to figure out together how we can move industries forward. And even there's collaboration opportunities, even with CoinGenius. There's a lot of other data providers out there, but I go to them and I say, you're not my competition. What can we do together to get the average person in so then they can make more effective trading decisions? And in that same way, hopefully we can all on this panel agree to somehow collaborate and work together to be able to move this thing forward. So with that said, Sebastian, coming from the gaming industry and the sandbox and all the cool things you're doing with the Blockchain Gaming Alliance, please tell me, what your thoughts are on all this. Well,
The background of the sandbox is essentially related to user-generated content. And as you mentioned, we have all this gaming experience, having built successful games for close to 10 years now that reach over 40 million players already. So we've always wanted to turn players into makers. And we're in the space of user-generated content. UGC, we're directly competing with huge platforms like Minecraft or Roblox, who have over 100 million monthly active players. And we're leveraging the technology here, the blockchain and the non-fungible tokens, to enable the true ownership of all the creation, all the content that's created, all the content that is earned and collected by the players through their play session as NFTs. So we think, like, first, like, we are with this virtual world that we are building, that will enable players to build, to own, to monetize their creation and game experience through NFTs and blockchain, that we do have the capacity with fun game, attractive game, to onboard many more players, like not just thousands of players like the current state of blockchain gaming is, but more like millions of hundreds of millions of players, without making all of them interact constantly with blockchain. That's not the goal. Like, the goal is further to focus on creating a great user experience that makes you actually want to play and stick with this game, and afterwards potentially be converted to the benefit of blockchain. And that's, as we are already seeing by 2020, and even though we are not yet launched, we are among the top performing blockchain game. According to some DApp radar or non-fungible, I believe we are like top 3 in terms of like the highest transaction volume or NFT. We've sold for over $1.5 million of land so far. We've started to sell out as premium NFT as well. And there's been so much demand on our land that most recently we sold out in 2 minutes our rounds, which is really incredible in a way, considering that the game is not yet there. We have just started delivering some of the tools of the platform, but the game will be launching, the beta of the game experience will be launching toward December this year. So, and beside that, and in the same way as Dapper Lab or WAX, we also have a strong focus around IPs and brands. Among our partners, we have over 50 partners to date. We have Atari, we have Square Enix as the huge video game company, and we're about to announce other major IPs and brands that have joined our metaverse and are going to build experience. So that's also something really novel. I think, like, we're bridging the traditional game industry to this new technology by offering them this virtual world where anyone can create next to them. And there's really something that boiling here that I think is going to lead within the next 2 to 3 years to something pretty massive.
Yeah, I would totally agree. I think every one of you guys is on point in terms of the panel and getting us to mass adoption. As we know with the internet, they didn't have to understand the underlying protocols to understand how to use it or why they should use it. They just realized that they could send a photo from California to China, and somebody, across the world could actually receive this photograph, and you could send an email from here to there. That's what it was about. And all of you guys have accepted credit cards in some capacity, right? Or you're doing it in such a way to where it's thoughtful, so it's not blockchain heavy. And I think that's a really big deal, right? Duncan, you said something on one of our calls, which was 70%, I think, of the people on your platform have never bought on another platform. And that's really indicative of the fact that these people are fans truly of the artists, and they don't need to worry about crypto or blockchain, right? So I think that is, and I know it's cliche, but everybody says this, which is the killer app is people don't realize they're using it. That's really what it is. So William, with that said, I know you guys are making some serious headway with your wallet, especially utilizing that and working with large IP holders. They need a specific experience, and they need certain things in certain parameters in place to be able to really open this up to their large ecosystems.
I lost you.
Yep, looks like we lost.
Hey, it can't be a presentation unless somebody gets dropped.
Yep, exactly. A little spotty internet. But did you hear the last thing I said?
I didn't. Not the last part.
I just said you guys are doing a lot of really incredible things with your wallet, and working with some very large IP holders. I know you have to evolve, right, to accommodate for these large user bases and their requirements. So can you talk to that and what you as WAX are doing to evolve the space and to be able to make it easier for these large players to come in?
Yeah, I will talk about that. I'd also add something at the end of that as well. Yeah, when you're talking to giant brands, the giant brands, of course, they want to be able to control their IP, right? And of course, you always have that challenge, which is part of the value of a blockchain is individual ownership. So you got to say, well, you do own the IP, but they have a right to trade it and gain from it, right? That's the biggest difference between a virtual item in an app and a virtual item on a blockchain. You own it. And personally, I think once consumers begin to realize that instead of spending, it's about $125 billion per year now in virtual items annually for video games, instead of spending that in a little trap system, it's just an expense. You don't get anything from it. When they realize they can take some of that, they can do an Animoca game or a Dapper Labs game. They can buy art, on Nifty. They can create their own NFTs instantly, right, on WAX and go start trading. I think what we're going to see is a lot of consumers say, why am I in this little protected world on Amazon or on Google? Why am I being subjected to all these restrictions? I bought this stuff. I should own it. And that to me is the most exciting thing. That's what we can offer that you can't get on the existing platforms. I was a venture capitalist at the beginning of the internet, consumer internet. And I couldn't have imagined how it was going to evolve like it has. At the time you had a website, it was permissionless. You do what you want. Look where it is now. For the most part, you want to reach an audience, you got to go to Amazon, you got to go to Apple or Google or Twitch, and you pay a tax. Of course, with Google, you pay a tax on every search. So while blockchain is very clunky today, I think the value of what you're getting is so high that you're seeing all of us talk about consumers just buying stuff like they get the value prop. And it is clunky. Obviously, adding things like payments, fiat payments is a big deal. But frankly, in my hope, we will get more and more people to use native tokens, because you don't have any of the typical issues you have with payments, like rejections. We've found that with some of our sales. People have to use 3 credit cards for random reasons. The credit card processors turn you off. And I'd also say one last thing here. You saw this in the internet, you saw it with mobile, and now you're seeing it with blockchain. Who are the first people to adopt this stuff? It's not the big companies. It's indie game developers. It's entrepreneurs. I mean, the bad crypto podcast guys, they created their own IP and they were not experts in that. And then they sold out all of their IP, right? On the WAX, in that WAX NFT sale. That to me is what, for people listening, that is what they should be listening to. Of course, Disney or, any of these other giant IP owners, of course, they can sell stuff. They can sell stuff almost without trying. What's really cool is when you can create your own unique IP. sell it, and people will buy it, right? That to me is what's most exciting. And in this platform, hopefully with blockchain, we never wind up where you've got gatekeepers like you have now on the internet to prevent you from doing what you want to do, or take their 30% tariff. So,
well, I mean, we're seeing what's happening in the industry with that specifically. You have players like Fortnite that are, they're so big and they're saying, I don't need you, Apple. I don't need you, Google. And I know there's this kind of huge fight right now where they're saying, okay, fine, then we're not going to be in your platform. We're going to create our own. We have such a strong user base. We don't need you. How do you guys see that playing out? Mickey, I kind of pass it over to you. How do you see all this playing out as far as this platform war?
I mean, I don't know how much I want to touch that one. Look, it's easy to say now as a developer that they don't want to pay the 30%, but these were curated experiences built by the hardware manufacturers, and it's a closed ecosystem. There is something to be said for competition, but there's also something to be said for, hey, we've helped create your businesses, and we've helped get your game or businesses in billions of users' hands. So there is a tax for doing this, and there is a value that we provide. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I wish I had a stance on it, but there are pretty good arguments on both sides.
Anybody else want to jump in and comment on that one?
I can add, obviously, yes, we want to jump on the idea that, finally there's a centralized walled garden that's being broken out, and one giant actor is taking the front lead for that. But the truth is, we need distribution. I believe almost any one of us in the space is currently too small to handle all by itself its distribution. And whether it's the App Store, the Google Play Store, the Steam Store, or a platform like Twitch, like YouTube, like Twitter, like Facebook, we need a way to reach out to the user so that they embrace the technology. And we reach that point where, now we have 100 million users, so we don't need them anymore. So at the moment, I think even though blockchain provides true benefits, true value, as we've been discussing before, we as platform and provider of service to the user that benefit from the blockchain, we need some relay, some point of attachment to reach out to the user. The word of mouth from existing users in the current market as it is now, which maybe is around 1 million users at most in the NFT space, is not big enough yet to scale that fast.
Well, here's what I would say to you about that. Facebook has 2.5 billion users. I'd say having 30% of humanity is a lot of users. And you know what? It doesn't matter. Apple squashes them like a bug. If Apple doesn't like what they do, when they update their SDK in their iOS app, Apple turns it off. So I do not think you're ever going to be big enough. There is no reason for somebody who has a walled garden, when it's working, for any one of them to say, let me voluntarily take that wall down. It's just not going to happen. So blockchain's hard to use, right? All of us are making it easier to use. But look, the internet did not have big existing companies when it started. And eventually we got there. So I, for one, as a venture capitalist, I'm always looking for the next thing. If I were an Apple or a Google with the structure of their marketplaces as they are today, and I looked at blockchain, it would be obvious to me in 10 years, their model isn't going to be working.
I happen to agree with that. Yeah, Mickey, go ahead.
No, William's made a couple of parallels to the start of the internet here. And I've heard that a lot in blockchain discussions. I kind of had a hard time grasping it for a while. But what really helped me grasp it was listening to a lot of Mark Andreessen's podcasts on the A16Z network. I started listening to them because they are an investor. And one of the podcasts, and I would encourage everyone to listen to it, was when they launched, trying to find a credit card processor, just like we do today. It's even easier in blockchain to find a credit card processor to do what we wanted to do. It was almost impossible for them to get anyone to take payments over the internet. And the amount of work that team did to finally find someone to take payments. He talks on this podcast about the journey and how difficult it was and how lucky they actually got that anyone would do that. And if that didn't happen at that time, who knows how long it would have taken the internet to get off the ground and where it would be today. But
well, I'll tell you, Mickey.
Yeah.
I had the same problem because in my incubator, we had started about 30 e-commerce companies. It was 13 to 14% is what you paid if you could become an authorized credit card merchant on the internet. But it was very hard, as you pointed out.
Yeah.
I was the first institutional investor in PayPal. I didn't try to go work with the big institutional companies. I knew they would never want to work with internet companies. And PayPal had to sue the banks in order to use the ACH network, which was allowed by Congress. Congress said anybody can use the ACH network. By the way, per transaction, it was 0.7 of 1 penny. You think I might like that a little better than 14% of retail? But we had to do it with a brand new company. I see the same thing with blockchain. We're going to have to create our own versions of that. And people are, little by little.
Yeah. I don't want to hijack this. I want to give Seb and Duncan some time. But to that point, I've been in gaming. I've known Seb a long time. I've been in gaming since 2007. And the same thing, the Facebook platform peaked and died. That's fine. But it wasn't made by Disney. It wasn't made by Activision or EA. It was made by little upstarts first building these viral apps, and then Zyngas and Playdoms kind of spawned. And the same thing, I mean, I think it's a misnomer. People think that iPhone gaming or smartphone gaming was created by the incumbents, the Activisions, Disneys in the world. It's not true. It's companies like Rovio, who was one of the first movers, or
Candy Crush,
Candy Crush, Supercell, right? So these platforms, the incumbents are always sitting by the wayside, waiting, watching, and then they're late. They're always made by indies or small developers that come and build natively for that platform and that technology.
Yeah. Well, I know we're talking a lot about payments, but there's another really critical component here. Duncan, can you talk a little bit about the acquisition from Gemini and why that's so important for the business? Because I think that's something that we all need to take into consideration, especially as these platforms are built out. Custody is a big part of this, and also regulatory. And that's another can of worms that we don't necessarily have to open. But why Gemini? Why did it make sense? And why is it important for people to think about?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. That's a really good question, because back in the early days of Nifty Gateway, stuff like custody and regulatory, I think it was what we spent almost all of our time on, when we probably should have been spending that time, going out and getting new customers and stuff. I think the scary part about crypto custody is it's extremely resource intensive to develop. And, it's absolutely disastrous to get wrong. It's difficult to think of any other scenario where, if you fail from a tech perspective, it quite literally means the end of your company, as it does with crypto custody. And I think when Griffin and I were looking at that, I mean, we were two 24-year-olds in a co-working space in San Francisco, where we sort of thought to ourselves, wow, we are really not equipped to handle the sort of custody demands that exist for us to build Nifty Gateway and for us to make an accessible user experience. And so I think, when the Winklevoss twins, when we started talking to them, being able to access Gemini custody, which I personally think Gemini has the best, most advanced custody solution in the world. Obviously, I would say that, but I've actually dug a little bit into the technicals of all the different systems, and I think that theirs is the best on a few different aspects. I think having access to that, we sort of thought to ourselves, like, wow, we can have this solid foundation that we can build Nifty Gateway on top of that we just wouldn't be able to get otherwise. Because, a lot of custody solutions are incredibly inflexible. I'm talking to a few different Like I know someone who's trying to start an NFT fund, and he, if you're trying to start an official, hedge fund, or I'm not sure exactly what fund structure it is, you need a qualified custodian to store your assets. But there's nobody out there, there's no qualified custodian that can custody your NFTs. It's not the kind of thing, it takes a lot of custom dev work, and like no one's done that work before. So I really don't think we would have been able to build Nifty Gateway in its current form without Gemini. Custodying users' assets for them, being a centralized exchange, is a huge part about why our experience is easy to use. But it just, we never would have been able to take those risks without Gemini custody backing it. And I think regulatory is a big aspect of that as well. I think the regulatory questions, to me, they seem like they were more prominent about 2 years ago. Now it seems like everyone has figured out that, yeah, these are just digital goods and collectibles. But back when we were first starting, you'd get all sorts of weird questions. Like people were like, okay, so this is cryptocurrency. Like, how are they hiding the fact that this is cryptocurrency? Like, we don't work with cryptocurrency. I think the recognition and, like, honestly, the work that a lot of people on this panel have done, has brought the understanding so far. Now, when you talk to people, they're like, oh yeah, okay, NBA, like I know the NBA Top Shot, the NBA is doing something with this. This isn't just like someone lying about what a cryptocurrency is. Like, this is legit, this is real. And so, yeah, I think like any space, as we've developed, like the institutional understanding of everyone has evolved a lot. And that's a key component to like mass adoption. And I think that's why we're like, those strides have all added up to us being sort of on the cusp of a hyper growth phase for NFTs, which is super exciting.
That is. And for all of you who are listening, and a lot of people that we invited that are not from the blockchain and crypto space, like these are the people that are defining the future, like these four right here. There's many others obviously in the back, and behind the scenes. And then there's a lot of people that were in previous panels here. But all of us are really doing our part to move the industry forward, but these four specifically are doing some incredible things. So with that said, on the custody side of things, like how does that apply to the rest of you guys? And on the regulatory side as well, I know Duncan, with Gemini, I think that creates a really incredible solution for them specifically, but how does that play into your guys' business and what are you guys doing about it?
I'll tell you, yeah, as somebody who has a lot of crypto and a lot of NFTs, the custody of it is crucial. And you will always have a trade-off between owning it directly and working through some intermediary where they might hold your private keys, but they also make it much easier for you to trade. So the less you want to trade it, the more you would be comfortable with the centralized custodial solution. The more you need to trade it, the more flexibility you need. And that's just in the individual, interest of the person who owns the NFTs. But yeah, custody's gone a long, long way. And we started virtual item trading in the 90s. And back then, by the way, there was, it was very hard. It was very hard to get payments. It was very hard to explain to people what exactly they own. And the regulatory environment was frankly just gray. So I'm glad it's moved much, much closer, and it's getting more and more delineated that, yeah, these NFTs are different from crypto, which is more of a money substitute. These are collectibles. I think I do wish the guys like Apple and Google would get along with the program and realize that as well. They'll get there eventually. But in the meantime, I think we've got probably, I think the state where we are now is good enough to handle the next, say, 50 million people coming on board. And then we'll need to make it easier and easier as time goes on, just like the internet.
Yeah, no, totally makes sense. So now let's move into getting to mass adoption once again and getting to $1 trillion industry. I think it's really about getting other entrants that are outside of the space, obviously interested. And this is corporations, is the larger IP holders, the ones that all you guys are talking about, the famous artists, the famous athletes. Mickey, you guys at Dapper Labs recently received an investment from Coinbase Ventures in conjunction with 5 very famous NBA players. Can you talk a little bit about that and why that's such an important move for these guys on the outside that are looking to now invest in the space and why they're defining this as potentially the future?
I don't know that I want to speak for them and why they did it. I think though, the way a lot of these influencers and celebrities and athletes look at the space is it a way to take direct ownership and to directly monetize their IP or their likeness or their brand in alternative digital ways. So I think musicians, rappers, influencers are very heavily involved in the space in the background. And a lot of not necessarily us, we have some of them that we've signed up or we're working with, but there are companies in this space that we've been talking to that have the rights to some of these folks' IP or likeness to do blockchain experiences. So I think this is like for a celebrity and influencer to talk to and directly engage with their fans and an audience in a way that they can monetize themselves and speak directly to their fans is probably one of the biggest reasons they're interested in getting into this space.
Yeah, absolutely. So we only have about like 8 minutes or so. So I'd love to end with, from each of you guys, obviously you guys are all on the cutting edge. You're all innovators. Now let's talk about what's next. William, I know I mentioned this earlier about, you know, how you can program these things to do very interesting things and they can be powered by AI in the future. I mean, let's talk about what's possible so we can give these people that are listening in, the corporations and these IP holders, an idea of where we could really go. Let's really push the envelope here. So
yeah, well,
I don't know, whoever wants to start.
Since it's, oh, Sebastian, you want to start? I don't know if you were jumping in.
Sure. Yeah. Well, yeah. In our case, definitely like NFT is enabling something. It's a means to something even bigger. And that bigger thing I would say is play to earn. This is a business model that's emerging in the video game industry after premium and free to play is going to coexist and potentially grow, where the user who contribute to a game, whether they are player, whether they are creator, they can actually benefit from their playtime, from their skills through NFT. So you play, you earn NFT, you buy them, and through your playtime, you can actually improve those NFT. You can acquire very valuable items, which you can trade, and also potentially other kind of tokens like native token, fungible tokens as part of some platform like Sandbox as well. And well, I think it's something really, really novel. Like, oh, well, I'm a player. I can finally earn money from my playtime, not just spending it and be locked with all my digital good, all my earning, my currency be totally lost and unusable. So that's a very powerful model, and we're starting to see more and more success story or like human story behind of people. Maybe you saw 2 days ago on CoinDesk, like thousands of users in Philippines are actually earning more than the average daily salary through Axie Infinity by playing like a video game where by fighting characters, they earn resources that can be exchanged on a decentralized exchange, Uniswap, and sold at like the market value. So that's just the beginning, like this kind of story. And in Sandbox, we have creators who are making now more money by selling their creation on the marketplace and creating game experience than with the previous job they were doing. So we're really kickstarting here a virtual economy through those NFT, and it's quite exciting.
Yeah. And you know, this goes all the way back when we launched in '98 with Ultima Online. Those were allowing people to take their virtual items and trade them for cash. We were the first ones to do it. And then when you got to World of Warcraft, you could mine gold at that time, and that was good. Nothing ever approached CSGO, where you're talking billions of dollars of secondary market sales, and we did a lot of those on Opskins. So I look at all that history and say it's just going to be more of that, but a lot more of that, because that was only 50 billion, which sounds like a lot, but that was in a highly, highly restricted environment. Now, if you take away all those restrictions and you say you individuals own the items, you can use them with other blockchain games if they allow, which you would never really see in any traditional game. I think, $1 trillion is a lot of money, but is the item worth 20x more Probably, it's yours forever. It lives past the life of the game. So I think it's quite possible. And when you ask about the items themselves, I mean, right now we've got flat images. It's going to video, and then very soon after that, it'll be full VR. You'll be able to experience, and in virtual reality, everything contained in that little, virtual machine, that NFT, that can be updated and so forth. So it's really limited only by your imagination, but it'll be, I think, a distinct category of global entertainment. The NFT will be like a gateway for that. And the fact that you own it, you can rent it out to people, the fact that anybody can create it, the standards are open and known. I mean, to me, it's going to be much bigger than the app stores in terms of the ecosystem that gets to benefit from it.
I would agree. That's my favorite thing about the NFT space, is that it's the sky's the limit. You can create anything that you want. There's no barriers. You don't have to follow what the previous person did in your release or Dapper's release or what Duncan's doing or Sebastian. I can really just think from the ground up in our project, Bitcoin Origins. I mean, we have plans to do things that no one's ever seen before. And we all probably have plans similar, right? Which is really exciting. I mean, Mickey, what you guys did with NBA Top Shot, it's a pack of cards, but it's a different size pack. And you open the pack and it's actually not even a card. It's actually a cube. And then there's a moment in that cube and you have multi-dimension of that cube. And then you can press the play button and see the play of that moment in history. I mean, that's really outside the box. And I'm sure you guys are going to evolve from there. So I think you're right on par with the future in conjunction with everything else these guys are doing.
Sorry, muted. One thing that we really believe in this space is combining or mutating NFTs. So creating a collection, and that collection being able to unlock a super NFT or modify or mutate your NFTs. You see it somewhat with CryptoKitties with the breeding mechanic, right? X kitty times Y kitty equals random kitty that's bred, right? So we're taking that concept and we're going to supercharge it. So yeah, the creativity in the sky and what you can do in this space is fairly unlimited. And because it's so open source, you can essentially unlock the creativity of the universe, where anyone can come in and build on top of what anyone else has already built in this composability fashion. So being able to seamlessly unlock the creativity of the world, I think you're going to see this go places that are beyond what our comprehension is today.
No. Duncan?
Yeah, I honestly couldn't agree more. I mean, for us, we're pretty focused in the short term on using NFTs for artistic innovation, which I think is actually a really kind of exciting and underappreciated. It's definitely underappreciated in the art world. But for example, we have a project launching with a pretty well-known DJ coming up, and we talk about this with him all the time, where in the past art objects could not contain music. A DJ couldn't be a part of production of an art object. I mean, maybe you could put a speaker behind a painting or something like that, but that doesn't really make any sense. But he, the assets he's creating, he's working with the guy who does his visuals for the tours. We call them art pieces that make you feel like you're at an EDM show. And we're sitting back, we're like, wow, in the history of art, all the artistic objects in the world, we've never been able to natively incorporate music the same way that these assets do, which is really, really exciting. Art is a $60 to $70 billion industry annually. About all the art in the world is worth about $3 trillion. And so we're continuing to move into the fine art world. We have an artist launching next week who has a pretty great reputation with a lot of sort of street art types. And I think really that's where our focus is going to be, on trying to continue to disrupt the art world. By the way, it's actually kind of interesting. We talk about this a lot. Art is one of the few places that has, barely been touched by the internet. There's Artsy, there's ArtNet. Maybe you can go on and see an artist auction results. But as far as, if you look at the transformation that the internet has had on almost any other industry, art is probably the least touched. And we talk about how, okay, wow, blockchain, art is one of the industries that it's probably going to transform the most. And we're really excited to continue like pursuing that direction. So
yeah, that's really cool. Couldn't agree more. Well, I mean, with all you guys on the panel and your feedback, I mean, I can personally see how this is going to get to $1 trillion industry. It's not a matter of if, it's when. You know, we're all talking to different people and IP holders and these corporations. You know, I used to come from doing digital marketing consulting for all the big Fortune 500, 100 brands. And we've really focused on geolocation and geospatial stuff and trying to get these interactions with customers in a specific time and location to create better experiences. And only if I had NFTs at my disposal at that time would I have created things like using your cell phone, an augmented reality experience to where you have a Pokemon Go experience and you're interacting with NFTs around you that have that element of surprise to where you open it up inside of a store and it could be 5% off or 100% off, or you get a free kayak at Dick's Sporting Goods, whatever it is. This is the world that we can evolve into. And that's really exciting to me in these large brands. And thank you guys for leading the way. Really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Huge fans of each one of you guys and your companies and what you're doing. Thank you for the contributions to space and joining us on NFT Day.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. All right,
you.
thanks.
See everybody.
Duncan,
Bye-bye, everyone.
We're going to keep going. You're going to stay on because we have the last piece, which is the final artwork showcase for Nifty Gateway. So I'd love for you to continue and show us some of the stuff that you've done.
Awesome. I'm excited.
Cool. So yeah, if you want to share your screen and then basically just kind of go through the platform, similar to what we saw earlier today, and you know, show off maybe your favorite pieces and maybe some of the artists that have come on and kind of taking along the conversation that we just had of how you're bridging the gap between traditional art and now these people that bring and make these physical pieces, how they're digitizing these, putting them into NFTs and creating a whole new class.
Well, you definitely can't ask me to pick my favorite artist. I love all of our artists equally.
That's a good answer.
But I will definitely share my screen.
Cool.
Cool. All right. Can everyone see that?
Yep.
Let me, how do I go full screen?
And William, hey, if you want to hang on here, and if you have anything to show that you haven't shown or something that really excites you, we have a few extra minutes here as well. So I'm just going to throw it out there.
Okay. I'd like to see what
Okay.
Duncan's up to.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Can you guys see my window? Oh, perfect.
Yep. Perfect.
Great. Well, I guess, you know, this I think would be a good place to start. This is the collection we just launched with Pak. He's one of the best known crypto artists. He actually created ArtCollect, which is this Twitter account that has 2 million followers, earns about 200 million impressions every day. And the Twitter account is actually an algorithm that Pak himself designed. To hear him talk about it is really fascinating because as he describes, you know, the algorithm itself is the artwork. Yes, the algorithm outputs a lot of different visual images, but you know, the algorithm is the art object that's responsible for creating them. And Pak is, you know, an incredibly popular crypto artist. And one thing I really like about the collection we did with him was it was a different kind of format. Usually our collections are limited by edition number. So, you know, we'll launch like 10 editions or we'll launch 20 editions, but this one was limited only by time. So basically you had 24 hours. You could buy each one of the pieces, each one of these 13 pieces from his collection. And then however many sold is all the ones that are going to exist into the future. And you can kind of see the result of this. So the turn, there were 4 sold. That means the turn is now an edition of 4 and will be, you know, for the rest of time. This collection was a huge hit. It actually just closed today. And I think we did $107,000 of sales on it, which is, that's pretty awesome. I think it's either the largest or the second largest collection that we've done, but really, really cool to see that. I guess let me think of a few. Yeah, okay, this is a great Josie. She's one of, I don't know if you guys are familiar with her work, but she's had a following for a long time as a Bitcoin artist, essentially. And then once NFTs started happening and this sort of artistic movement started happening, she got involved. So we just did a release with her earlier this week. You can see her collection here. And this was actually this Forward Together Bitcoin edition. This was the piece that I had displayed when we first started the panel. And these were really exciting. They went live. Yeah, about 5 seconds later, they had sold out, which was really, really exciting for us to see. And then her Forward Together piece, This went for $16,000 at auction, which I think was actually a one-of-one NFT record for her. And we're gonna be showing this piece off at a digital art show that we're doing in London in a few weeks. Actually, we have these screens that are about 4 stories tall, and we're gonna be showing a few of our artists, including Josie. And I think this piece is gonna be displayed there, which is just really, really exciting. Yeah, I don't have all the details yet. But,
see, that's a cool thing about you guys' platform is that I actually hadn't heard about her or seen her art until I saw it on your drop, which then, you know, I'm the average person, obviously, and I'm getting access. And now she's known to me and a lot of people in my community because I shared this, because I think this is really incredible. So this is a way for artists to get in front of a whole new audience.
Yeah, I mean, we honestly think in some ways that's kind of the main value we add. And that's why, like, we spend our time trying to find up and coming artists, find artists who we think are going to be a great fit for the platform, so that we can introduce them to our audience and, you know, showcase them. I think Josie does have a pretty dedicated following, but it's great to hear that, you know, she got to, you know, introduce to a new audience as well. Yeah, so I can also walk through basically the way our platforms works is we do drops of new artists like once a week. Lately, we've been doing them twice a week just because we have so much, you know, so much demand and we have to fill it. But I was talking about this collection earlier with the Bad Crypto guys. You know, this is one of their, I think it was Joel's first NFT ever. This is kind of cool because it's a pack project. It's a dynamic that's super familiar to anyone in gaming, where it's like a loot box. You buy a pack and then you get a random art piece from the collection. And so you can see the different odds of all of these. And
did you change your screen? I still see Josie.
Oh, really? Let me try.
Unless I have a lag on my side.
William, how about you? What do you see?
He's on mute.
But yeah, Lyle is he's honestly an incredibly cool artist. He's one of the ones you were talking about. He only did physical art until he got into Nifty Gateway. And
I'm also just seeing, by the way, Josie's art pieces.
Yeah, maybe stop sharing and then share again. Sometimes that'll work.
Okay.
The one behind you is pretty cool too.
Yeah, this is a twisted vacancy. And it fits perfectly on my screen, honestly. That's kind of why I like it, because the screen is the first thing that people see when they come into my apartment. And this piece just like has an incredible impression. It really blows people away. All right, can you guys see Lyle now?
I got a blank screen, but it says you've started to share, but I'm not seeing anything.
It says you've started sharing your screen, double click to enter full screen mode. Yeah, I don't see it yet.
That's so weird. Anything now?
I'm looking at the void.
Yeah, maybe one more time. Disconnect and connect again.
It wouldn't be a virtual conference unless we had these kind of issues. All right, any luck?
Are you sharing your entire screen or just a window? Yeah.
I'm just showing a window.
Yeah, maybe just try your entire screen, and that usually will solve it. Nope.
Nothing?
Nope.
Jeez. All right, well, maybe Jeremy, you could pull up Lyle's.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Okay.
You didn't pay the Zoom tax.
Yeah. Got a few things open for today. Okay. And I just happen to have one of these things, and this is all the stuff I covered today. Okay, so let's go back, and then can I just search?
Yeah, Lyle Awerko, L-Y-L-E. Oh, you'll see him right there.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, so yeah, he's a really, speaking of like physical artists, he's been a photographer for a while. His art is really popular in the music industry. You know, his collectors include like Jay-Z and Beyonce because he makes boom boxes. It's kind of a natural fit. I really like his artwork. And yeah, we actually did our first collection ever. Drop number 1 featured Lyle, and he was amazed. He couldn't believe how well the collection sold, which I guess that shows how much faith he had in us. But anyway, it was a pleasant surprise. Cool. And yeah, he was like, okay, I'm all in. I'm all in on this new digital medium of art. And he's actually one guy we're talking to about incorporating music into his art objects. So I think his third collection is going to be even like, it's going to dive even further into the medium, which is super exciting. Because like every time we talk to him, he's like, yes, I'm getting more and more for him, it's like the possibilities of what he can do with digital art are just so far beyond what he can do with his physical art. And that's why he's so enamored with the medium. And that's incredibly
really cool.
to see. Yeah.
Wow.
And then
there's this other artist on there that always catches my attention. And let's see if I can find it, which is, what is it? Goldwood?
Goldwood?
Yeah.
Scroll down a little bit. I think you passed him.
Right there. Yeah, this is pretty interesting stuff.
So we have
it looks real.
It looks real. Yeah, Griffin, my co-founder, always likes to talk about the skeuomorphic design and how people buy it. It's like they feel like they're buying a statue, but honestly, I kind of think it's better because if you buy a statue, it's like going to be misprinted. The paint is going to be off. There's, you know, the quality of production just varies so heavily. But here, the quality of production is like fantastic. Yeah, and actually, we just announced a project with him and Space Yacht, which is this LA DJ collective. We haven't unveiled the details yet, but it's going to be really, really cool as far as artistic innovation. And it's great to get them involved because they're like a music organization. And I'm really excited to share more details about that.
That's great. Yeah. So let me ask you, so an artist that's coming into here, right? So an artist, let's just say they're a successful painter, you know, they've sold a lot of physical stuff and they're thinking about coming into the world of NFTs. Like what kind of money, if you can share, can they make? You know, are they going to make $10,000 in a drop? Can they make, it sounded like you said $100,000 in one of these drops. I mean, what's realistic? And can you talk about secondary market sales, which is creating that royalty structure that didn't exist for them before?
Yeah, so we, you know, it really depends on the artist, and it really depends on how well they can adapt their work to the medium. We've had some physical artists who have come in, and our collector base hasn't really received their work well because, you know, they don't perceive the artist to be using the medium very well. You know, if you're a painter and you just take a picture of your painting, I think you really gotta, it really has to be special for you to like justify doing that. So a lot of the physical artists, we try and work with them to help them adapt their work. But I actually think that we're quickly approaching the point where the money that they can make is not dissimilar to the money that they make from physical paintings. I mean, Pak, yeah, his drop, the total sale value was $107,000, I think, around there. That's pretty incredible for an artist. And you know, if he does 3-4 drops like that a year, that's a pretty like, you know, that's a sizable amount of money. And
yeah, for sure.
So we have another NFN Callian. We should go look at his work because his follow-up collection is coming next week. Maybe
what is it? Edward
Callian, Kalyan. Yeah, they're the first guy.
Right here?
No, first.
This one?
So this one.
Oh yeah. I've seen that. Okay.
So he does these like epic, massive panel paintings, and they're about 6 or 7 panels large, and they sell for around $60,000 to $70,000. He'd never done editions before because he's like, I don't feel like I can provide the right experience with editions. So instead of doing print editions, he did NFT editions for the first time. His follow-up collection is coming on Tuesday, and like I said, he's also getting deeper into the medium. He's animating his work, and his follow-up collection, amazingly, it actually looks better than his first one. So I'm really excited for that one. And yeah, the level of detail is just immaculate.
I mean, this is a piece of art. I mean, really, especially when you have a display like you have background, you know, in the background of your screen right there. I mean, I would display something like this all day. I mean, this is really incredible stuff. So, you know, how do you determine how much they sell each of these for, right? Is there a methodology behind that?
It can actually be quite difficult. I mean, we really depend on, Callian is he really brings an audience with him, which is great. He has a lot of collectors of his physical pieces who have, you know, become collectors of his NFTs, which is enormously beneficial because that means we can price them more similarly to what we can price his physical works. And so I think I can't remember the exact pricing for his drop on Tuesday, but it's similar to what he would do for a physical edition. It can be a lot trickier when an artist has no collector base, when like we're selling their works literally for the first time, which is the case for a lot of artists. That's like a lot of digital artists who, you know, have a large Instagram following, but they can never sell their artwork before. You know, for them, it's pretty tricky to figure out the right pricing, and we don't always get it right. Like sometimes we price an artist too aggressively and their initial collection doesn't sell out, which is not good for momentum. But, you know, it's a learning process. We're acquiring more data. Oh, do you want to scroll up? I saw. So this Alessio De Vecchi, this is a really fascinating. Yeah, this is a guy who,
oh wow,
you know, it's really kind of intense work. I don't know if it's the kind of thing that you might like. I think if you had it displayed on your wall, some people might come over and be like, "You okay, man?" But he,
right,
yeah, his collection was kind of it's kind of tricky to start off a digital artist who has no collectors, you know, and that's why I think the Nifty Gateway audience is really incredible. Shout out to them. They really, you know, they're willing to like look at an artist's work and give them a chance.
Yeah,
which I think is really just awesome.
That is really
and
cool.
We're really grateful to them.
Wow. Well, thank you so much. I mean, this was a great platform review. Obviously you guys are doing some incredible things, and it's just so cool to see you guys empowering these artists, right? Do you see yourself kind of moving beyond artists specifically? Because it seems like you're doing some collaborations, or is it really going to be mainly focused on artists themselves?
So we really view, we're like totally open to working with brands. We think that for us, it's all about marketing our artists. It's all about like helping them build their careers, and working with a brand can be one of the best career opportunities for an artist. You know, for example, Joshua Vides, who's an artist who was like pretty well known, not like super well known. Fendi reached out to him and they're like, let's do a collection of clothing. And then he skyrocketed. He became like one of the most in-demand artists in the world. And so like, if we can find a brand who's willing to make NFTs and work with one of our artists, and we think that it can add value to the artist's career, we love that. And that's cool. That's part of, it's part of what we're trying to accomplish with the Goldward Space Yacht collection. You know, Space Yacht brings something to the table. They're a really cool brand with a cult following. Goldward, obviously an incredibly talented artist who has sort of like a magic touch. And we think it'll be on some level, it's a chance for Goldward to reach a new audience with his work. And it's kind of as simple as that. But yeah, we're definitely exploring more brand opportunities. Again, our rule really is like, only if we think something is like, only if we would buy it personally, and if we think we can add value. That's kind of our criteria for what we want to launch, which I think is that's our method of like making sure that, you know, everything on the platform like remains high quality and like remains like something that we can contribute to. So yeah, awesome. I'm really excited for that collection. Thanks, Jeremy.
William, yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you so much, Duncan of Nifty Gateway. And William, anything else you'd like to add?
Well, I gotta say, I usually don't have a chance to look at other people's products, but very good work there, Duncan. I really, really love it. And for me, as somebody who builds stuff, a lot of stuff, I'm always most impressed when someone takes a new technology and they take a thing that used to exist in the real world and they do stuff that couldn't have been done before. So that's when it gets interesting. Paving over cow paths, that's not interesting. Charting a new path you couldn't go before, that's interesting. So I love this. And, you know, artists have a hard time, you know, just getting to a gallery and getting a gallery to showcase them. And there's a whole racket that you guys may or may not know with museums and how they decide who they're going to put it in their museum to boost up the private collections of people. I love the blockchain just bypassing all that.
Totally. Yeah, we love that as well.
Totally agree. Well, thank you guys both. Really appreciate it. Thank you guys for joining. Thanks everybody. But before we go, and you guys are free to hop off if you'd like, we do have the VIP networking party coming up here at 5:30 Pacific time. A lot of the speakers are going to be joining us. So if you want to network with them, ask them questions, and just dive a little bit deeper into some of the content we discussed today, please do. If you want to upgrade, if you have a $40 ticket and you want to upgrade to the VIP ticket, feel free to do so right now. Probably the best thing you can do, because we have an influx of people that are trying to join, is to just buy that ticket and then ask for a refund, and we can refund the regular ticket. I want to also remind you that raffle tickets are still on sale. They're going to be on sale all the way through August 31st. The big giveaway is going to be September 1st. And that giveaway specifically is going to be what Joel had talked about before, which is the Ultra Mega Pack. I think he had a different name for it, which includes a Series 1 GPK Mega Pack, a Shatner Mega Pack, BC Heroes Titan Pack, Cogs Mega Pack, GPK Exotic Mega Pack, Bitcoin Origins card, and the Veza Gradient NFT. All of that you will win. One person's going to win that on September 1st. But before we leave and head off to the VIP networking party, we're going to do our final raffle giveaway. And keep in mind, there's a lot of incredible people that donated these NFTs. Thank you, everybody who donated. You know, from Dapper to Phantasm Chain to Wax. I mean, all you guys really made this an incredible event. And once again, make sure to fill out your the form with your Wax ID and your Ethereum address and the proper wallet to accommodate for that, so we can send NFTs. We're going to randomly drop a bunch of stuff, so you guys will be surprised. Please, if you can, post on social media, give us a shout out at NFT Day, and thank us for giving you you know, some good stuff. But thank you guys for participating and joining. We couldn't have done this without all of your support out there. And for all of those who see this on the restream, you still didn't miss out. You can still partake. So with that said, I'm going to do the final giveaway. Let me just make sure the team is ready here. We're going to do our random number generator yet again. And you can, on this one, the winner is going to earn Series 1 GPK Mega Pack, GPK Exotic Mega Pack, a BC Heroes Titan Pack, and a Bitcoin Origins card. And guess what? I'm going to also throw in the Veza Gradient NFT and maybe some extra surprises. So this is going to be well over, just GPK Series 1 Mega Pack alone is well over $700. So with that said, this is going to be $1,000 plus in value. So let me go ahead and do this, get the random number generator pulled up with my 50 screens here. Let's see. There it is. Okay. All right, Carl, you ready? Okay. All right. 620, and this is out of, there's more people that bought raffle tickets, so I'm going to do it out of 620. Let me share my screen so you guys know I'm not lying here. It's completely randomized. So we have a spreadsheet on the back end with all of your different IDs, and I'm doing the random number generator, and then we're just going to go to that number of cell. All right, here we go. Number 244. So number 244, Carl, if you can give me that name, and this is the winner of the grand prize for today. See here. All right, congratulations, C-Man, M-A-N. C-Man, congratulations. This is a big deal. You just won a Series 1 GPK Mega Pack, GPK Exotic Mega Pack, BC Heroes Titan Pack, Bitcoin Origins card, as well as the Veza Gradient NFT as well. So congratulations. Thank you again, everybody, for joining us on the first ever NFT Day. Got such incredible response. I have a weird feeling that we're going to have to do this again at least twice a year. This industry is rapidly evolving. You heard from some of the brightest minds in the industry. If you have questions, reach out to us. If you want to join the CoinGenius network to get updated on all the events and all the cool things that we're doing, please go to coingenius.network and sign up. Have a conversation. Reach out to us on Twitter at CoinGenius_AI. Go to coingenius.ai to learn more. Please listen, if you haven't, to the Bad Crypto podcast and my great partners, Travis and Joel. They always do such a great job. They also have the Nifty show covering a lot of stuff that's happening in the NFT space specifically. This is not the last you're going to hear from us. Watch out for Bitcoin Origins in September, the drop of our cards, highlighting the most important moments in Bitcoin's history. So with all of that said, thank you all again, and we'll see you at the next NFT Day. Bye now.